started. And we are live. Cool, cool, cool. Let's check to see if this works as expected. I have audio. I have desktop audio. Non-VR, please. And okay, looks like it's working. Sweet. What's popping? Let me know if anything's going wrong in the chat. So I haven't done this in a while, and I'm going to let the music run for a little bit. So I used to do these streams. By the way, welcome. I haven't done one of these in quite a while. I used to do them every month, but living situations got out of hand, work got out of hand, COVID got out of hand, all the stuff at once just made it really impossible for me to do. Like I said, for those of you who probably already know now, I now live in Texas. From Nevada to Texas. And so far, I'm loving it. So far, I am loving it. So anyways, this game is Desert Bus. This is a game that was originally created by Penn and Teller. This was supposed to be a Sega CD game that was never released because the parent company that was making this game went out of business towards the end of its production. The game was finished, but it was never released. It was eventually leaked out on the internet, and people discovered this game. And it was a series of like miniature games. A lot of them are kind of like ways to kind of like fool your friends and stuff in the typical kind of Penn and Teller fashion. And okay, so controller works nice. And what ended up happening was one of the games was called Desert Bus, and it was in response to and it was in response to a lot of people wanting to ban video games because they were too violent, and Janet Reno, in her infinite wisdom, decided that she would say during a public hearing that wouldn't it be great if we could have a video game that teaches kids how to be better workers? And teaches them how to do productive things rather than kill people. And so they decided, that's such a terrible idea, let's make it into a game. And so Desert Bus was born. This is a game where you have to drive from Tucson, Arizona to Las Vegas, Nevada. One way, there is nothing along the way. It's just endless desert. There's no sights to be seen, no oncoming, or there's no incoming or outgoing traffic whatsoever. You're just on this road alone. You have a bus that goes 45 miles per hour because of a limiter, and you drive for, I believe, I can't remember the math, it's just 600 or 380 miles, which rounds out to about 8 hours. And just to keep things interesting, Kevin Newsom campaign bus, pretty much. Since everyone's leaving California, it's pretty much the same thing. Except you're only driving through the Mojave. Where was I going? So you go one way, there's nothing along the way, and when you finally get to your destination, just to keep things interesting, so you just don't like tape down the button and just keep driving, since it is a straight drive, there's no turns on the road. There is a slight veer to the right, and if you end up in the dirt for too long, your bus will overheat. So if I let go of the controller for some reason and I just let it veer off into the dirt, while I'm saying taking a bathroom break or getting something to drink, my bus will overheat and I will be towed back in real time. So if I drove 7.5 hours and I overheat, my bus will be towed backwards for 7.5 hours. And what do you get at the final end of your run? You see a small bus stop, like you would see any bus stop in a major city. Nothing any more special, and you receive the honor of 1 point 1 point. This is a fantastic game. We've already done this a few times. Something interesting playing in the background. I do have mods. If you're in the Discord chat, you can always bug people, one of the mods, to get in the chat, or you can bug me. It's going to be harder for me to get you into the chat. But I can do it if no one else can. Goat diarrhea. No, I'm not going to have any of that problem. It's only when I'm sick do I ever get that to happen. Alright, so here we go. All aboard the pink bus. So yeah, we're going to be doing this for about 8 hours. Hopefully we're going to get some other people on. I know there's a few people who've already told me in private that they were going to join the stream at some point. I had some people promise that they were going to join my next stream because I joined their 14-hour long stream. The least they can do is hop on for an hour or two on my 8-hour one. That's the least that I can do. So anyways, that's going to be a whole lot of fun. Now, I just did a live stream this week where we went through a guy named Mark Passio, which I'm pretty sure a lot of you have probably heard of. By the way, let me know if the background is too loud. Is it too loud? Let me know. This is a guy named Mark Passio who has a very popular YouTube, maybe? I don't know. He's very popular in the libertarian scene. He's not super popular, but you know, he has amassed quite a following. And a lot of what he talks about is the occult. It seems as though, I'm not sure, it sounds like he talks a lot about things like chemtrails, the Illuminati. This is not to say that he believes in any of this stuff, but he definitely does talk about it. I think he does believe in chemtrails. I know he said he didn't believe in the Illuminati, but he does believe in, like, elites that are keeping the occult knowledge down. And natural law is occult knowledge. But he was talking about his version of natural law. And his version of natural law is very different, to say the least. It's very different than the kind you would see from someone like Konkin or Rothbard or, oops, wrong way. Rothbard or Rand, or anyone else that espouses it. And a lot of it really kind of boils down to, like, etymology, which is bizarre. For example, he says that rights are things that, rights is in, like, you know, human rights, natural rights, right? So rights are things that you do, which you're allowed to do things that are morally right. And that is how you know whether or not something is correct, and you know that it's correct, right? Because it's all like the same word that you use between all three of the words, which is right, and he's equivocating like three definitions of the word right. Now, I remember Molyneux did this in UPB, but he only had the the audacity to use two. He said, you know, morally right and moral rights. Or excuse me, moral right. What is morally right to do, and human rights. I think those are the two that he conflated. And I remember reading that and going like, that is weird. And I didn't understand. I'm not even sure if I completely understood equivocation at the time. But he did. Oh, I think Executioner wants on. I'll probably let him on for a bit. I don't even think any of the mods are alive right now, so I'm going to have to stop the bus. Which is fine. Oh. And drag him in here. Where'd my cursor go? I keep forgetting that Desert Bus likes to steal my cursor. There we go. That is going to be a pain in the ass. What's up, Bexy? Can you hear me?
Yes, we live in a society.
No, we don't. That's a lie. We do not live in a society. Whoever told you that was a liar.
I mean, the cake is a lie.
Yes, cake is a lie. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't understand, like, why people blind, like, or people believe in, like, these equivocation stuff as, like, good arguments for something.
This UPB.
UPB did it at one point in the book.
So I haven't read it. Like, what's the equivocation he does?
I don't remember what it was exactly, but it was something like, no, I don't think it was UPB. Maybe it wasn't UPB, but I remember, or maybe it was in that too. But I remember in his the Savior of Philosophy video that he did, which I have a hard time finding. I can find video, well, because his YouTube channel's gone. But I can find videos of people responding to it where he does this, where he says, human, you know, like you have a human right, or to remember what it was. It's been a long time, but you have a human right, and you have the, you know, and it's morally right to do things that are with, you know, that you have the ability to do as a human right. It's sort of a proof for one or the other. He just kind of jumbles them in. I don't remember what it was. I'm sure someone has had to have saved that video somewhere. I can't imagine it being completely gone from the internet. I remember he deleted the video.
It might be archived.
Yeah, I remember he deleted the video before his channel got nuked.
There is a ladybug in my fucking keyboard right now, and I'm trying to pry it out without killing it.
No, kill it. Do it.
No, don't harm the animals.
I don't think they qualify as animals.
Oh, okay, I'll smash it.
Ladybugs are good. They actually eat bad shit.
Yeah, because I did the I looked at your stream once on, like, you went through his book, I think, and he kind of did the whole thing about two people trying to murder each other.
I guess I deleted that. I don't remember deleting it, but I deleted it, and I didn't save a backup. So I'm gonna have to end up doing another stream.
But I watched it, and he tried saying, like, two people can't kill each other at the same time, or something.
Yeah.
To that effect.
Two people can be in the act of attempting murder. That happens all the time, where like two people are in a fight. Neither of them are consenting to be murdered. Neither of them want to be murdered. And it's not that one's defending himself from the other person. Like that's probably more common. But there are times where people hate each other so much that they are trying to kill each other. It happens in movies all the time.
Yeah.
But I mean, just because it happens in movies doesn't necessarily mean that it's like a common thing in human life. But it does at least show that it's possible.
I mean, if you could imagine a reality, I suppose.
And he also, and this is I'm going to try to make this as clinical as possible. It is entirely possible for two men to try to rape each other. That word is, yeah. To try to force themselves onto another person without actually wanting to be forced upon themselves. And it's all about whether or not you want to be the penetrator versus the penetratee. This is entirely possible for two people to try to want to.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like,
yeah.
I really don't like the universality stuff as like proof of something is morally right or morally wrong. I don't understand how that works out. Like, just because something can be universalized doesn't necessarily mean that it should be, or that it ought to be the case. It just says that, you know, it is universalizable. I don't see the bridge. There's a bridge that needs to be crossed.
I mean, there are like social norms and stuff like that are kind of uniform throughout different cultures and societies, but that's another. I don't know what to make of that, but it wouldn't necessarily be universal preferable behavior. It would just be. I don't know. I don't know.
Have you read UBB?
No, I have not.
Okay. Not really missing out on much. And it's been a while since I've dug into it, and I usually tend to forget about bad philosophies that I don't like. I'll look into them, I'll study them, I'll get an understanding of what they are, and if I find flaws with them and I don't apply them, it just kind of falls to the wayside of my brain, because I have more important things to remember than shitty philosophy. But unless it's really shitty. Like, if it's really shitty, then I'll remember a lot of that stuff. Only because I think it's humorous.
Yeah.
Like the whole, like, well, it's not even philosophy, just stupid things. Like Nasara. Are you familiar with Nasara? I'll take that as a no.
No.
Oh my god, Nasara.
Is that like a discount Hassan?
No, it's like a prototype. It's almost like QAnon 1.0. Like, QAnon is basically like this anonymous person who feeds information to people, and they believe it, and it's so bizarre and wacky. It doesn't even make a whole lot of sense when you think about it for 5 minutes, but there's like a whole bunch of devotees, and they repeat it, and they're probably even crazier than the person who's relaying this stuff. And a lot of this stuff can be, like, easily debunked with, like, a couple Google searches, which is fascinating, because since both of these are, like, internet-based. So I'm sure you know what QAnon is by now, but... So, Nasara, it was this lady, it's the best way to describe it, was this lady, she since passed away, named White Dove. I don't remember her real name. She was outed a while before she died, and she actually lived in a trailer park. But she was like this lady who, she had like a I think it was a 900 number and an internet website that people paid money to listen to her daily, like, updates. And her whole shtick was that in the 90s, Bill Clinton signed this bill into law that was passed by Congress called NESARA, which was like the National, or the North American, no, or the National Economic Recovery Act or something like that. I can't remember what the name of it was, but it was something along those lines. And there was a bill that was never introduced into Congress. It never got, like, I don't think it even got a sponsor to be introduced, but it was a proposed bill, so it wasn't. It's even sadder.
Yeah, Harvey Francis Bernard put it in, or whatever.
Yeah, it was never introduced into Congress. It was never voted on. It was never signed into law by Bill Clinton or anything. If you just had like a 5-second Google search, you could look up the bill and find out, like, oh, it never even really existed. And but it was signed into law by Bill Clinton, and the only thing that Bill Clinton has to do in order to enact it was to announce that the law was passed. And the law was basically that they were going to abolish the Federal Reserve, return to a gold standard. And if Bill Clinton had done this, it would have made the U.S. economy so great. And it would also have to do some other things, like eliminate a lot of departments. It was very, like, kind of like, you know, sovereign citizen type of libertarian stuff. But it was going to be so great that Jesus was going to come down and bring heaven on earth, and the aliens would live in harmony, and they would break the what is it called, the the Prime Directive, and make contact with humans officially for the first time. And then we would basically kind of live in a Star Trek utopia where there's no crime, no disease, no famine, no death, and everybody lived in harmony forever and ever.
It sounds like the South Park episode where it sounds like the South Park episode where the aliens visit and gives them billions of dollars in fake money. Just
It is kookaburra. It is bizarro. And a lot of the people that believe in this stuff are really kind of wrapped into like new age stuff too, and UFOs and that sort of thing.
Like crystal.
Very much into crystals and what are those things called? Organite. 20 minutes late.
Yeah.
We just started. Really, we just started. We have a long trip anyway.
There are so many people. There are people I know that kind of do the whole, kind of believe in the crystal thing, and God, I love them, but I'm just like, oh God.
Yeah, these people are batshit insane. They're always like, I remember the last time I really watched one of their videos, I just stumbled on this video because I think I was looking, because there was like these things that people were selling. There were like these boxes, like these wooden boxes that were like sealed tight, but allegedly inside of them were like hair and crystals and confetti. I don't know what the fuck was in these things. They said sacred geometry. Yeah, like weird shit. And you couldn't see inside the box. You couldn't open the box. It was like, and there was this guy who was like, he was like, oh, I bought one of these things and it's so great. And, like, we're gonna make a prayer over this thing, and like he started going on this prayer, and I remember just going like, geez, this is fucking crazy. And in the middle of it, he starts praising Nasara. I'm like, wow, could this get any crazier? Like, really, Nasara. But there was a great documentary about it called Waiting for Nasara. And it's weird because a lot of the people that are into Nasara are like ex-Mormons, at least in this documentary. And they all met up at this KFC. Like, this KFC had like this dining hall they didn't use anymore. They would like lease out to people.
Commandment against believing in false idols.
Well, they're ex-Mormons, so they all had left the church for
ex-Mormon.
Yeah. This cult is fucking
Sorry. Yeah, I'm reading it. Abolishing the IRS and all that stuff. I'm just.
Yeah, we can also get rid of the IRS.
It's just.
Income tax.
It just seems like QAnon, but early 2000s.
Yeah, it's like proto QAnon. And this was like, you know, in the 90s where like the internet, we didn't have social media yet. It was still Web 1.0. Mayor Lightfoot has definitely broke the Prime Directive. Yes. Yes, indeed.
AOL, and I actually, I shouldn't have been on the internet at like friggin', I can't remember, 6-7 years old, but I remember AOL in like circa 2007 because I'd always mess around with my
that was
grandparents'
late.
computer.
That was late in AOL. Like, that was towards the end of AOL's life.
Yeah.
That's when like most people just
Windows
use AIM.
98. Like Windows 98 was on their computer, and Windows XP came later. But my grandma was always paranoid that I'd break the computer, and my parents were like, "Calm down. He probably knows more than you."
I think a lot of people don't remember it like this, but I remember in like 2007 and before, there were like people who did not want anything on the internet at all about them at all. Like,
yeah, my realtors like that even today.
There was a lot of realtors that were trying to sell houses online, or at least put listings of houses online, not really selling them. And they had a hard time because the vast majority of people did not want pictures of their house on the internet. Because this was at a time where, like, you didn't want your kids on the internet. And because the only thing that you heard about kids and internet on, like, the news was, like, sexual predators on the internet. Like, you would never want to try to hook up with someone on the internet.
Finding out how to make bombs.
Oh yeah, that was the Anarchist Cookbook.
like website.
Yeah, the Anarchist.
Yeah, like the
copies
90s.
of the Anarchist. Yeah.
I wasn't born in the 90s, but the early 2000s it was, don't let your kids on this because of predators, and oh no, they might learn how to make a bomb or some shit, and it's like, what?
Well, they could.
Freaking retarded?
You still can. But now if you try to look that stuff up, the FBI will sniff you out. But back then, that really wasn't the case.
Nah, just back in the day, the NSA was just like, oh, people looking up how to make pipe bombs. So what? 9/11 happens. Oh, fuck.
I remember I printed out the Anarchist Cookbook when I was a kid. Not the whole entire thing, but like things that I thought were interesting. Like I never wanted to build like a bomb that would like destroy things. I was more interested in things like how to make a smoke bomb. There was like a thing called a tennis ball bomb where I don't even know if this worked. I don't even think we could ever find enough match heads to fit inside of a tennis ball. But you take a bunch of take a bunch of matches and you cut the heads off of the matches and you pack them tight inside of a tennis ball and throw it. I don't even know if that'll work. I think that'll just I thought I remember when I was a kid, I thought like I don't think that would explode, but I definitely think that would make a cool fire, and I wanted to try it. I just never could get enough match heads. We did end up building the smoke bomb. We actually found saltpeter, because I think it was saltpeter and sugar. And I don't remember the ratio. I'm not gonna say it, but then you just you put a fuse or something in there and light it.
I mean, in middle school,
makes a lot of smoke.
In middle school, like high school, middle school, me and a friend, we were just messing around with compressors, air dusters, and like a plastic bottle, and it was freaking hilarious.
Or dry ice bombs. Of course, we made those.
Yeah.
Just out of
I don't know why I did that dumb shit.
And where we blew them up is like I remember we had like this big field. It was like this big field that like they would occasionally mow it every once in a while, but people would go and make like little BMX trails, with like ramps and stuff, and then they would mow it and like level it, and they would just overrun by grass again, and then they would just go out and just rebuild them, and they'd be good for a few more months. But remember we went out there when there was no one there and did some dry ice bombs, and that was fun.
Yeah. My brother, he had a chemistry teacher, I believe, and the dude took like a bottle, sprayed a little of that shit, and threw it at the back of the freaking classroom.
Fuck. I remember I never took chemistry in high school. I never took chemistry in high school, but I remember a couple of my friends did, and they said that that like one of them made like nitroglycerin. Like a really weak nitroglycerin that all it really did is like they just spread it on the floor so that when you walked across it would like crackle and pop when you walked on it. I'm just like, what the fuck?
Every high school teacher knows how to make methamphetamine.
Oh yeah, because I saw it on the TV show. So yeah, that was basically.
No idea if that
the internet was so fucking different. I remember being on the internet. I think I got on the internet in 2005, but I had an email address before then because I had Xband. And Xband allowed you to have have an email account. So that was my first email account.
I had a MySpace.
And my parents got an internet, or not internet. My parents
7 years old.
My parents got a computer in '95, but they didn't want to get on the internet. They were like, no internet, because they were very much like all they heard was like terrible horror stories about the internet. But I ended up getting this thing called Juno, which was like free email, and all you had to do like was just like what it did was you put like this disk in, you installed it, and it was kind of like an email client that had ads on it. And it would call up an 800 number, find like a local number in your area, and call that number and check to see if you have new emails. And you could send emails and then you connect. And it was free. It was like ad based. And so that was like my first real email address. And I remember I used to send emails to a girl that I used to talk to, who was dating my friend, but it wasn't like anything like that. We were just sending like funny stories and pictures and stuff.
Yeah.
Because she was the only person I knew that had an email address.
When it only took for me, like, I think it was middle school when everybody started getting on, like, social media. That's when it started, and everybody used Kick Messenger.
Dude, the only reason why I installed Kick was because, like, every girl on Tinder was using Kick. They still use Kick, but now the new thing is Snap. Every time you get
Yeah,
up
and
with a
people
girl
would always joke in my middle school about it, and they go, Kick, or when you're 13 and you want to get nudes.
Pretty much. Then Snapchat changed everything. Then Snapchat was all about sending each other dick pics.
Yeah, there was, what was that? Vine. Vine was...
Oh, I hated Vine. Always hated Vine.
Yeah, and people made, like, the Del Taco meme where it's, like, Shavakadu.
Taco meme? I don't know.
Yeah, it was, like, Welcome to Del Taco, or whatever. Like, it was Shavakadu, but it was avocado misspelled. It was... I don't know why people thought it was funny.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to my my nicotine pouches. I had like a bunch of nicotine pouches, which I wanted to use today, so I didn't have to like use another hand to vape. But I don't know. I only have like 1 or 2 left in here. But oh well. So I guess I'm gonna be ripping fat clouds.
Yeah.
Rip.
I don't know.
So,
in all honesty, my parents let me through like a lot of crazy shit, like for my age. Like, I don't know why, but I turned out all right.
yeah, I remember I was downloading porn on IRC. That was where you got porn. It was either that or you had to pay for it, and I didn't have a credit card because I was a kid. Kids didn't have credit cards, and this was also before like ATM cards you couldn't use as like debit cards. That wasn't a thing yet. Well, I think it was, but it was very rare, hard to come by.
Yeah, they didn't have prepaid ones, I think.
Yeah, maybe they did. I don't remember. But I remember like I got like I think when I was like 17, Bank of America was like, hey, we have this new program for kids where they can have like, you know, this card that's connected to their bank account. It's so cool, and but you could use it like a credit card on the internet. And I remember being able to like finally can buy things on the internet. and shipping was not 2 days. There was no 2-day shipping yet. 2-day shipping,
Yeah,
not exist yet. There was
not a
4
thing.
to 6 weeks to get things. That sucked.
Yeah.
Well, maybe 4 to 6 weeks is too much. I remember if you had to do, like, if you wanted to do a mail order for something, like if you wanted something that was sold on TV, you had to like mail like payment information to them, either like a checking account or a check, or a money order, and then you would mail it out. And it took 4 to 6 weeks for you to get whatever you ordered. Or if you sent a self-addressed stamped envelope for something free, then it would take like 4 to 6 weeks. By the way, if anyone sent me a thing to my post office box in Vegas, it's gone. I don't know if it'll be returned to sender, but if you send me something in that box, it's gone. I have not set up a new P.O. box yet.
Yeah.
But it's still listed as a lot of
I don't know. For me, it was like violent video games. Freaking, like, for my older brother, they were always protective of him. But like once, like I was around, they're like, "Oh, you're 8 years old. Play Grand Theft Auto 4, no problem."
8 years old, Grand Theft Auto 4. Jesus. I was already employed
you want to watch
full-time,
rated R movies?
living on my
whatever.
own when Grand Theft Auto 4 came out.
I was 8 or 11, I'm not sure, but it was when I got the Xbox 360. I got the Xbox 360 when like Kinect was around, so maybe that was later on. But
Yeah, I was already out of consoles by then.
And I loved it because I could just look at my brother and be like, nanny nanny boo boo. But
Yeah.
like they didn't allow him to play Red Dead Redemption, but like my mom, she just I said, hey, can I play this? Like not even 2 years later, and she's like, sure, what's the game? Red Dead Redemption. My brother was bullshit about that.
Yeah, I was already out of consoles by then. Like I was playing PC, which it sucked because at that time, like I was making like $9 an hour, which $9 an hour today is, with inflation, probably like not even $12 an hour today. Like it was nothing. And I also had an apartment. I had like you know, living expenses and shit. Like I was barely scraping by. I was eating a lot of beans and rice, but and pasta.
Yeah.
But I remember like
time.
I could barely. It ran, but not very well. I could get Grand Theft Auto to run, but barely.
Yeah. Even with like I think the second laptop I got was an Alienware. I absolutely loved it, and I could not, even though the game was like, I don't know even how old it was, like 2013 is when I got the laptop. Just Grand Theft Auto 4 would not run. It was that. It was because the game wasn't optimized, but I could run everything else.
Yeah, I should probably, at that time, I probably should have been more like a console player, just out of, you know,
Convenience.
Not convenience, but price.
Yeah. Fallout New Vegas is a game I absolutely fucking I grew up with that game, and I just played the shit out of it. And that was like my first time playing an RPG. I played Fallout 3 originally, but I was so dumb I couldn't figure out how to manually save, so I would keep dying and going back to Megaton, and I'm just like, oh shit.
Yeah, I probably should have got like an Xbox. Which if I got like a, it's still, even today, like I'm not a big fan of Sony. I never owned any Sony console ever.
Yeah.
And I have no plans. I mean, I do have a PlayStation 2, but I got that recently, and I need to get a hard drive for it as soon as income starts streaming in again.
My brother is PlayStation all the way. He was PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, and so on. But all I played was Xbox, like Call of Duty. My first Call of Duty game was COD 4, and COD 4 Modern Warfare 2 I played on my own, but I would borrow other COD games from my brother. But
yeah, like I think the 5th generation is when I was like, I'm done. I'm just gonna play games on my PC. PC games are better anyway. But when the original Xbox came out, I was like, oh, what is this? It's basically a computer. And what are they saying that it is? Oh, of course, Halo. But they were also saying that this is the console for PC gamers. And I'm like, sold. I want Halo.
Yeah.
I want to play Tony Hawk. Tony Hawk 3.
Yeah. I'm a PC gamer all the way now. I had a 60 hertz monitor for like I think it was since 2013. I got it for Christmas. Then like this year I decided, like last year, I'm like, hey, I might as well buy an upgrade or whatever. I got a new PC, so I'm like, yeah, what's this over 100 hertz gaming? I bought it, and I'm like, oh fuck it.
Oh yeah, it's a completely different beast. My TV is 120, and I have a Series X. It's oh my god. 165. I'm so glad that there's a lot of games. I'm not sure if Sony does this at all, but I know that Xbox has been really pushing developers to like incorporate keyboard and mouse support. So there's a lot of games like Halo Infinite. You can plug in a keyboard and mouse and play it, and it is fucking night and day playing at 120 hertz. It is night and day. Like I always thought, like, oh, I know you could, the human eye could see that, but I didn't know that it would make that much of a difference until I actually played it. When I actually saw Rocket League playing at 120 hertz, I was like, oh my god, this is a game changer.
My first experience with like high refresh gaming was before the 165. Was I bought a bunch of computer parts off Craigslist, and I got a CRT monitor for free, and I'm just like, what's the difference? And it was like 5 hertz, and I'm like, it's not that much of a difference. But I played it, and I'm like,
5 hertz?
This is pretty good.
5?
85 hertz.
Oh, 85. Okay.
85.
I was like 5. Oof.
No, 5 hertz is no. A digital watch couldn't even do that.
Jesus Christ.
Hashtag calculator watches.
Still trying to hit me up. Just going through my messages and making sure that everybody who's saying that they want in can get in. Nice.
Oh, come on, fucking computer.
Yeah, I just woke up. Like, I worked last night, so we're gonna be doing this. How long is this gonna take? So we've been at this for. It says I think we didn't actually get started until like 7 minutes or 4 minutes in or something. I don't know. 35 minutes. So we got 7.5 hours. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No wait. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Probably not gonna get. Probably maybe until midnight. What?
Oh my god, Patrick. Patrick Smith wrote, what?
What?
Desert Bus Nicotine Craving Challenge. Heart. If I don't know how to make a bomb, but the criminals can find out and the terrorists win.
Did you say bong or bomb?
Bomb.
If the terrorists know how to make a bomb, it's game over.
Yeah, it's like back in the 2000s. South Park did an episode about this where like they have the Twin Towers, kind of like they're trying to scare their kids off of like trying drugs, so they have like their future pretend selves come back in the past, and in their office they have a picture where it goes, if you buy marijuana, the terrorists win, and it's the Twin Towers.
Oh jeez, I remember some of those cringy commercials.
Yeah.
Was it the remember there was like remember they did like a bunch of nursery rhyme ones, and the one that I remember was what was the nursery rhyme with the sticking his finger in the pie and pulling out a plum? Anyways, he was like, they started the nursery rhyme, and the reason why he never got off his toughened was because he was so paranoid because he smoked weed. It's like, what?
Oh, there was one with like you remember that one where it was like a generically drawn, like it looked like a sketchbook, and it was like the dog walks up to the guy that's high or whatever, and Family Guy did a parody of it, but it's like he has no motivation. Fuck, I gotta find that video.
Oh, where the kid was melted into the couch? That one?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he used to be so cool. He used to hang out with us all the time, and then he started smoking pot, and now he's just melted into the couch. They show him, and he was actually, like, he looked like someone splattered a human on the couch.
Yeah, it like hot candle wax, but not as woo.
I just keep looking over at Grand Theft Auto Jet Set Radio Future and wanting to play that instead. That's a game that should come out.
Yeah.
Grand Theft Auto Future. Jet Set Radio Future, but it's Grand Theft Auto.
I didn't mind Grand Theft Auto Online. I played the shit out of that, and I'm just like, you know, this is just too much of a grind fest.
I messed with it a little bit. It was kind of fun, but then I was like, nah. I don't know. I never really got too much. I mean, there's certain multiplayer games that I really got into, like Team Fortress, like Quake Team Fortress, the original Team Fortress. I played a lot of Team Fortress Classic, Quake Deathmatch.
Mine was Gary's mod.
Yes, I've never got into Gary. I wanted to though.
I've had, you know, it's weird. I have 900 hours in Gary's mod. I'm just like,
I have like 1,400 hours in Team Fortress 2. Like, ridiculous. I used to play that.
I could not get into that game. It was just too frustrating for me.
It was like there was a point where it was like I would go to work and I would come home and play Team Fortress 2 until I got tired and went to sleep. Woke up the next day and went to work. And on my weekends, like pretty much that's all I did. Just play Team Fortress. I was like upset. It was mostly when it first came out. And then I got really good at it. People were like offering me to join clans. I'm like, nah, I'm not about that life.
Yeah.
I wasn't a Counter-Strike for a while, like the original. When it was, I think I started playing. I remember seeing my friend play it, and I didn't have a computer that was good enough to play Counter-Strike just yet. And then when I finally did, it was like beta 7, I think, or 0.7. I don't remember the numbers, but it was something like that. It was like right after they made everyone walk slower.
Yeah. They actually got a, I think it was Doom 3. Some guy got it running on Windows 98.
Windows 98 was
absolutely terrible.
Windows 98 was the one that was out when it came out, wasn't it? Windows XP came out, I think, 2001.
No, that was like 2003 is when Doom 3, I think, came out.
Oh, okay. That's right.
2004, I think.
I remember they dropped the demo like in the 90s though, like when they were first showing it off for Mac when the GeForce came out.
Yeah.
Yeah, the GeForce 3, which I got day one. Like I bought a computer at a computer fair, and it was my graduation present.
Wow.
Huh?
Computer fair.
Computer fairs.
That's something I've never.
I don't know if they still do that, but that was like where you got cheap computers, and you could even get computers cheaper pre-built at computer fairs than you could just buy the individual parts of the store. Yeah. A lot of times. And so
yeah,
I got like we found a guy that had like a really good deal on the GeForce 3 fucking build, and he was like, but it's not going to come out, you know, for like another month or two. He's like, we'll just ship it out to you. I was like, cool. So like when it finally arrived, it was like pretty much almost day one, maybe. I don't remember exactly. Oh, sweet. Patrick's going to stop in.
Yeah. Circuit City is like what I remember as a kid. Like my grandmother, she would get cancer treatments, and we'd go up to Boston, and there was a Circuit City nearby, and I think afterwards there was Circuit City, Toys R Us, etc. And when I was a kid, they'd just bring me there, and I'd look at all the electronics and stuff. It was absolutely fun, but I don't know.
I never really got into Circuit City. I was my dad was really into Radio Shack before they stopped being Radio Shack and started being Cell Phone Shack. Because he used to work for.
I remember that. My dad.
He was an engineer for Hughes Aircraft.
My dad, he always tinkered with electronics and stuff, and he'd always go in there for transistors and stuff like that. Then they stopped doing a lot of that, and he was pissed.
Yeah, now you can buy all that shit online for cheaper.
Yeah. But my dad, he would go in there because he liked the actual drawers and stuff.
Yeah.
He could actually open it up, do that versus looking online. You get the wrong part.
I need a
You have to
1538 capacitor. Do you have Nikon? I don't even know if that's a real. I'm sure that's not a capacitor number. I don't remember what the capacitor numbers in some of the Xboxes, but I had to order some. Some of the Xbox had what came out at the time that there was a thing called capacitor plague, which Nikon specifically, which was like one of the best capacitor companies, were making a bunch of capacitors that would that were faulty, and they would start leaking after like 10 years. But nobody knew it at the time because they were brand new and they were working, and they wouldn't die for another 10 years. I think the only video game console that suffered it was Xbox. So I don't know, GameCube and Dreamcast.
With capacitor leaks,
Dreamcast came out before the capacitor leak.
All you gotta do with like the capacitor leaks, kind of, is just take that capacitor out, clean the board with rubbing alcohol, try to get all that crap off of it, and replace the transistor.
Capacitor.
Oh shit, capacitor, transistor. This is why I couldn't build my own radio.
Yeah, but the Xbox, the only thing, I think there's 4 capacitors that have, 3 of them are potentially bad. One of them is definitely bad, unless you get one revision that came out after the capacitor plague was over, which is the 1.6. And if you remove that capacitor, then you'll brick your system. But
yeah.
But if you have original Xbox, you should open it up and take that clock capacitor out. And there's guides online. Read the guides before you actually open up your excuse me, before you open up your Xbox, because there's a good chance you don't even need to open up your Xbox and do anything.
Yeah.
But most of them have that problem, and it'll leak acid on your board and kill it.
Yeah.
And then there's 3 other ones that are over by. They're kind of like. There's 3 and they're all the same kind. They're over by the CPU and the GPU. Those have a potential leak. Some of them, most of them don't. I did have one that I opened up, and I looked at them and they were fine. I cleaned the clock capacitor and modded it. By the time I was done modding it and adding stuff to it, I double checked everything to make sure everything was good inside, and they started leaking from the top. So I had to order some online and replace. So I bought some extra ones just in case. I was like, I have a feeling that's going to happen again, and it hasn't happened again. So.
Yeah. There was this guy, the 8-bit guy, and he absolutely destroyed an IBM prototype. Found it. 8-bit guy's not bad, but he just destroyed an IBM prototype. I think he didn't know what he had, but he put a paperclip in. Tried doing a paperclip trick to try to jump it, but it just totally shorted out the board.
The bus doesn't have the bus has brakes, but if we go under 45 miles per hour, the bus will explode.
Oh, I've never seen that movie.
Was Speed? It's pretty good. Don't watch the sequel though; it's stupid.
Yeah, when I would visit my niece and my half brother, he would play it movie, and I would just tune out because I don't know, but it's my niece's favorite movie, I think.
It's a weird movie to be your favorite. It's not a bad movie.
I don't know.
It's just, I don't know. Some people tell me they're like, oh, what's your favorite movie? And they'll tell me some off-the-wall thing that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I can understand if someone told me their favorite movie was something ridiculous, I don't know, something about Mary, or oh shit, nope, I need to see my eye on the rose. Bump my mouse. If it was something about Mary, I could get that. Okay, you just like goofy comedies, whatever. Or Freddy Got Fingered, which I completely agree. That is the best movie of all time. But most people don't know why.
The Italian zombie films.
The what?
Italian zombie films.
Oh. Like Troll? Troll 2?
Yes. Kind of. It's basically
piss on hospitality.
Back in the 80s, they basically Zombie was the Italian title for Dawn of the Dead over in Italy. Well, there was this director who wanted to cash in on it, so this Italian director made Zombie 2. Then he made Zombie 3, and so on. And it's just the effects are actually pretty good for an Italian zombie film.
I like spaghetti westerns when it comes to Italian stuff. The dollar series the dollar trilogy is fucking amazing, and each episode just keeps getting better and better. Like Fistful of Dollars is great. A Few Dollars More is even better. The Good, the Bad, the Ugly. Oh my God, it's a masterpiece.
I've only seen the third film you've mentioned.
Yeah, I remember when I always have a problem pronouncing his name. Irone Morricone? I don't know how to pronounce his name. The guy that did the music for The Good, Bad, and the Ugly and a bunch of those spaghetti westerns. When he died, I streamed all 3 of those movies in our Discord server. I watched them in a row.
Yeah.
I was like, holy fuck. I had already seen A Fistful of Dollars, but I didn't see the other 2. And I was like, holy fuck, these are amazing.
John Wick 3 actually has a little nod to that to Tuco when Keanu Reeves was building the revolver. He's doing the same thing as in The Good, Bad, and the Ugly. Which I didn't mind. I like John Wick 1 and 2. Third film, it was all right.
I thought the third film was one of the better ones. I think the first one is the best, but I think the third one is better than the second one.
It's just they play it on TV so freaking often.
The opening fight scene is fucking amazing.
It's just like play it way too much.
Or that knife store, that knife museum, or whatever. Holy shit.
Yeah, that John Wick 4, when that comes out, that's good. I just don't, but what John Wick has kind of become is just they play it all the time on TV and shit. Like, there was John Wick 2, then they played John Wick 2 again right after that.
Last night, I was at work, and one of the old ladies was watching Bad Santa. And I was like, oh, God, this is my favorite Christmas movie. But it was like the edited TV. They took out all the cuss words. And I was like listening to it. And I was like, they did an amazing job taking out all those cuss words. Because every other word in that movie is a curse word. It's fucking great.
Yeah, I actually, you know what's funny? I went to go see that movie with my mom when I was like 14, and she didn't know what it was at first. So halfway through that movie, it was hilarious seeing her reactions.
That movie's great. I fucking love that movie.
Like, I was
favorite Christmas movie of all time.
And my mom, I think my mom took me to Titanic once when that got re-released, and it was freaking hilarious.
I'm not a fan of that movie. Never was.
I think it is way too long.
Like, I like all the stuff when they're talking about like the history of it or whatever. Like anytime they're actually showing the ship falling apart or hitting the iceberg, or the captain going down with the ship.
That never happened.
The what? Are you a Titanic truther? Titanic truther?
It was all hologram. The thing is, there was a third Twin Tower.
It was called the Titanic.
But it was good. I mean, I liked watching behind the scenes. I was absolutely obsessed with, like, the wreck of the Titanic as a kid, because I lived right next to Woods Hole Oceanographic, like just a few 30-minute drive, and I actually got to see when I was in middle school. I had a friend who actually knew somebody who worked there, and I actually got to go in their archives and look at all the crap. and just look at pictures and stuff.
I should have procured more caffeine today. This tea ain't cutting it.
Yeah.
Fucking tea. Fucking Brit bombs.
Dude, and methamphetamine for that.
No. Fuck meth.
Come on, don't you want to lose your teeth?
No. Hell no.
Yeah. New Marvel DC Suicide Squad. I have not seen that. I haven't seen a movie in the theater for like almost a year.
Oh god, last movie I saw in theaters was disappointing. I'm kind of embarrassed to say which one it was. It was what the fuck was it called? I don't remember. It was the one with Vin Diesel.
Yeah, Hobbs and Shaw. Or...
No. It wasn't a fast movie. It was it was like he was like a soldier. You know, they had like superpowers or whatever, but they could like erase his memory. And so like he just kept waking up over and over thinking that his wife was murdered. And they just implanted the memory of whoever they wanted him to kill as the killer of his family. And so they just was like, this is the guy that murdered your family. And they go out and murder them. And then he realized that they were doing that to him, and he fought up. What the fuck was that called? It was bad. It was so bad. Even for a Vin Diesel movie.
There was I wanted to go see like when it came out
Blood something.
Well, my friend. Yeah,
Bloodshot.
Friend,
there we go. Yeah, that movie was stupid. That was the last movie I saw, and then they shut down the theaters.
Yeah. But yeah, my friend, I wanted to go see Birds of Prey with them, but something came up, and then after like 2 weeks, I'm like, let me read the reviews, and I go, holy shit, this movie bombed.
Oh yeah, I saw Birds of Prey, and I knew going in that it was going to be bad.
Like, what I hear, it's just way different than Did she refuse, the actress at least, to like wear what she wore in Suicide Squad, or was
she was dressed way less provocative, because it was more like,
that's the whole reason why everybody saw Suicide Squad.
It was the only reason to watch it.
Yeah, I mean, like.
No, it was Bloodshot. I remember it. I remember it had something to do with blood in it, and Bloodshot, like, that's definitely it. Yeah. The one that I watched before then was actually really good, and I remember everybody. I remember when it first came out, there was a lot of conservatives that were upset about it because the premise was, like, it was a bunch of liberals, you know, like, hunting Trump supporters, and that's what it was. But when you watch the movie, it wasn't like, yeah, fuck Trump supporters. It really wasn't. If anything, it was fuck liberals. Like that was they were making fun of all like everybody. But the whole point of that movie was like the political divide in this country is getting way out of hand. Like that was the real takeaway message of the movie. And that both the far right and the far left were really bad, but if anyone was the worst, it was the far left. And they were really cracking a lot of, like, I think the liberals in the movie, you know, that were doing the hunting, a lot of them were like completely inept with guns. And they were talking about their soy mocha latte with extra soy, and I think they were talking. I think there was like a reference to cuckoldry. Like, they were really digging into them. And I think the only, real.
I like it, but I don't.
I was gonna say the only real Trump supporter that they were. You really need to get better internet, dude. This satellite thing ain't working.
I know, man.
Because the delay is like really throwing me off. Anyways, the only real Trump supporter that they actually made fun of what like as like you know this is a real bad problem was the guy that was supposed to be Alex Jones, and that was it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the Hunt. I think that's what it was called. Yeah, that movie was great.
Yeah, The Hunt.
I remember there was one of the guys in our server was complaining like, "Oh, it was making fun of Trump support." I was like, "You didn't watch the movie." He's like, "I did watch the movie."
Yeah.
I'm like, "I doubt it. It's an obvious satire. You really need to like watch it again." Yeah, his character wasn't even that bad. It was Ethan Suplee.
I might watch like a bunch of movies I missed because I don't know. I might watch Birds of Prey just to like fucking make fun of it because it's, I don't know. But when Suicide Squad came out, every basic white girl was going out as Harley Quinn for Halloween.
Had no problem with that. No problem with that.
Hey, I had no problem with it either, but I thought it was hilarious.
My favorite one was the girls that were dressing up like the female Bane. That was great.
Oh. Femdom.
Where they wore the Bane mask, but they were like wearing like a crop top and the fucking shoulder strap vesty thing. Yeah.
I think I'm confused here.
Those are big boobs for you. Ooh.
Oh, Tom Hardy, when did you get the change?
Halloween is the night of the Clussy. Oh, clown.
What's a Clussy?
Clown. 10th anniversary for the first Bane cover. Really? Man.
Ah.
I remember seeing The Dark Knight Rises in theaters. That movie slayed me. Really killed me.
I remember watching that, but my dad was absolutely like scared shit because of the whole Aurora shit.
Yeah, that was the joke.
So like every 5 minutes looking at the oh shit.
I remember when that movie came out. I was making
head.
jokes like that. I was like, "Oh, I saw The Dark Knight Rises. It slayed me." Everybody's dying to go see the new Batman movie. I remember one of my friends, you know, that I grew up in California with, was like, "That's super tasteless." And I'm like, "I know. That's why I said it."
Yeah.
How many tasteless jokes do I make? Every 9/11, I'm just posting like 9/11 jokes.
Or McDonald.
9/11.
I showed that to my mom. I showed her the whole Andy Dick thing.
Oh.
And she was just like, holy shit.
Don't make it sound like a fat, plumpy, delicious cock.
He's a national treasure.
Yeah, he will be missed. Yeah, dark humor is great. It's the best kind of humor. By the way, I will be opening up super chats for alcohol shots later, but not now. I just woke up. I'm not doing the alcoholic equivalent of waking and baking. I'm not doing it.
Yeah. I went to my dashboard, and I think I had a notification that was pretty late, but I went into YouTube Video Manager, and it goes, "This is the 5th anniversary of your YouTube channel." It's like, what?
Jeez. I got my YouTube channel in 2006, like when I hated it. I liked Google Video because you could upload long videos to Google Video. If I ran a theater, I would require that all young men bring a girlfriend in order to view any Batman film. It's just not comfortable with the risk of gamer uprising. Well, I think maybe not Batman, but Joker.
I mean, you definitely need to bring a human shield along if you're gonna watch Batman.
Yeah. Women aren't people. Oh, there's someone in the. See someone in the background. Yeah. Oh, let me not crash the bus.
Oh God, man, a Bella Danger looks different on that bus.
Did you ever see that meme of that Riley Reid meme where she's like, "Oh fuck, I'm gonna," and then you blank it out, whatever, like fuck, I'm gonna bully, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone posted that, like, it was like, this is you remember this girl? This is her now. Do you feel old yet? And it was Joe Jorgensen.
There was one where it was I can't remember, but it was fuck, I think it was after Rittenhouse or the verdict. I don't know where it was, but it was I think it Dylan Harper or some shit, and it goes, this person took on 5 people or something.
Oh, my favorite Rittenhouse meme was the Skeletor one. It was like Rosenbaum finally got a young boy to unload his what was it? To unload on his face, and it was to die for. Until next time.
I like the one, and I've sent this to a ton of friends. It was the Skeletor meme where it was date an unvaccinated girl.
Oh, date an unvaccinated girl because she can't take her to any restaurant until next time.
Yeah. I sent this one to a friend where it was the Kyle Rittenhouse meme, but it was the fucking Tucker Carlson looking like fucking like that dumbfounded look, but it was like, yeah, I'd raw dog a tranny.
Like no condom. And then Tucker Carlson's face was like what? Like the classic Tucker Carlson face.
Oh my god. Do you know he's speaking at Turning Point USA? I think one of the conventions.
Yeah, I don't.
He is the lead speaker.
I remember when we were doing the Freedom Fiends, we had an invite to go to CPAC, and Michael Dean was like, no, go fuck yourself. And then afterwards he was like, oh man, I shouldn't have said that. I should have just said like Jim.
Yeah, I want to go to Porkfest, but I have no idea. It's just way in advance, and I'm just like, am I really gonna have the time for that? Or
you could probably drive there. I could drive there, but it would take days, and I don't feel like taking a road trip to camp.
Yeah, I'm just paying for like work and shit. You know, they never. I don't know. Just scheduling that far ahead, they hate when somebody does that.
I just wish there was something in like Texas that I could go to. There's got to be some sort of. I know there's like. Yeah. I know Patrick does Feed the Need, which I'm gonna try to. I couldn't get to the Christmas one, and he couldn't either because I think he got COVID, or maybe COVID. Who knows? He got sick, so he couldn't go.
For me, it's a 6-hour drive to Porkfest.
Yeah, it's not that far. So, was it Lancaster?
Yeah. I think it's Lancaster. It's not that far from southern Maine. It's just, I live out in the middle of northern Maine, like near Canada.
And if you get tickets early, I think they're like half off. It's worth going. There's a lot of good people.
Yeah, they're $60 right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind going and bringing some modded Xboxes to sell.
Yeah, peak agorism.
Yep. I have someone in Dallas that wants to buy one. I want to go up to Dallas anyway, so I just need a good excuse to go up there. Sell an Xbox. I want to go to Dealey Plaza, like really bad. That's my Graceland.
I read. I read the New Libertarian Manifesto, and I'm just like, after reading it, I'm just like, what is this?
I just got done reading a really good book called The Myth of Natural Rights, and I was reading it in anticipation to watch or to do the stream about Mark Passeo's Natural Law. So I read the book.
Yeah, Mark Passio.
Mark Passio, yeah. Paseo. I always fuck his name up, but I don't know why. It's not a hard name to fuck up. So I read the book, and then I watched his documentary, and I was like, oh, this is not even natural rights as libertarians are like espouse it at all. It's a completely different beast. It doesn't even have a resembling facsimile to natural laws like Rothbard or Konkin would put out.
It's just pseudoscience.
But The Myth of Natural Rights is a fucking awesome read, and L.A. Rollins pulls no punches. Like, he's not doing the well, here's why he's wrong, and I'm sure he's a wonderful person, and he's a very smart individual, but I think he's wrong in here. No. He's like, I think my favorite line from it was like, Konkin says that he wants to face reality, but he's not even living in reality. It's just like fucking ruthless. Texas is awesome, but Texas, like, if you're gonna move to Texas, you have to find like the perfect spot, and there is like a spot for everybody. If your sentiments are far more like left-leaning, right? If you're a libertarian, but you have more like left sensibilities, which I understand. Like, that's how I was when I first got into libertarian. I was, because I came from the left. I'm very much more conservative now. Then you're probably going to want to move to somewhere like Austin, maybe Dallas, Houston. I'm not too sure about.
Yeah,
but definitely Austin.
Or isn't that bad?
But if you're more conservative, you're probably going to want to move to somewhere a little bit more rural. And there's also like suburbs of Texas in any of the major cities, except for maybe San Antonio. San Antonio doesn't really have a lot of. Well, I guess there's like New Braunfels, and like San Marcos. Yeah, they're going to be a little bit more up your alley.
Yeah.
San Antonio is like the right balance for me, because it's a city, it's not too huge, and there's a lot of Hispanics, but it's not like overwhelming where like all the signs are like in Spanish or anything. So I have my Mexican food, it kind of has a Southern California feel, but with not like Los Angeles, more like Orange County. It kind of feels like Orange County to me, so I like it.
Yeah.
Which Orange County?
I don't mind natural. I don't mind natural rights. I don't mind the concept, but it's just natural. I don't know. I just don't like it when people go into the non-aggression principle is incomplete, and the thing that completes it is natural rights or whatever the hell it is. It's just like. What?
Natural law only exists in the minds of natural legislators. That's the best way of putting it.
Yeah, that's a statement I didn't agree with.
It only exists in their minds. and a lot of it really is kind of, when you really boil down a lot of it, it's basically, I don't like these things, and I don't think other people should do these things to me. But it's like, okay, well, if we're going to take it to its, I mean, sure, you may not want that to happen to you, but some people might want to do those things to you, and it would be in their natural rights to do those things to you. Like the idea that, you don't have the right to steal or kill, because it's not conducive to your life, doesn't necessarily mean that it's not going to be in somebody else's, or that it's some of the other ones were like, it's not good for their, or I'm trying to remember what some of the arguments were from it. I just woke up and I'm not real caffeinated. One of the things that I remember, or trying to remember, was they were saying, now I've just completely lost my train of thought. fuck. I need more caffeine.
Yeah. I don't mind the stern approach to things, but I find it cringeworthy when people take it to its extreme.
My problem with Sterner is, like, he was definitely, like, he didn't really have a prescription. He was just like, here's how I want to do things. The union of egoism thing. Like, union of egoism thing sounds great if you're, like, trying to build, like, a network of, like, friends or family. Perfect. That's the best. But for an organizational structure to, like, to create goods and services, like, no. You're going to end up having to contract with people, and they're going to end up wanting to do things that they're not going to want to do. Like, nobody wants to fucking clean toilets, right? But you need to have an organization, and you're probably going to have that organization in a building, and that building is probably going to have some sort of facilities that allow people to take poops and pees, because it just can't be locked, and you can't have, like, a dirty bathroom and expect everybody to be not suffering. So someone's going to end up having this at some point. And not even that, just all kinds of jobs are not going to be fun to do. You're going to have some kind of contract to say, like, hey, we're going to pay you this much money to work here, and you're not going to have fun, but we need you to work for this amount of time and work on this particular project, and until we get what we worked on, whatever. And if you don't adhere to, like, your job description, then we're not going to pay you, or you owe us money for the money that we did pay you up front. Like, Sterner is really good on some things, bad on others.
What I'm trying to say is Meow wants to join in.
Meow has bad audio, and until he gets headphones, that's not happening.
Okay. Sorry, Meow.
Yeah. We have issues with him during movie nights. He's not a bad guy. He's just, I keep telling him to just get a pair of headphones from the drugstore, please. No. Dapperton, you're the one that's really into horror and stuff. I'm moderately at best into horror. So I have not seen the Chucky show. I haven't seen the new Chucky movie. I still haven't seen that movie that you told me to get, which I have. I just haven't got around to watching it yet. I've just been busy with other things. I might watch it after this. I might. Christmas is going to be lit. I got my Christmas presents over there. Even though I know what's in them, I haven't opened them yet. I got a brand new GameCube controller, so I can finally, I have a GameCube controller, but it's like a cheap knockoff, and I'm getting what I paid for sure. Checking messages. All right.
Yeah.
So I think
I gotta get dinner.
I'm trying. Okay, have a good one. I'm trying to remember what was the argument that, like, some of these natural legislators were trying to talk about. Oh yeah, like they're like, it's not really a man's, like, nature to steal and kill. And it's, you know, like, the normal behavior is not stealing and not killing, and, you know, adhering to the non-aggression principle. That historically has never ever been the case. Like, murder, rape, slavery has existed with mankind since the very beginning. Doesn't mean that it's right, but if you're going to try to say that, you know, it's wrong because of those reasons, it's just factually inaccurate. I think the argument breaks down to begin with. It's like, well, you know, it's not in humans' nature to do these things. Well, one, it is. And two, even if it wasn't, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's the right thing to do. That it's an objective moral philosophy to say that it's wrong to do those things. That does not follow. No, I did not pack. No, my parents sent me gifts, and I knew what was in them. I have this uncanny ability, and I've had it since I was a kid, to be able to pick up a Christmas present, and that's to me, and know exactly what's in it. I just always had that ability, just by shaking it, smelling it, listening to it, feeling it. Like, I just know right away, because I know what I want. My parents have no idea what I want unless I tell them what I want. And when they ask me, like, what do I want, I just go like, oh, well, anytime I want something, I save it to my Amazon wish list, and you could buy it for me there. So just check that. So that's what they do every year. And I could, if I really wanted to, go down the list and add things to my cart after I know they bought things for me, and it would tell me. I also have the ability to check the envelopes of the receipts, and that tells me what those things are. But I just was like, nope, I know what this is. Nope, I know what this is, because I put them on my list so I know what they are. Humor's ethical intuitionism. I still need to do a deep dive into it. The bits and pieces that I've heard from, like, Danny Duchamp seem kind of reasonable. I don't know if I'm on board with it, but it does seem as though, like, for the vast majority of people, their intuitions on what are right and wrong seem to be okay. However, how much of that really kind of boils down to like cultural bugaboos? I mean, because there was, if you were to dial back the clock like 100 years or so. By the way, again, I remember this is not coming from reading his material on it. It's listening to people talk about things sporadically secondhand. But if you were to rewind the clock back 200 years, it was not even, or 300 years in almost any culture. The idea that we would just not have slavery is just insane. It would be an insane concept to most people, morally. Or the moral problem with slavery was just like confusing or baffling to people. So I don't know. I'm not really sure. Their intuitions are a good moral principle. It may be today, and we may look at things today and go like, well, there is no slavery, murder is illegal, rape is illegal, all this other stuff, and anytime anybody does those things, people always scoff and look down on them. And we can say like, oh yeah, then those are. I have an intuition that those things are bad. But people also have those same kinds of feelings towards drug use, or to a lesser degree, homosexual sex, or infidelity. Like, I don't know if infidelity. I mean, sure, I wouldn't cheat on my girlfriend, but is that like some kind of like objective morality to say that you shouldn't have sex with anyone that you're betrothed to? Or what about polyamory or stuff like that? Which I think polyamory is degenerate, but I don't think it's objectively immoral. Yeah, there's just a lot of things that people just or violating another person's intellectual property. People find that like gross. A lot of people do, and a lot of people will, like, even like a lot of YouTubers that I follow. There's a lot of YouTubers that I follow that even people who are in like video game modding scenes, who are like, oh yeah, like video game modding is great and all this stuff, but I would never sell like or think a person is good for selling a console with preloaded games on it. And it's like, fuck you. It's like, you know, I have no problem with that whatsoever, so long as, like, for instance, Nintendo, great example. I would have no problem with someone selling a Super Nintendo with a card in it that has every game ever made, because, especially from Nintendo, because Nintendo has like a very poor track record of ever wanting to re-release a lot of these games, especially like games like Mother, which why they won't release Mother, any of the Mother games at all, is beyond me. It's like these games were on Nintendo and Super Nintendo, and you have their online service, which they release like a lot of their older games on there, but they won't release Mother or Earthbound. It's like, why? You have the intellectual property. You could just drop it. They just won't do it. So Nintendo is, and not only that, some of the things that they do is just bizarre. Like, they won't re-release any GameCube games. Almost, very few exceptions, they'll re-release GameCube games. I think they did Wind Waker for the Wii U, but no one had a Wii U anyway. Odyssey they did for a little bit for the 3D All-Stars collection. It's like, I honestly, like, there's a lot of these games that are, a lot of them are like in legal limbo. They can't re-release them, like Jet Set Radio Future, which is playing in the background. Sega can't re-release that game. It's because a lot of the music that's in it is copyrighted, and there's all kinds of legal hurdles that they have to jump through in order to get the music to go on there. And without the music to that game, the music is part of that game. You can't have one without the other. So, but there's a lot of people who will like have like a visceral negative reaction to the idea that someone would sell a video game console with games preloaded in there that are copyrighted. Yeah, I don't know. But for the big things, it seems to make a lot of sense, like killing, rape, murder, statutory rape. A lot of people have visceral reactions to those, and I think those are justified. But people also have a lot of those same kind of feelings towards things that I don't think any libertarian would agree with: intellectual property, drug use, sexual deviancy. Yeah. Like, I'm repulsed by a lot of things sexually, but I don't think it's moral. And I have the same like repulsion that I would get with something like rape. Just, I think the consequences of those things should be different, right? I think a rapist should be locked away. I don't think a furry should be locked away. I think they should be hung, but that's a different. So mommy kissing Santa Claus. Wow, I can't believe that you are on my stream justifying heteronormative sexual stereotypes in my channel. How dare you, sir? You should go to college. Oh, you're not racist? Let me redefine some terms. You're racist. Go to college. And so for me, for ethics, I really want there to be some sort of objective moral code that we could all follow that stands up against, good reasoning. I just have not found it yet, and the ones that I've been presented, especially, not even especially, because I've heard some really wacky ones that are the really wacky ones are outside of libertarianism, but there's some really wacky ones in libertarianism too. I just don't think they hold muster. So for me, it seems like egoism is the best way to go about living your life ethically, is to is sort of like not like basically do the non-aggression principle, unless it's like, oh, you're not allowed to steal a paperclip to save the world from a nuclear bomb, to defuse a nuclear bomb, because stealing is wrong. So I'm not a big fan of hard determinism. I'm not a big fan of hard utilitarianism either, which, there's some ethical quandaries that come out from that, and it's not just the basic, like, well, let's just kill someone and harvest their organs to save more people. I think that's if you had read Mill, you would know that that's not he addresses that problem. But there's some other issues that are very similar to that I find, so I'm not a complete like that. But I do think like something like a rule consequentialism makes a whole lot of sense, where you have rules, ethical principles that you follow, and you can deviate from those in very rare circumstances where the cost far outweighs the benefits. Like, for example, The trolley problem would be a good example where I would pull the lever. Wouldn't feel good about it, but I would pull the lever to save 5 people's lives, even though it would sacrifice 1 person's. I would pull the lever if, you know, the bomb, or if the trolley had a nuclear bomb that was going to blow up an entire metropolitan area versus killing 1 person. It really depends. Fat. Yes. Working on that. Lost 60 pounds. Someone told me to stop being fat, so I'm working on it. So, unfortunately, it's not something I can do overnight. So I think egoism is like the best like strategy. So like you go out and you do things that, you know, don't harm other people, that make people happy, that doesn't upset their moral compass. Don't murder, don't rape, don't steal, don't fuck minors. Do all the stuff that, you know, people would want you to do, like help the needy, you know, all that stuff. And in return, society will not ostracize you from society. They won't put you in a jail cell. They won't try to kill you in retaliation or self-defense. I think the non-aggression principle is a good rule of thumb. Very rare, very bizarre circumstances will arise where you'll probably need to steal a paperclip to defuse a nuclear bomb that'll destroy a city. That would be a good reason to steal. But for the most part, the vast majority of times, 99.99999% of the times, it's always going to be wrong. Always going to be wrong to steal. Jim Jesus Redux. I did gain some weight when I first moved out here because it is really hard to diet. Driving to Kansas, driving back to Vegas, driving to and then driving to Texas, and driving back to Kansas, and then driving back to Texas. It's really hard when all you got to do is to sit in a car and eat fast food. It's really hard. So I did gain a little bit of weight. Then once I got out here, I tried to get back on keto, and that was really hard to do, especially since I have a friend here who's always like, Jim, you have to try this new barbecue place, and they put sugary sauce all over everything. You have to come. We're going. It's like, fine. I'll start keto next week then. And then you meet a girl who's like, oh, I made you a vegan burger. It's full of carbs. All right. I'll do keto later. Now I'm just like, all right, I'm just going to do portion control. Try not to eat so many disgusting fatty stuff. Keep fast food to a minimum. And if I do get fast food, I'm not going to get like the ultra 9,000 burger, extra large fries. I'm going to be like, I'm going to get the small burger, or I'll get the chicken that's not deep fried. Always get diet sodas because I'm past that point with diet soda now where I don't taste the kind of bittery aftertaste from artificial sweeteners. So Coke Zero tastes pretty much to me the same as regular Coke. And in fact, it actually tastes better because I don't like the taste of like that corn syrup. Like I can't actually taste corn syrup, and it tastes kind of funny to me. And I don't like the texture. So, and it's just unnecessary calories. If you can get past that kind of bitter aftertaste, it's worth it. So a big drink like this would pack in almost as much calories as the burger itself, and you can just turn it into water or unsweet tea or diet soda. Do that. Just make it a 0 calorie thing. That helps a lot. I have to taste blood every day. Yeah, I like meat. I'm never gonna give up meat. Never, ever, ever. Oh, you lost weight? Cool. Congratulations, Dap. Vegans are morally deficient, and people who want fake sugar are highly suspicious to me. Well, honestly, like I think high fructose corn syrup is fake sugar. I'm not gonna lie. high fructose corn syrup. High fructose corn syrup in some things makes sense, like from like a chemistry standpoint. Like if you're making, or not just high fructose, just corn syrup in general. Like if you're making hard crack candy, you have to use corn syrup. You just can't use cane sugar. You have to use corn syrup in order to get that hard crack kind of consistency. And I'm not talking about crack cocaine before someone makes that joke. But for like sodas, just use cane sugar. If cane sugar was still used in sodas today, I probably wouldn't have made that switch, because Mexican Coke is really good. That's my favorite kind of Coca-Cola, is like cane sugar. Or when they do Passover's Coke, which I know they don't use cane sugar, they use some other kind of sugar, but it's not high fructose corn syrup. I actually like Passover Coke. It's actually really good. I'll go out to like the area where it has like a high density, like a Jewish population, when Passover time is around, and just start buying like Passover Coke because I like it. It's so good. And it's cheaper than buying Mexican Coke. But we don't live in that world. My choices are Coke Zero or regular Coke. And Diet Coke is, it's not the same. It's a completely different flavor formula. So you have two pizzas, and one has jizz in it. If you guess which, you'll get a sum of money. How much money would it have to... How much money would it have to be to actually taste the pizzas? I don't know. I don't think there would be a sufficient amount of money. I don't think there would be a sufficient amount of money. I don't know whose jizz it is or what they have or anything. They could die of... No amount of money is worth getting AIDS. So I'm going to say no amount of money. It's highly suspicious. On all fronts. Let me check my Discord real quick. People are adding me there. No, son of a bitch. Okay, so we've got some people lined up to come in. It's Carrot Top. Oh, man. I used to like Carrot Top as a kid. Jeez, I keep knocking my mouse. Stop it. Stop. Alright, so now I'm back on track. My cat's trying to beg for my attention. She's like, you've been at work for the last 2 days. Now you're back sitting in front of that computer streaming shit. This better not go on for 14 hours. No, Meffy, it's only going to go on for 8. You're good. You want me to throw the bottle down? I buy her toys. And she likes playing with the toys, but her favorite toy is just bottle caps from 2-liter bottles. That's her favorite toy. All time. And she plays fetch. You gonna bring it back? Guess not. You gotta bring the cat back if you want me to throw it. I'm not gonna get up. No. I'm not gonna get up. Come here. Cat's crazy. Fresh off the jet from effing with Puff. Bring it back. And if you bring the cat back, if you want me to throw the cat, you have to bring it to me. That's how fetch works. My cat's not really a cat. She's a sharp dog. She knows her name. She'll come when I call her. She'll play fetch. She chews on things. She gets in the trash. She's a fucking dog. Always have to keep the trash away or not put foodstuffs in trash. Like, I have a trash can. Most of it's like paper and like water bottles. If I have food, I put it in the trash in the kitchen where she can't get it. But she will dig into it. But Mephi's cool. I just don't understand her whole pica thing where she's constantly wanting to chew on plastic all the time. It's bizarro. It's like a fucking dog. So I did a whole podcast about the Rittenhouse trial. I have not been following the Kim Potter trial at all, and I kind of, to be completely honest, I don't really care. I'm not too familiar with the case. That was the case where the cop shot a guy because she said that she tried to pull out her taser, but instead she pulled out her gun and blasted him. Which Alright, so there's a new quest game called Resist. Or like #assist, right? Where you can swing in a massive city like Superman. You should consider getting it. I'm getting it for my son. You know, I have not really messed with my quest. Like, my quest is over there. It's charging. And it's been charging for like weeks. I haven't even used it. I haven't even watched. Because that was the whole point of me wanting to get. I Gotta Go, like when it first came out, was I just wanted to watch 3D movies. Like, I've always been obsessed with like stereoscopic stuff. Even when I was a kid, like anytime they ever did like a 3D movie thing, like I always tried to get the glasses so I could watch the 3D thing. Anytime they had like 3D books, I always got like the 3D books, even if it was for a property that I didn't really care about. I remember getting like 3D stuff for cartoons that I never was a real big fan of, just because it was in 3D. Anytime I went to Disneyland, I always wanted to go see Captain EO like multiple times. And sure, I liked Michael Jackson when I was a kid, but it was more that I wanted to see 3D 3D movie. Anytime a movie came out in 3D, I wanted to see it. And when Avatar came out, I was like, I have to go see it in IMAX 3D. I have to. Anytime there was a movie that came out in IMAX 3D, I had to go see it. Anytime I was near an IMAX theater, I wanted to go see it, just because I've just always been a big fan of like stereoscopic films. And even when I go see movies today, I still go see them in 3D. I always pay the extra money to see it in 3D. Always, always, always. But I was never like in a financial position to get like a 3D TV when those were popular. It's now you just can't get one. You just flat out can't even get a used one. They're just not even a thing anymore. So I was like, well, what are my only options? Well, my only options is to get like an Oculus, and you can download 3D movies. I mean, buy them legally, obviously, for them, so I could watch movies like Dread, because I didn't see Dread 3D in 3D. I didn't see it until after it already came out on home video, and so I wanted to see that movie in 3D, and that movie was great in 3D. That's the main reason why I buy these things, is to watch stuff in 3D, or to watch like roller coaster videos, or to watch, you know, adult content in 3D. But I haven't even used it for that. So I don't know. There's also a few games that I really need to sit down and play at some point, which I have played a little bit with Half-Life Alyx, which that game is phenomenal. But that's not on the Oculus. I mean, you can play it on the, you can buy it on Steam and play it on the Oculus with the connector cable, but, and I have a connector cable, but just haven't got around to doing anything in VR. Like VR, I think VR is the future of gaming. It's going to be the future. I just haven't found a lot of great games that really like maybe want to spend a lot of time in VR yet. There's games that I play that are fun, and I'll play them for a little bit, and I'm like, okay, I've had my fill. I also don't have my VR legs yet. And it doesn't help that I haven't been touching a lot of VR stuff, so I don't really have my VR legs. So, like, when I start playing VR games, after about, like, 10 or 15 minutes or so, I start feeling sick, especially ones where I'm having to walk around and grab things and do things. If it's something like Accounting Plus, that's fine. That's not too bad. But when I first tried Alex, and this was even after I bought an Oculus and was messing with it for a while. When I was playing Alex, like me not having VR legs really showed, and I started feeling really sick right afterwards. Sorry, Spider-Man. I know what you meant. I said Spider-Man. I read Spider-Man, and I said Superman. I know what you meant. Do you think you'd win in a fight to the death with Weird Al? Ooh, probably not. And the reason why is I think he would find like a hilarious way to try to kill me, and I would be too busy laughing than defending myself. I think that's where he would get me. And I saw him fight on Celebrity Deathmatch, and I think that's probably wouldn't go down any dissimilar than that. Do I like it for 3D applications? Yeah, like a lot of 3D stuff on the Oculus that aren't games. I've used them before. That's kind of interesting. No holds barred, but you're both nude and covered in honey. These are the most interesting questions. Like, I remember Rum Raven used to ask me questions. They're they're weird, but they're very different kinds of weird, rather. These are very interesting questions. Yeah, that'd be really weird. I still think he would find a funny way to try to kill me, and I'd probably be too busy laughing to defend myself. Yo, driver, we ain't Capitan yet. We still see roads. Yeah, where we're going, we don't need roads, but until we get there, we need roads. We have another, at least, 6 and some change hours. Besides, I have to take a lunch break. I did not eat breakfast, and I'm gonna wait until lunch. So I'm just gonna skip breakfast today. Resident 4 came out on Quest 2, so that should be a great game. I think that won an award, didn't it? Didn't it win Best VR Game? Weird Al would beat you up with a skateboard and call you Kyle. Well, that means I get to carry an AR. The AR-15 that I lost in a voting accident, obviously. By the way, I just want to point out that, like, there's so many like leftists who are like upset that Kyle got off, even though, like, if you watch the videos, you would know so much, just the clips of the actual incidences. You would know so much more about the case than any of them. A lot of them still under the impression that he shot black people. There's a lot of them that's still under the impression that, you know, he was brandishing his weapon at people. They also think that brandishing means having a gun. Like, if I have a gun, like, let's say this is my gun, right? And I have a gun, and it's strapped across my chest or something, right? Or I'm just holding it and pointing it down, that means brandishing. No. Brandishing is when you're pointing a gun at somebody with lethal intent. That's what brandishing is. He was not brandishing a weapon. But if you just watch the videos of the incidences of that night, you would know far more about that case than any of them do collectively. It's bizarre. They know so much about that. Then they'll turn around and say something like Michael Reinhold, who was the guy who shot the Trump supporter in Portland during a Black Lives Rally protest, and I can't put enough quotation marks around the word protest, so I'm not going to try, who shot him, they think, oh, that was self-defense. And it's obviously not. This guy, like, stalked him all night, was following this guy all night, was hiding behind, like, walls and dumpsters, and waited for him to, like, come out, and shot him, ran up to him, shot him, and ran off. And a lot of people were like, well, he fired pepper spray at him. It was self-defense. It's like, well, first of all, he didn't fire pepper spray at him. He was, like, getting his pepper spray out because the guy was about ready to, like, shoot him had a gun pointed at him, so he reached for his pepper spray to, like, start to spray him. And then when he got the pepper spray up, before he could spray the pepper spray, which, by the way, would be a completely legitimate use of pepper spray when a guy has a fucking gun in your face. The guy shot, and the bullet went through the can of pepper spray, exploding the pepper spray and then killing him. It was premeditated murder on every single level. And they think that this guy was completely self-defense. And if you watch that video, which they have, they look at that video and go, yeah, that was obviously self-defense. But then they look at the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. It has to be complete tribalism. Well, Kyle Rittenhouse was part of a group called Blue Lives Matter, and I hate Blue Lives Matter. I think that they're Nazis, right? And because they're Nazis, he's not a part of my tribe, so he shot people who were part of Black Lives Matter, who are part of my tribe, which, by the way, Rosenbaum was not part of the protests. He did not care about the protests. He was only there for the riots. Hard to believe that a guy dropping the N-bomb during a Black Lives Matter protest is somehow compassionate about black lives. Sorry, just not. That was the issue. The other issue is Reinhold was part of the Black Lives Matter protest. The other guy was a Trump supporter. Trump supporters are Nazis. Reinhold must be a good guy because he's a part of my tribe, so it's obviously self-defense. You can't look at it that way. You have to look at the circumstances and divorce them from whatever kind of group they are, unless their group is somehow is a contributing factor to the crime. So sure, we could point out that this guy was part of, like, Antifa, but the Antifa is not the determining factor whether or not he's guilty. It just shows a motivation for committing the crime. This guy was a Trump supporter. He didn't like the fact that he was a Trump supporter, so he went to go shoot him. Murdered that guy. It's beyond any reasonable doubt. The left is insane, but you know what? The left is insane. The right can also be just as insane. If you ever talk to a Boomer Con, or if you ever talk to the remnants of what's left of the alt-right, they're just as fucking crazy. So let's see. Yeah, even Destiny. Destiny is. I wouldn't call Destiny a leftist. Destiny is a center-right liberal. I don't consider them leftists. The people that he votes for, like Biden, pander to the leftists. Biden himself is not a leftist. Like, he talks a good game when he's running for office. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna end student debt. I'm gonna get universal health care. I'm gonna get Obamacare to even be even more leftist. And then when he gets in office, he's just a center-left liberal. At the end of the day, he just promotes their rhetoric to pander to them so to get their votes, and then he fucks them over. Just in the same way a lot of Republicans will talk a very libertarian-sounding message a lot of time. Then when they get in office, they're George W. Bush. George W. Bush ran on if you go back and listen to the campaign stuff for George W. Bush, he was very much a non-interventionist. He wanted a humble foreign policy. He wanted to cut taxes drastically on lower and middle class people. He wanted to simplify the tax code, like all the things that you would expect, like, you know, a libertarian to be sympathetic towards for a Republican as best as you can get. And then when he got in office, no, he expanded he wanted to cut spending. He expanded spending. He got us into all kinds of like military entanglements. Sure, you could say that 9/11 changed things, but you know, 9/11 did change things, but he still made the choice to do those things. He didn't have to do nation building. We know that Iraq was a complete lie. So there's no excuse for it. Like that's the con game that politicians do. They pander to voters who are maybe single issue voters or have a strong ideological ties, and then when they get in office, they don't do all of those things. They do the things that's in their interest, and they're just center left liberal. So Destiny is a center left liberal. The stuff that Joe Biden is doing, he's probably going to be in favor of. Maybe not so far as the rhetoric is concerned. I'm pretty sure he's aware. Pretty sure that Destiny is aware that he's only just trying to cater to people who would want to vote for Bernie Sanders. Yeah, Destiny. I like Destiny. I think he's wrong about a lot of stuff. Obviously. But he's just doing a very good job, you know, just not succumbing to like crazy leftist nonsense like Kyle Rittenhouse or Reinhold or what are some of the other things. But you know, he's still very pro-vax. I think he's pro-vax mandate too. Let's say you saw somebody you know in real life crawling around on your ceiling like a bug or a lizard or something, but they never did it again. Would you wait for them to bring it up first? No, I would definitely bring it up. Like, hey, remember that last week where you were like crawling around on my ceiling? I kind of want to do that. How do you do that? He had a heated debate with Vosh. Yeah, that I could not finish that debate because it's so bad. Vosh is awful. Awful. It's like if Esso didn't have brain damage, but it was still stupid. Like he's very overly verbose, and he doesn't need to be. He could say all the things that he's saying with the same precision of language if he just used common English. And he does it just to sound smart. But even though he's using big words that sound smart, what he's saying is so stupid, so dumb. And it always boils down to, okay, suppose we were on an island and there was 5 coconuts. Okay, if we were on an island and there was 100,000 coconuts and you wouldn't give me a coconuts, I would let you eat all of the coconuts. And you know why? Because coconuts are diuretic and you will shit yourself and you will die. And then I can have the island to myself. Because Vosh, you're a fucking retard. Or, excuse me, restart. He is a restart. He's restarting his channel. He's a restart. And he deserves to die of self-induced dysentery from eating too many coconuts. For the bus, you need one of those big head figures out of... Oh, yeah. I need like a bobblehead. No, I need a Buddy Christ. That's what I really need. I need a Buddy Christ. I really need to buy a Buddy Christ for my car. I really do. No, I don't think he did. He may have. I don't know. I don't really watch a lot of Destiny stuff. I have been over the last couple of days, though, because I'm just kind of starved for content right now. For long-form content. And I don't get enough from Dave Smith. I don't get enough from Michael Malice. I don't get enough from, well, Tom Woods. Tom Woods is one of those podcasts. I like Tom Woods. I think he's a cool guy. But he does a lot of episodes I just don't care about. So like, I always read the title, I always read who the interviewee is, and if it doesn't strike me as interesting, I don't watch it, which is fine because there's still a lot of stuff that he does do that I do find interesting, that I do want to hear about. Like, he just did an episode not that long ago about the origins of, or the theories of the origins of the COVID-19 virus and where it came from, and they were kind of weighing through all the different proposals, whether or not it came from a wet market, whether it came from a lab, and they were kind of weighing it. And the book of the guy who he had on didn't conclude that it was from a lab. He's like the lab hypothesis seems like the most plausible one at this point. And there's major inconsistencies with all of them, but the inconsistencies with the wet market theory far outweigh the lab leak theory. So it would take a week, maybe a week. Honestly, like, if I saw him climbing on my ceiling, I think the first thing I would do would be like, holy fuck, that's cool as shit. How are you doing that? I think I'd probably bring it up right away. Do you have a study to back up your claim that child porn leads to abuse? I don't know if I have a study. I heard that there are studies. I'm not familiar with the studies, but I do know that there's been, because I follow a lot of like Jim Can't Swim, which that's not my channel. Interesting thing about Jim Can't Swim is there was a guy that I used to like. Couldn't say that I watched his channel so much. Is a friend of mine watched a lot of his content, and because he watched a lot of his content to disagree with it, it was almost like a hate sub. He always wanted me to like watch his content because he was like, I think this Kasumi guy, he's really smart. He's wrong about everything. And I think he has a potential of being right. And he wanted to always do live streams about some of his content and stuff, which is Eagle Eye 1975, which I kind of miss having that guy around. I wish he would come back. And I remember we ended up doing a stream, and Kasumi came on and would talk to us, and we were just kind of talking about politics and shooting the shit, and it was a very friendly conversation. It was great. But so like, I remember I watch his content here and there, and I never, sometimes I agree with it. Sometimes he has like the right opinion on stuff. Other times he doesn't. It's usually when he does politics stuff, I agree with it. When he starts doing men's rights stuff, or when he does politics, I don't agree with it. When he does more men's rights stuff, I'm more inclined to agree with it. And then when he does like cultural stuff, I'm even more inclined to agree with it, right? Not necessarily though. But I used to watch this Jim Can't Swim channel, and like I was like, that guy sounds a lot like Kasumi. And then I realized, I read the description of one of them, and I was like, oh, it actually is him. Holy shit. But anyways, Jim Can't Swim is like it's like a criminal justice channel, like where they show interrogation tactics of like criminals that get arrested, and some of them are very pedophilic. People who are being arrested or for crimes against children. A lot of them are like murder cases, mass murderers and stuff like that. And all of the ones that had to do with like a child crime in a sexual manner, rather, they usually find out that this person who, was engaged in child rape first got a pornography addiction, which led to more extreme forms of pornography, be it violent porn or whatever. And then there's usually a divergence at that point. It's usually like you get the people who are like sadists who will go down the sadist route, and they'll end up watching video like porn of like rape, or they go down the child pornography route and they'll get really obsessed with like looking at child pornography, lolicon, shotacon, and they'll get really invested in that, and then they want to turn that I'm just watching it on a screen to like I need to actually do this in real life. And there's a lot of people who do that in a more like kind of not in vanilla fashion, but no longer like a legal thing. Like people will watch like watch pornography that involves like feet, and they'll be like, that's weird, and then the more they see it, the more they're like, oh, okay, maybe the feet thing is actually kind of cool. It's not uncommon. There actually have been studies to show that, and not only that, but there's lots of studies to show that too much pornography is actually bad for your mental state and for your sexual health as well. But if you go and watch a lot of that stuff, if you look at some of the cases involving crimes, sexual crimes against children, a lot of them, the vast majority of them, were people who were watching child porn, became obsessed with it, and then turned it into real life. There's also a lot of them who are just stupid people. The vast majority of like pedophiles who just always had that urge are very stupid people who only identified with children, like emotionally and mentally. They're on the same plane as like a child, and so the only person that they could really have a connection with is with children because they're so stupid, and that's how they offend. It's usually or they were sexually abused themselves. Like, it's one of those three things. It doesn't necessarily follow that if you watch child porn, it'll turn into that, but there's so much potential there that that's I think a good reason enough to see that any kind of, if there is a state, to ban it. If there is no state, to prevent it from ever entering any kind of privately owned community, and to shun and just disassociate and refuse to do business with anybody who would engage with that sort of thing. Full stop. Like, I am completely for violating the non-aggression principle against someone who just, I don't make it, I don't engage with it, I just watch it. You know, it's already been made, I'm just downloading it. There's no crime there. Like, no, I'm fine with violating the NAP against those people for sure. If Tom Woods went and spent his spare time flying around in a UFO, hassling people, would you still take him seriously as an activist? I'd take him even more seriously. What the fuck? Like in a flying saucer making aggressive... So you're talking about the Douglas Adams, or that bit where he was like, oh yeah, there's like these people who go around in spaceships and come to planets where they haven't figured out space travel yet, and make, dress in green suits and make wobbly noises at them just to mess with them. Yeah, that's awesome. And I hope that in a human future that includes space travel, when we find other life in the universe, that we fuck with that we fuck with the indigenous life there for sure. I wasn't seriously asking. I was saying something that sounded like Vosh. Yeah. I didn't know where you were getting with that. I saw it in quotation marks, so I know that wasn't your argument, obviously. Oh, maybe I should open it. But some of the arguments that Vosh makes are stupid. When it comes to that, like he said, like, well, if you have a computer, it's the same thing as having child pornography, because there was literal slave labor that goes into your computer to get those what are they called, rare earth minerals and stuff. Can't remember the exact minerals, but there's minerals that are and metals that are in computers that you can only get from slave labor, like mostly in Africa and stuff like that, which is true. However, like, we could theoretically get those minerals from places that are far more ethical sources. We could recycle old components that have those minerals. We can get them from areas that, or from buyers and sellers who don't engage in that, more ethical sellers in that area, or from other parts of the world that don't engage in that sort of behavior. Or we could imagine those people being liberated and selling them and mining them ethically. You can't do that with child pornography. You have to violate children in order to make child pornography. Now, you could go, well, we could have 3D simulated, virtual ones, or we could have, drawings, but again, you're still going down that same route of poison that rots the brain to the point where they're going to end up wanting to do that in real life. Whereas having a computer is not going to make you want to start a slave labor camp to mine minerals, unless you count StarCraft. Peter Schiff's Fish Island versus Foch's Coconut Island. See, you would survive in Peter Schiff's Island for sure. You would survive it. You would not survive on Vosh's Dysentery Island, self-inflicted Dysentery Island, via diuretic. Shout out to Anxiety Wars. The people he catches are truly stupid. I need to dig into that stuff because I love watching those videos where they catch criminals. I love that shit. Even though there's probably some ethical issues with some of the way they do those. I'm not sure about. I don't know about Anxiety Wars. I have seen ones where they busted people where it almost seems like entrapment, right? It says you have 0 views on Twitter. Yeah, Twitter shows who's watching on Twitter. It doesn't show who's watching it on DLive, Twitch. The only one that's showing that is the only one I can see. Right now I have 5 viewers total on all the platforms, which is not much. It needs to be more. I need to bump those numbers up more. Those are rookie numbers. Blood diamonds, yeah. But there are places where they get diamonds that are a little bit more ethical. It's not just blood diamonds. 2-inch extra long man part, but everywhere you live, the paint feels from the ceiling coming down in flakes. I'm gonna say no. Because I've already ran into issues with me being too big for some women. I'm not huge, but I've had issues with being too big. Rare earth metals. Oh, never mind. It sounds like an excuse on Vosh's part. I already exploit children, so CP must be okay. But I don't think he would put it in that word. I think he would make it even more verbose. The inherent structures of child exploitation is fundamentally okay, so long as I get to download it and watch it first, and expunge my seminal cavities from the viewing of that content. That's how Vosh would say it. Say you were on an island, and there was 1,000 coconuts, but 10 of them had child pornography in them. But you think that it would be ethical for you to consume those and die from dysentery, so long as you get to watch child pornography? That's it. I think the funniest comic that I've seen was regarding that stuff was there was like a guy walking down the street with a lolly, and a police officer is like, "Stop! You're under arrest." And the guy's like, he's like, "No, it's okay. She's 1,000 years old." And he's like, "I know. I'm not here for you." And he arrests the lolly. Yeah, by the way, I hate that argument. It's like, no, lolly is okay because usually those girls are 1,000 years old. It's like, yeah, but they look like they're 10, and that's why you're looking at it. It's because they look like they're 10. They look like they're 5. That's why you're watching it. It's not because they look like they're 1,000. It's precisely because they don't. When you get your hair back, but you're in debt to the estate of the guy who wrote Solomon Kane and Conan. Okay, you need to explain this one to me. I'm not familiar with the author who wrote Solomon Kane and Conan. Is he like a bad dude somehow? Like $8,000. I could probably pay off a debt of $8,000. I wouldn't like it, but I could pay it off. Yeah, I'm gonna need some more context. I'm really unfamiliar with the guy who wrote Solomon Kane Conan. Why is my Oculus thing coming up? So Robert Howard wrote Conan. Didn't know he wrote Solomon Kane. Yeah, I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar with any of those works. I'm gonna need some more. He's kind of like Lovecraft in a weird relate. Oh, like I don't care if he's racist. Like I really don't care about like if someone is racist. I really don't care. The only time I ever care about if someone is racist is if they want to implement their racism into like law. That's the only time I care. If someone's just like, you know what, just not a fan of colors, I'm just gonna be like, okay, whatever. I don't want to hang out with those people either. I'm not gonna be like, oh, he's a terrible, awful person, deplatform. I don't really care. And it's weird because all the people who are like that have no problem, have absolutely no problem with racism against certain groups. Be it Jews underhandedly, or white, and then they go like, well, it's different because you know those groups don't really, you can't really be racist against those groups because of, you know, power plus privilege. And it's like, no, you can't. Here's the thing. So in the academic sphere, there is this argument that says that racism can't be applied to certain groups in certain places. In the United States, can't be racist against white people because they're the ones historically that have power over them. They also have privilege and stuff like that, which we could get into those arguments whether or not they're valid or not. But let's just say for the sake of this that it's true. Let's just say for the sake of argument that it's true. That's a very different definition of racism, and they acknowledge that that's a very different definition of racism. So what people are doing when they bring that up, when I say it's racist to use the N-word, it's racist to use, or any racial slur, be it against a white person or a black person. Then they go, well, no, it's not racist because, okay, we're not talking about that definition of racism. We're not. We're talking about a very different definition of racism. So what you're doing is equivocating. We can say that it is wrong to judge people on immutable characteristics of people. And that's the argument that a lot of these lefties are trying to make, is that it's wrong to make judgments based on these immutable objects, except in the case of white people. It's like, well, you need to provide a reason why that is the case. Why is it okay? And then you need to go back to the drawing board and say, like, to make sure that this is not in conflict with your reasonings for using the N-word or the S-word against Hispanics or the F-word for gay people, or on and on and on. Because then you have a conflict. You have a conflict in just all the spheres of your arguments. The ethos, the pathos, like you have conflicts. They now are all in conflict with each other. So it doesn't jive at all. It just completely does not jive. Now, if you want to say, in this definition of racism, we're talking about the academic version of racism, then we can get into that discussion, and that's a very different discussion. But they're not going to make the argument that a black person who has like a deep vitriolic hatred towards anybody who's white isn't racist, in the sense that we use that term. They're not going to argue that case. Maybe some woke ones will, but the vast majority of them are going to be like, no. That's a very different topic. So it really bothers me when people do that. But I really, at the end of the day, if there's a person who just goes around and just drops the N-bomb all the time, or if there's a black guy who drops the C word all the time, and I'm not talking about C-U-N-T, I'm really hesitant to use that word right now because people are getting banned from Twitch for me saying those words, so I'm not going to use that. But it has to do with saltines. It's things that you put in your soup. But I really don't have a I really don't care. I really don't care if that's their big issue. I just don't want to hang around people like that. Quakers. Yeah, I'm talking about Quaker Oats. Very dead. I can get my... Okay, so, hold on. I don't care about my hair. Like, I'm so used to, like, being bald and shaving it off now, and I'm so comfortable with it, and I don't have a weird shaped head. When I get way overweight, then my head looks weird. But the back of my head, I don't have the flat back, unless I'm really fat. So I don't really have a problem with it. I'm fine with it. Also, there's a group of girls who love bald heads. I don't understand it, but I'm for it. Yeah, what was the other one? Snow Roach? You can change your race legally and physically, but each time you do, it costs you money. How much would it have to be for you to never use it? I don't know. Like it would be nice to change my race to black, just to dunk on people, just to say things like, just to go on Twitter and be like, it's fine to use for white people to use the N-word. And then when people get mad, I'd be like, take a selfie as me being black. But I don't think that's very valuable in terms of having to spend large sums of money. So it wouldn't be that much. To never use it, I think it would be a very low sum. I think maybe it wouldn't be worth $100 to make that dunk. Yeah, maybe $50. I think $50 would be my max. To dunk on someone for Twitter, that's the most I would pay for a good dunk on Twitter would be $50. So it would be the only time that I would ever use it. So $50 or $51. I wouldn't pay $50. I wouldn't pay a cent over it. So $50.01. How about that? I mean, what use could I really get out of that? Changing my race physically and legally. I don't really have. I don't really have any kind of race-based fetishes at all. I did when I was younger. I had yellow fever for a while when I was younger, and I got over it when I was dating an Asian girl. And I just realized oh, it's all the same. Oh, dinosaurs need to be abolished. Dinosaurs are the evil. They're the devil. They're not real. They were put in the ground by the devil to stray God from man's light, or from God's light. They need to be destroyed. Jurassic Park was a terrible movie, though. I will say, I'm just kidding. Seriously, I don't really know what Drew's hatred is for Jurassic Park. It's not one of those movies I'm dying to watch again. I don't really consider it to be even on my top 100 list of movies. And they were entertaining. I don't think I've watched them since the 90s. I only watched the first one, and I didn't really care about watching the other ones. They're not bad movies, but whatever. It's not I don't consider them overrated. I don't really know a lot of people who are champing at the bit to watch the first Jurassic Park movies. I know people tried to go watch the newer ones, and I know a lot of them were okay with them. And I don't know people who were champing at the bit to watch them again. It's not like The Matrix where everybody's rewatching all the Matrix movies and anticipating the new one. Even when the old Jurassic Park movies came out, I don't remember a lot of people going, itching to go watch the old ones again. They were just oh, we're going to watch the new Jurassic Park movie. Yeah, I thought it was okay. It's okay. I don't understand the hatred for it, which is fine. Now, The Matrix, I don't think the original Matrix is a bad movie. I just don't think it's good. I think it's stupid when you sit down and actually think about it. If you have a functioning brain, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And they had to, like, account for that in the sequels. That the whole thing doesn't make any whole lot of sense. And most people don't regard the sequels as being, like, canon. There's a lot of people who don't, and for good reason. They're bad movies. The only reason why I like Reloaded more, I think it's a worse movie. But I like it more only because there's more action scenes in it. And except for the parts with the Merovingian. Was it the Merovingian? No, the Merovingian was the French guy. Well, yeah, the Merovingian too. With the architect. Like, there was far more action in it. There was also far more philosophical jumbles, but the ratio was far more on the action side in it. And I found that more entertaining. I just find the whole series to be kind of boring and kind of pointless. The only thing I think, not in terms of filmmaking. In terms of filmmaking, it was groundbreaking. I'm gonna give it credit where credit's due. But I found the movie's just really boring, and it's pseudo philosophy at its core. Like, oh man, we're so brilliant, man. Like, what if like everything you knew like wasn't real, man? Like it was all like, fake. It's like, wow, so fucking brilliant. Such an original and interesting plot that has never been done before. And it's never been done before in a movie, say, like, I don't know, Dark City. Let's see, oh, Matrix, yes. You die in VR simulation, you die in real life. It's so dumb. Your mind makes it real, bro. The one thing that annoys the living fuck out of me, right, is he tells Neo, I can't explain to you what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself. And so he takes the pill, he goes into the Matrix, or he goes into like a Matrix simulator so that he can go, all right, we're in a white room now. Let me explain to you what the Matrix is. With some, with the cool VR PowerPoint presentation. It's like, fuck. You're still explaining it. It's still being explained to you. And most of the explanation is just in a blank white room with 2 red chairs and a radio on the desk. It's so dumb. Like, no one vetted the script at all. And from what I understand, like, if you go and watch, like, the Will Smith, because Will Smith did a video where he talked about how he was their first choice, or like one of their first choices for being Neo in the Matrix. And if he got the part, then it would have been Val Kilmer as being Morpheus, because they wanted a racial kind of contrast between like those 2 characters. So when they approached him to do it, like their pitch was something along the lines of, all right, bro, like you're in this world, dude, and like you could dodge bullets, but not like, like you're like doing them in slow motion and you're doing like this backflip and like the bullets are going, wouldn't that be cool, dude? That's the movie we're making. That was the pitch. It wasn't like, okay, so you're in this virtual world simulation in the future. Like, it was explained in the movie. Like, the pitch was stupid. I think it was unintentionally, not brilliant, that's not the right word. It was unintentionally profound. But it's not really profound. Like, it just sounds profound to midwits. I don't even remember the sequels. They were very forgettable. 2 had a very cool highway scene. Yeah, the highway scene was cool. Though it's dated now. Like, if you watch it now, it's very dated. The scene with the, like, all those Agent Smiths fighting in that park was kind of cool. But, like, if you watch it now, you're like, oh, yeah, those special effects are very dated. Those Agent Smiths look very shitty. And so did Neo. But at the time, they looked kind of cool. Yeah, some of the action scenes were really fucking kind of sweet looking. Oh, hi. Okay, by the way, I love these questions. You just keep flowing. If you woke up one day and everybody had Dizzy Gillespie cheeks, I don't know who Dizzy Gillespie is. Let me Google it before I continue your question. I will Google it. Dizzy Gillespie. I think I know who you're talking
According to Wikipedia, John Burns Gillespie was an American jazz
Okay. Dizzy Gillespie cheeks, but never acknowledge you. Dizzy Gillespie. I can't day Morpheus's race ever came across. I can't say. I think that's what meant. Probably typing on his phone. Well, I'm sure Activision Blizzard is glad that you have a phone, Mitch. I can't say Morpheus's race ever came across my mind. I think it could, like, there could have been like a duality, right? I think there could have been like an aesthetic duality. I think that's what they were going for. I don't think it really was like a woke thing. It was more like, it was just more of like an aesthetic thing to have, like the titular character, the titular hero character versus the old wise man kind of character as being like visually striking against each other. I think that's where they were going with it, which would be a good choice. And maybe the racial component helped. Mad Max has the best highway scene. If you're talking about Fury Road, I agree. Fury Road is like one of my favorite movies of all time. And it is like getting on a roller coaster. Like, I have to prepare myself mentally to watch that movie, which I own on Blu-ray. I need to buy it in 4K HDR or Mad Max 2. Mitch, you want to hop on? You want to hop on the bus and explain why natural rights doesn't real? We could talk about the book, a little pregame for the stream that I might have to do on your channel. Best chase movie is Mad Max Fury Road, by far. Is Quentin Tarantino coming out with a film soon? I think he has one more film. He's doing one more film and that's it. He's not going to do any more. I haven't heard anything from him in a while. You usually don't. The only time you ever hear about anything, him doing stuff, is when he's filming in a city. And the only time, actually, the only time I've ever heard about him filming a movie was Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and that's because they had to turn all of downtown, or not downtown, but Hollywood Boulevard. They had to turn Hollywood Boulevard into 1960s Hollywood Boulevard, and actually had to like do things like recreate the original Der Wiener Schnitzel before it was just called Wiener Schnitzel. Which, when I saw that, I was like, holy fuck, I remember when it wasn't in the 60s. They still had those 60s style buildings up until the 80s. But those Wiener Schnitzel buildings that were like almost like a teepee shape. Literally on a bus. Oh. That's why you're auto-correcting me. Haven't heard anything from him. Well, his last film I didn't like. You didn't like Once Upon a Time? Wow. It was not aimless. That was very... that movie was like in the same vein of movies that you would see in the 60s. It really was in the same vein. Like, he made that movie not just like showing the 60s. He made it like almost a complete product of the 60s. Like, you could drop that movie, except for the horrific violence stuff. I don't think that it would have worked in the 60s. But if you showed it like that movie to people in the 60s, they'd probably think that it actually was made in the 60s. Tarantino was meant to be doing a Star Trek film, but yeah, they canceled it. Or they canceled his involvement with it. which Tarantino has said that he's only going to make 10 movies. He thinks the directors only really have 10 movies inside of them. And anything they do after that, it's kind of like a zombie film. Which, yeah, I don't know. The Coen brothers, maybe they have 20 movies in them because there's 2 of them. But they've made more than 10 movies that are fucking fantastic. I can't think of a bad movie they've made. Even their earlier ones, which I'm not like huge on, I don't think they're bad movies. I just don't think they're great. I think they're good. I just don't think they're great. I can't remember some of the earlier titles, like some of the earlier ones that because I went through and I watched like their first kind of like era of movies, and I thought they were all great. Yeah, but like they were getting high up in their numbers already when they were making movies like Fargo, Big Lebowski, Oh Brother Where Art Thou? And Hail Caesar, I fucking love that. That movie's great. The movie's one of the best anti-communist movies ever made. My favorite scene is when George Clooney is like spouting off some like, some commie bullshit to what the fuck is his name? He was spouting some bullshit off, and he just started just slapping the shit out of fucking George Clooney, and he was like, "Oh shit, sorry about that." You're right. I have not seen Scruggs. Maybe we should watch it. Ballad of Buster Scruggs. Is it an older movie or a newer one? Maybe I have seen it. The Ballad of Buster Scruggs.
The Ballad of Buster Scruggs is a 2018 movie directed by John Cohen.
No.
Starring Jake.
But I recognize that actor. He's from Oh Brother. It looks interesting if they're doing like the whole like, what is it called? It's not really a western. When I think of western, I think of like spaghetti westerns, the Wild West, shootouts, and old. It doesn't look like that. It looks more like country western. Beffy, do I need to get the bottle of water? I can get the bottle of water. Don't play with that. She's playing with ant bait right now. Did your question disappear? It probably was not safe. Because I know YouTube eats chats. YouTube has been really bad lately about censoring content. I don't even think you're allowed to say the J word. Yeah, and especially now after the whole Santa Incorporated thing, which, God, oh, that movie looks so bad, or that show looks so bad. Santa Incorporated, it's so bad. And look, like, here's the thing. I'm going to be walking on a very fine line here, but I think it's right. I think the fine line version of it is right. Like, I really don't care. Really don't care about Jews in Hollywood. I really don't care. Really don't care. But I think there is something to say when you have a movie about Christmas, which is a Christian holiday, which recognizes one of the more dividing things between Christianity and Judaism, which is the birth of Jesus Christ, which we can get into all the reasons why it's actually a pagan holiday, whatever. And that's true. But this is supposed to be like the Christian version of that holiday, Christmas, right? So you have St. Nicholas, who originally was a white guy, that whole mythos is around a white guy, and it's involving about a holiday which in modernity has to do with the birth of Jesus Christ. And the show is written and directed by people who don't believe in Jesus or Santa, or never believed in Jesus or Santa because they've been raised in the Jewish faith. There's something to say about that. And the whole like elves thing that they were posting on YouTube, yeah, that was that was beyond the pale. But those were all very small comments, and I think what they're doing, and I know, actually, not even gonna think, I know what they're doing, is they're doing the same thing that Ghostbusters did as a brilliant marketing ploy, because they knew that their movie was garbage. They knew that nobody was going to go see it. So instead of going like, all right, let's just release this movie and just let it roll under the rug, we're going to try to boost ticket sales by strumming up this culture war that, you know, like, there's misogynistic men out there, and we're going to highlight the comments that are really nasty on YouTube, show them and be like, look how terrible these people are, as a way to, like, get the, you know, the crowd that's going to be receptive to, like, anti-hate, anti-racism to go and watch this content, because nobody else will if they don't. Like, what was the percentage? We don't know, because they locked content down. And the people who said that they did see it said, like, there was a very small minority of people. Critical comments were saying, like, yeah, this movie sucks. The vast majority of people were like, or not movie, television show. The vast majority of people who were commenting, even negatively, well, most of them were negatively. The vast majority of the people who were making those comments were saying, this show looks terrible. This show looks like it's stupid. This show's not funny. Why would you make this show? This is a bad premise for a show. Those were the comments of it. But they're only highlighting the ones that were like, oh, look, the elves are making movies about Christmas again. Like, those were like a very rare occurrence, and they're just highlighting those to get publicity. And Joe Rogan, sorry, Joe, you know you're not even gonna like this guy. Seth Rogen was like, oh, look, the white supremacists are angry about our new show. You can tell by the comments in this the comments under this tweet. One, that was a bad point. Like, let's just say that the vast majority of people who were criticizing this television show, were doing so from an anti-Semitic point of view. This is a bad thing. This is the bad thing to point out, because Twitter has this filter where, like, if you make comments like Jews and stuff like that, you get shadow banned. And in order for you to see those comments, you have to hit, like, read more. But even if you hit read more, like, those kinds of comments are very rare, very sporadic. The vast majority of people responding were just saying, like, hey, this looks like a terrible, awful show. No, it's your show that sucks. No, the show looks completely unfunny. Haha, you're getting ratioed on Rotten Tomatoes right now. So the show looks like it's goddamn awful. It's so unfunny. So you have a Shrek vest. Oh god. You can't remove. Also, you're green. Or Harrison Ford has his way with your parents, or whatever the remains of them. Well, my parents are alive. I think my mother would be happy with Harrison Ford. My dad, not so much. You're saying that my dad will be cucked by them, or he would have sex with them too. Honestly, I don't really care about what my parents do sexually. I'd rather not. So I'm gonna go with that one, and I think it would make my mother happy. And they're both alive, so I don't want to walk around looking like Shrek. Which Crowder video did they take down? That's 3% on Rotten Tomatoes. Everybody hated it. I guess the world are bigots. Well, that's the narrative they are going to try to spin, because that's the narrative that they try to paint with Ghostbusters. If you didn't like Ghostbusters 2016 Answer the Call, whatever they're calling it now, that's because you hate whammons, and you don't think whammons are strong, independent women who don't need no man. Which, in actuality, the movie's just not funny. It's people shouting and not shutting up, and I hate that form of comedy. And even when men do it, where it's just hey, let's just constantly keep saying things, and eventually we'll hit upon something that's funny. And from what I understand, most of the movie is improv. There were people who were hired as extras who came out to the press and were like, so yeah, we did this scene at the bar, and there was a scene that they did at a bar, and the scene I remember was like only a couple minutes, but they said that they shot for an entire day. an entire day for 3 or 4 minutes worth of content. And the reason why is because there was no script. There was just like the script was basically just like an outline, like here's what we need the characters to do in this scene. Here's what we need the characters to do in this scene. Here's what the characters need to do in this scene. Be funny. How many dead dogs would you have to see in a day before you suspect someone is doing this on purpose? 3. 2. Could be chalked up to coincidence. 3. That's where you're starting to go. Okay. Something's wrong here. Loud noises are we fun yet? Are we funny yet? Yeah. The louder you shout, the funnier it is. A School of Comedy. So there's a YouTuber that I watch. I don't think he's funny, but I think he's informative. And the things that I don't like about his channel is when he tries to be funny. And that's Scott the Waz. I don't think he's funny. But I enjoy his content for the information value. Anytime he cracks a joke, I rarely laugh. There's been a couple times he's made me chuckle, but not really. Scott the Waz. It's a good channel. I just don't. And a lot of it is like, I'm going to be loud and shout things really loud. All they had was a concept, no real script or dialogue? No way. Yeah, there was mostly improvised. There may have been an actual script, but they did not go on that script. They did not use the script. They may have just used the script as like a guide. Scott the Waz, yeah. Most of his content's like delving into like Nintendo, mostly Nintendo. He does talk about other consoles, but mostly console gaming. And one of the running gags of his channel is like anytime he has to talk about a PC game, he'll just show him behind a Mac because he's a Mac user. Sorry for the offensive language. I did not mean to say the M word on my channel. I'm sorry. There's a couple of content creators that I find annoying. I still watch for the content. And one of them is RGT85. RGT85 is another one where and it bugs me to no end that he does not watch his videos before he uploads them. He never does. Ever, ever, ever. He never watches them for mistakes. Ever. And so there's a couple times where like at least 1 and 2 videos he'll do this. So if you look at the situation that is going on with Zelda, so if you look at the situation with what's going on with The Legend of Zelda, like he'll mess up, he'll stop, do another take, and forget to cut that bad take out. He does it constantly. Or sometimes he forgets to put in B-roll when he's like picking his nose or something. Yeah, there's been lots of times, and sometimes we're like, it's a very important video that you can tell like he wants to get that video out as soon as possible. There'll be tons of mistakes. Like he'll do that multiple times in the video. You are green, no vest, or once a day Joe Rogan kicks you in the head. I'll be green. For the rest of his natural life? Well, he's probably gonna live longer than I am. He's got fucking ivermectin powers. Ooh. I keep hitting the C stick. By the way, I am using a GameCube clone. The reason why I'm using the GameCube is because it is a tiny controller, and it allows me to like hold the button with one hand and steer with the side of my palm. So I'm just able to like sit here one-handed, use my vape, drink my tea. I noticed Rorschach on your wall. What is your opinion of Watchmen, the movie, the comic, and the show? So I have not seen the show, and I refuse to watch the show because it looks terrible. It looks fucking awful. I watched the movie. I had no I knew that it was a comic, and I knew that the comic historically was considered to be unfilmable. I'm gonna bring you in after I get done explaining Watchmen, Mitch. I know that it was like considered to be unfilmable. That's the only thing that I knew about it. And then I watched it and I liked it. I really liked it. And then I heard that there was actually like the real version was going to be 4 hours. And so like I was like, oh, okay, this could be interesting. And then I bought it. It was like $50 for the DVD. I'll still have it. It's like $50 for the DVD version of the Watchmen that's almost 4 hours long. And I was like, holy shit, this is amazing. I have to read the book. And then I read the book and I was like, this book is great. I can understand why it's unfilmable, and I know why they changed the ending now. Even though I like the ending, I think from a film perspective, they made the right choice not to put the giant squid in. I'm sorry for spoiling it. Sorry for spoiling a 40-year-old book now. Sorry. But the book was amazing. I really don't like the format of comic books. I'm just not a fan. But Alan Moore is the one author that I can watch, or that I can read rather, comic books where the format is a hindrance to me, but the story is so good that I'm willing to put that aside for the content of the book. Like V for Vendetta, the movie is V for Vendetta. I liked that movie until I read the book, and then once I read how good the book is and how much they ruined the story, then you just made it go like, wait a minute, you changed all of this stuff just to make a dunk against Bush and to sneak in some 9/11 truth bullshit in it, when that book had nothing to do with neoconservatism, like, and to make V the good guy. V was not supposed to be a good character. V was supposed to be an anti-hero. He was supposed to be like, I fucking hate this guy. This guy is a human piece of shit. I would love to see him die. We are glad that he dies. But the people he was fighting against were exponentially worse. So you were rooting for him, which you did not get that from this movie. They tried to make him actually like a legitimate hero of this thing, and it was fucked up. And the whole like St. Jude's hospital thing, or not St. Jude's, that's an actual hospital. The whole hospital thing with the fake virus and everything really ruined it for me. Really fucking ruined it for me. Go read V for Vendetta, and when you read V for Vendetta, you're gonna love that story, and you're gonna look back at that movie with just like disgust. Like, how could you fucking ruin this thing for a shitty dunk against Bush? Really. So I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be real quick, and then I'll let Mitch in, and then we will we'll wait for my bus to come to a full and complete stop, so I don't end up on the road or end up in the dirt. I want to be in the road. I'm also going to go get me some Texas water. Uno momento. let's see. Let's get Mitch in here. Oh. Mitch. All right. I think Watchmen was a better book than V, but V is really good. But I mean, Watchmen is amazing. Oh, he went to go get his dinner, that's why. Which I'm reheating my dinner right now. Better not. Alright, so let's catch up. So, yeah, Rorschach. Film's ending too. Yeah. So, spoiler. Actually, I'm not going to do too much of a spoiler. The difference between the comic book and the film version, I'm trying to say this up, that being spoilerific. The difference between the movie and the book in terms of the ending is, one, a giant squid lands on the city. I'm not going to give too much context behind that. And kills half of Manhattan. The end of Watchmen, like bombs go off in every almost every major city in the world, and kills like millions, almost half of the population or something ridiculously high. Because in order for you to get into like why there was a giant squid that would drop on the city, would from a film perspective, like if you're making a film, like a comic book film, even like a dark, edgy one that came out post, Batman Begins, it's really hard to do. And the reason why it's really hard to do is because, well, one is because you have time constraints, and already the movie, like even the extended ultimate cut is like 4 hours, almost 4 hours long. It's ridiculous. Hold on real quick. Let me try turning down the desktop audio, just because it really is bugging me that I'm seeing it so high. There we go. So that should be a little bit better. The reason why, like, you would have to like at least have another 30 minutes tacked on just to explain the whole kind of side thing about the giant squid and how it came to be and the backstory behind all that. That would have been like at least another 30 minutes on top of the fact. And the movie, the theatrical version of the movie was already really long. So compounding all that stuff and then trying to fit in and try to find more stuff to cut, it would have been an absolute disaster. It would have been an absolute disaster. And on top of that, a giant squid killing half of Manhattan cinematically would be a really hard thing to kind of fit in as a closer for the film. Whereas, giant craters in a city looks a lot cooler than a big floppy dead squid. Just gonna
9/11.
We're going to hell.
We are.
Yeah, I need to turn you up.
My mate that at work, he did find it funny. Oh, hi, yeah.
Oh, hello.
Oh God, come on.
Hey, man. That's no way to greet me.
No, I'm talking about. I'm talking about. Hold on, I have to turn you guys up because
The volume of the bus.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Don't turn me up. Don't turn me up, because I'm going to...
already did.
There.
Too late.
Oh, no.
Oh no. No, you're good.
Oh, good.
So we are streaming live, just so you know.
I know that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the recording.
I want you in my bus.
You mean I can't say all the naughty things that you can't say on a stream?
Yeah, it's mostly.
Jim, I'll have a Negro, please.
Yeah, Negro Modelo.
Yes.
Negro, please.
Negro, please.
Fall Bosch got kicked off of Twitch for calling white people crackers.
Oh, even worse. Asan got kicked off.
Oh, boo-hoo. I feel so sorry for them.
Yeah, he's an idiot.
Oh, Bell Hooks died today.
Who?
The woman who invented intersectional feminism.
Play the clip.
Nah, which one?
I'm glad
Oh,
you're
no.
dead.
I don't have it.
Aw, glad you're dead.
I was thinking, na, hey,
That's a
goodbye.
classic for sure.
Yeah.
We're back.
I'll only be able to hang out for a bit because tonight's D&D
We're back
night
to
for me.
Wow.
Wow, about the D&D night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am a nerd. If it's surprising to you, you know nothing about me.
No, I know. I'm well aware. I just
Well aware you're a nerd.
I just didn't know you were gonna be such a nerd tonight.
Oh, yeah. Every Wednesday night, my dude.
All right. So guys, why natural rights no real?
Why natural rights no real?
Yeah.
Because you can't cross the is-ought gap.
Yes.
I think
Therefore-
I think it could be possible. I just don't think it has been possible. No one's had made
I
anything
actually
close.
don't think it's in principle possible.
Really?
Yeah. I tend to think of morality as ultimately being like... Fiction isn't the word I would use for it because it serves an actual function, but like... You need an agreed upon set of norms in order to have functioning cooperative society.
Yeah.
So that's what I consider to be like kind of the foundation of morality, and I think something like rights makes sense as a tool in that toolkit. But natural rights is trying to argue that it's like some sort of fundamental a priori, like written into the cosmos in some way, truth, and I just don't think that follows at all.
Wait, norms? Did you say?
No, Norm MacDonald clip. You're gonna.
Odd-looking duck.
Odd looking duck. Yeah, I'm pretty much at the same thing, and I think L.A. Rollins put it very succinctly. He said, "Natural laws only exist in the mind of natural legislators."
Pretty
You
much.
know what's interesting? I've actually been rereading that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He quotes somebody, but he also says it himself that natural law is always the good side of humanity, so property rights, right to self-defense, etc., etc. You know, all the good stuff. But to go against natural law is all the bad stuff of humanity. And it's like, well, hang on. How is that against natural law if it's natural to humanity to be violent?
Yeah.
Or to steal? That doesn't make
Stupid.
sense.
Yeah, no. There's nothing natural about the right to life, liberty, and property, but there's nothing natural about air conditioning either.
Yeah.
But I sure as fuck am gonna use it. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, you wear glasses. That's
Right,
very
that's not
unnatural.
if I were to go according to nature, I should just not be able to see stuff very well all the time.
Yeah, I mean, humans have enslaved each other since like the dawn of man, and then we're gonna be like, no, that's bad.
Yeah,
But-
I think if you look at,
That used to be part of natural law, didn't it? To enslave people.
I think if you reject morality with a capital M and just look at morality with a lowercase m as a tool, then it has a place. Like
Yeah.
I don't go the full moral nihilist, like none of this means anything or serves a purpose. It's just understanding that it's not some sort of fundamental, the same way the laws of physics are.
Right.
It's just a tool. It's a social tool the same way language is.
I actually couldn't believe when I was watching your stream with Disenthrall that Passio guy actually tried to say that natural law is scientific.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah, he said it's spiritual law,
explicit-
scientific
it's
law.
explicitly not scientific.
Yeah.
Because it's not empirical. It's saying that, and in fact, they reject. If you're talking about like the hardcore Austrian natural law types, they reject the idea that empiricism should even be a factor.
It should be.
Like they openly are like, you can't look at data to see if we're right because that's not how it works.
Oh, okay. So I should probably introduce everyone because I'm really bad at this sometimes. I'm only good at it in a podcast. I'm like, don't bury the lead. Introduce yourself. So, so this is Mitch. He runs a channel called Mitch.
It will change one day. I just need a few more subscribers first.
Uh,
Quite safe. I don't feel safe.
Yeah, and this is
At 3,000.
Huck.
Hi guys.
And this is Huck. You may have known him from back in the day on YouTube when he used to go by Exomniverse.
Yes, and I'm also currently the chair of the Libertarian Party of Bexar County, Texas.
And he's also the sheriff of Bexar County, Texas.
What the hell? What was that? I'm trying to remember what that was. I thought I said sheriff, and then when I clarified that no, I'm a chair of a county political party, he was like, I think he accused me of lying, and I was like,
Yeah.
why would I lie about that? If I'm gonna lie, I'm gonna come up with something better.
Exomniverse, just admit it, you're a fed.
Yeah, I glow.
Exglowmiverse.
Got a glow about me.
Oh no.
Exglowmiverse. Jim glows this.
Yeah, but that guy ended up getting. I think he got kicked from Patrick's server. He's gonna come on. We can ask him about that guy later. His name was Ethics, by the way, and he was. He kind of had the whole. Like his whole thing on. I think he has a YouTube channel. I think his whole thing was like, kind of like the whole. What the heck was that guy's name? The guy that wrote Adventures in Legal Land.
I don't know.
Mark something. Not Mark Passio.
Zuckerberg.
No. I think you know who I'm talking about. The guy that goes in the court and he kind of does like the whole like almost it's borderline sovereign citizen arguments in court. Like what is the legitimacy of this court?
I vaguely remember this.
Yeah.
Adventures in Legal rings a bell, but I don't know much
What was it?
about it.
Adventures in Lawland?
Legal Land.
Oh, Legal Land.
Yeah.
Right,
He's
hang
gonna
on.
look it up.
It
I know
is
this isn't who
Mark
you're talking
Stevens.
about, but you're making me think of that guy that's like I think he's Puerto Rican or something, but he used to like interview politicians, but then they would start asking them like Austrian economics questions and they would get all frustrated with him.
Oh no.
It's Mark Stevens.
No, that's a different
Yeah, Mark-
guy I'm
yeah,
talking about.
yeah.
but that's
No,
what-
this is the guy who did the book.
Yeah. Mark Stevens, like that guy does like it's borderline sovereign citizen stuff that you do in court, which I think like if you do that stuff in court, I think it's great, like theater, but I don't think it's not effective. And he keeps claiming that like if you use this stuff in court, like you'll get off scot free.
Am I being detained?
Sometimes, yeah.
I have you know that I only follow Admiralty law, which is the only law. How dare you?
I don't know if you know this or not. I am not driving a bus. I am traveling in a bus.
I'm traveling in a ship. Have you know I am a boat, literally.
No,
That's what they think.
were
They
we?
think the boat.
Oh yeah, they also think your name is a corporation, right? Like,
Yeah, I don't think he doesn't go that far.
okay.
Yeah, it's more like, what is the legitimacy of this court? Can you show me like proof that I have to adhere to the rules of this court?
That's the thing. That's the thing, though. Like the problem with all of those types of things is that you're depending on an authority that has no check on it to decide of its own accord that you're right.
Yeah.
If it just tells you that you're wrong, even if you are right, you have no recourse. So what incentive do they have to give a shit about your argument?
Yeah.
Even if it was correct.
I think it makes for great political theater. Like if you know you're fucked anyway, and you're gonna be like, all right,
Just troll them, basically.
yeah, or troll them, or like get people thinking like, yeah, why do we have courts? Maybe they'll ring true with someone,
The three
but
of us, who do you reckon could yeet a live cat the farthest?
Probably you.
Probably. I mean, I haven't been lifting lately, but I think I'm the only one of us three that's lifted to any significant degree at any point.
Then again, I'm the only one who's played football properly. Oh, sorry, soccer.
well, see, I do a lot of physical work, but it's not like at a gym.
So if you're allowed to yeet the cat via kicking, then you may be able to do it. Yeah.
But when I lived
It's
in
fine,
Vegas,
it's
when I lived in Vegas, I was going to the gym on every day I had off. Every
One of
night I
my
had off, I
favorite
was going to the
memes
gym.
that I've ever seen was a picture of a dead cat on the side of the road, and then a sign had been photoshopped to say "free cat" with an arrow.
No, wait, who were you bringing up? What was that other guy you were talking about, Huck?
I think his name is like Jan Hefner. or
Yeah,
something?
Jan Hetfield. Yeah, it wasn't Austrian economics questions. They were Socratic questionings, and it would always come back to like, is taxation theft? Like that's
Yeah,
usually.
basically. And I don't know how was he getting interviews with these people? Was he lying? Is that the idea?
No, I think he actually has a press pass. I think he actually worked for like some sort of news outlet for a while.
Oh, so they just came in assuming that he was going to be with some local news station or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
And he's just like, we just want to interview you for our paper.
Yeah.
And then he shows up and starts asking all
They'd
these
be like,
questions.
so
Thank
you think that if I steal from you and I take your money against your will, what would you call that theft? Okay, so when you pay taxes, right? Do I have a choice in that? Okay, so how is that different than like he always do that, but he would always use like a Socratic line of reasoning, which I think is kind of cool. If you really are interested in learning how like Socratic line of questioning works, it's great for that. But he is kind of cringy when you get him to like, because he agrees with everything that anarchists believe in.
Your impression of him kept trying to go into an Emo Phillips impression.
It's not too dissimilar though.
Yeah, so
Why?
apparently for the cat thing, limb-based yeets are valid, but we can't use like tools. So you can't build a cat launcher.
Oh.
So it's like who with their physical body can make a cat go the longest distance, I guess, through any means that involve your body.
So I'm not checking your fucking your muscles out. I don't know. I don't know what your physical capabilities are. I have worked out. I used to go to the gym.
I have no idea what my cat yeeting abilities are.
Yeah. I do have some cat yeeting ability. I mean, I do yeet my cat every once in a while. Like, I don't toss her far.
I was gonna say you gently yeet her. You're probably
Yeah.
not, like, seeing how far you can throw her.
Right. Or like I'll throw her on the couch, or I'll throw her on the mattress, just be like, I'll throw her up in the air and like let her fall on the couch.
Y'all seen the shit that Elon Musk has been doing on Twitter?
Yeah.
Please don't call the manager Senator Barrett. So fucking brutal.
Yeah.
You know what? It's refreshing about it. It's refreshing to see a billionaire have this happen, and instead of like, because you know the normal response is to be like, well, our company, you know, we do all these things for the environment, and I've donated over $7 million to the fund for children that are starving. You know what I mean? Like, they always apologize, and he's just like, get fucked. And there's also an implicit recognition, I think, in his response that he's more important than her.
Yeah. Well, he is.
He is, but I'm just saying, he's so open about it to a senator like that is really satisfying.
All yin-based yeets are valid. Mechanical devices are alright. Any idiot can use a cat launcher. The cat is live and resisting.
Resisting adds another area of
Yeah.
because like,
well, then
he
I would
doesn't
win
know
because I
you're
have the
fighting,
most experience with dealing with cats fighting.
as well as things that are resisting on account of having to deal with, you know, mental health patients and
Yeah.
stuff.
And so,
You had to get your training on how to hold somebody so they don't stab you in the eye until they, you know, the help comes.
yeah, and I do play rough with cats. Like, you know, we'll play fight.
I like doing that with dogs, and people like some people don't know that you can do that with dogs, and then they get weirded out, and I'm like, no, dogs love this shit.
Yeah.
like you're like, he's barking and stuff. I'm like, yeah, it's because he's getting excited. He likes this.
Whereas cats will sometimes forget they're playing and they'll just start like fucking like mauling you. You're like,
No, my hand is not a scratch toy. You're gonna give me toxoplasmosis. You probably already have it.
If I did, I'd probably have more cats.
You think? I don't think it's quite that overt. Like, I don't think it's just like, I have toxoplasmosis, I must have 7 cats. I don't think that's how it works. In fact, I think in most humans, it's not even like symptomatic. Like, it's not a.
Oh.
It doesn't. I don't know that they've ever successfully measured any effect in human.
Odd-looking duck.
But if you handle cat poop, it's a pretty good chance that you've got toxoplasmosis.
Yeah, well, all my cats have gotten shots and stuff, so I don't know if that helps.
I don't think there is a toxoplasmosis shot.
Bonk. No one's being horny. No one's being horny in Maine, okay?
Make it sound like a fucking fat, plumpy, delicious cock.
Bonk. Oh.
Everyone loves the fat, plumpy, delicious cock. Am I right? Am I right? Oh, it's just Jeff. It's just him.
Oh.
Dapperton does because he has Funko Pops.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
Every time I go into a store and I see those things, I'm like, who is buying this shit?
Okay, so
Dapperton.
I was
You
tempted.
own Funko Pops, don't you?
No, but I have
Okay.
been tempted to buy like ones that I like and not to keep them in the box and like preserve them and collect them. It's like no, it's like oh they have a Tick one. I kind of want a Tick action figure. There's no other Tick action figures except for this Funko Pop.
They have
But
to make Tick action figures. Someone's made one.
I know they have old ones and they're like really expensive Claire, you know, like from like the
Yeah, 'cause I was gonna say,
90s.
when there's a kids cartoon in the 90s, they definitely make action
Yeah.
figures.
I'm
That's
sh-
almost the reason to make the cartoon.
Like I have action figures of stuff that I liked, but I don't keep them in the box and everything. Like I have a Penn and Teller action figure or in action figure set from The Simpsons. I have like the Thundercats reboot. I have the original Thundercats, some of the original Thundercats stuff too. I have like the Buzzsaw character from was it Space Hawks? Silverhawks. I got like a whole bunch of like toys. I have like some of the old wrestling figures from the WWF. I have like Roddy Piper.
So what you're saying is that you've been gay this whole time.
Oh. Well, I have a whole bunch of like toys, but I'm gonna get a bookcase and put them back up. I haven't done that in a while, but I've like a
bunch
little.
of toys.
Yeah, I remember when I was when I had my dog Shadow, like she was like a kind of mutt gold retriever, and they had this toy that came out that looked exactly like her, and it was actually called Me and My Shadow. And I bought it just because it looked like fun, and I never used it for what it was supposed to do. And I don't think I ever put batteries in it. But it was supposed to like know where its bone was and get the bone and pick the bone up and walk around with it and stuff. But I was like, I don't care about that. I just want it because it looked like Shadow. But now that Shadow's dead, it's almost like a little memorial for her. So yeah.
Did you know that?
But I have like a lot of stuff like that.
I figured out the definition of fascism, and I'm defining it based on how people keep using it. So fascism
Things I don't
is
like.
I was gonna say fascism is when people right of center support civil liberties. The more civil liberties they support, the more fascist it is.
Yes. So I was watching Destiny because I don't know why, but lately I've been watching a lot of Destiny streams. I started with the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff, and then it gets
Are you a
recommended.
masochist?
Then more. Well, the ones that it recommends to me on YouTube are the ones that I would be interested in. It's not like the vaccine ones. Like I don't care about his stance on vaccines and whatever when he debates libertarians. But he did one like yesterday where he was talking about like this, like the idea of web. Like so you have arguments that are kind of like a deduction or largening, like premise 1, premise 2, premise 3, right? Like it's okay to drink milkshakes. How do I know this? Well, because milkshakes are made from things that I find are ethical. Shakes taste good. Shakes may be bad for you, but they increase dopamine. So if we follow this logical train, we could say that it's morally okay to eat milkshakes. Whereas some socialists more do like a web. So Hitler was a vegetarian. and because Hitler was a vegetarian, like
Odd looking.
yeah, like there's like this web. So how do you tell someone's a racist? Well, do they support cops? If you support the cops, then you probably are a member of Blue Lives Matter, and Blue Lives Matter are in this other part of the web that connects over here to like not being for BLM, and anybody who just people who don't support BLM sometimes are also Nazis. So therefore, if you support cops, then therefore you're a Nazi. It's like a web that you follow things down, and you can just connect anybody to anything and just make it a fascist argument. It's so stupid.
Oh, yeah,
But it's
basically
true.
Guilt by association.
Yeah. But like
You interviewed a naughty man and you didn't tell him he's a Nazi. Fuck you during the interview. So now you're a Nazi.
Retarded?
yeah.
So he. But
Like, I know you're not
Down
retarded.
syndrome?
What are you, Down syndrome?
I love the Doug Stanhope bit about that. He's like, whatever word you come up for it, that's what I'm gonna call my friend when he does something stupid. Great.
You guys know the D&D setting Wizards and the Lizards, Livers, and Gizzards?
I've never heard of that.
Bruh, what?
What was the name of that band? King Lizard and the Wizard Gizzard or something like that.
Oh, King Gizzard and the Lizard, whatever.
Lizard Wizard.
Gizzard.
King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard.
Yeah, that band is actually kind of cool. Yeah.
I don't even know where to start with them because I've heard of them.
They're kind of like neo psychedelic. Kind of
Yeah.
cool. Yeah.
I just don't know where to start. Are they on the heavy side or are they not? I don't
They
know.
were just like what do you expect from neo psychedelia? Neo psychedelic.
Weed, Lamau.
It
Well-
does list heavy metal among like the laundry list of genres for this band on
Yeah.
Wikipedia.
But you got to remember that metal came from psychedelic anyway.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. Oh,
Or-
classical.
Yeah, metal came from psychedelic, not the other way around. Like if you listen to like Black Sabbath,
Oh, I
if you-
know the early stuff is super like,
Mhm.
psychedelic.
yeah, it's very psychedelic, but just with more distortion.
Pretty much.
Especially Master of Reality.
I love that old Black Sabbath,
Mm.
but I also really like Ronnie James Dio Black Sabbath.
Yeah, but they sound better with Ozzy.
Yeah, I love Dio though.
I have a hard time with that because it's not that I don't like the Black Sabbath material with Ozzy in it, or that I think Ozzy brings nothing to the table, but just objectively, he's not a very good singer.
Well, he's a different kind of singer.
Well, no, he's just not good. Ronnie James Dio is actually good at singing.
I think on the Sabotage,
Yeah, he's a better
Ozzy's-
singer.
Ozzy sings pretty
I
damn
don't-
well.
I don't think it's just a stylistic difference because like I can think of singers that aren't that sort of operatic style that I would still say are very good singers, like Lane Staley from Alice in Chains was a great singer.
But he does have a style though that is really kind of weird.
But you could tell he knows how to hit a note.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like he's singing.
Jesus Christ.
Exactly. Or
Yeah.
Chris Cornell. I don't know
Oh,
what
yeah.
happened. Yeah, like he's a great singer.
But
Or was.
Or was. Same with Lane Staley. Or was, sadly. But like the point is like you can be a great singer without being that Ronnie James Dio style of singer. I just don't think Ozzy is.
Look out!
I think Lane Stanley is like the intermediary between Kurt Cobain and Chris Cornell. Like Chris Cornell is like a very talented singer, like, and he's very versatile. You could put him in all different kinds of genres of music. Whereas Kurt Cobain, he's not a good singer. He
No
can
diction.
he could hold he could, but he's good at the type of music that he's playing.
Boy, he's a good songwriter.
And he's a great songwriter. And not a good guitar
Yes.
player, not a good singer, but he's a great songwriter. And that's where he shined. And it was intuitive. Like he didn't understand like music theory. He didn't understand like, musical scales. I'm sure he didn't know a single one.
Those kinds of people are rare too, because like you see those kinds of people, and then other people won't learn music theory because they're like, well, what's his face didn't, and you have to be like, no, unless you're like a 1 in a million talent that
Yeah.
can like, do it that automatically, you need to learn some fucking theory.
Yeah. You really do need to learn theory.
And even he probably would have been better if he had.
Yeah.
Like it would have helped. It wouldn't have hurt.
Yeah, Kurt was a great songwriter. Like there's a lot of his songs, like I do like Nirvana, but when I hear other people like do renditions of him, like who are really talented musicians, I always prefer their versions better. Always.
What the weird ass questions out this Washington.
I love them. They're fucking
What is-
great.
I don't know what eye stalks are.
I think he's talking about the like how snails have those little antenna
Like
eyeballs.
Like my eyes just come out of. Do they come
Well,
out of
that's
the
called
top
an
of my
antenna.
head?
Yeah.
Do they come out of the top of my head, or are they gonna come out of where my eyes currently are? Like.
I don't want to know, to be honest. That sounds creepy.
I would say people who are of medium height would be affected the least, because people that are too small will get whacked in the head or whacked in their eyes by like regular sized people when they're like flailing their arms or waving their hands around, and the people who are too tall will whack them against like
Wars and
yeah helicopters.
Oh god! Imagine. Man, if our eyes were on stalks, it would be so easy to have an accident where you just go blind.
Yeah.
Because it would be like losing a finger. You know what I mean? Like, just cut it off, bam, now you don't have an eye anymore. Like, for better or for worse, having them in your skull does give them quite a bit of protection. Which is
Yeah.
probably why we did not evolve eye stalks.
The word.
We've landed on why humans did not evolve stalks for their eyes. Turns out they're
Oh.
much safer in your head.
Oof. It's currently hard. Oh, jeez.
So there was a news story that's I don't know if it's old or if it came out recently, but
Is it your mom?
how dare you, sir?
Because it's
So
old if
the-
it is.
So there was a news story about the NHS burning fetuses and miscarried babies for heating. That literally happened, or does happen.
Do they not have wood?
They clearly have central heating. I don't know why they're using corpses. I mean, it's one thing to cremate them, but another to use for heat.
Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm very confused by that. What's the
But then
incentive?
again, it is the NHS, but that's not the point. So some of my friends, one of them said, "Oh, it's literally satanic," and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that LaVey would have been against abortion. So I just did a quick Google search.
No, yeah, he
and
was
lo and behold,
pro-choice.
Yes. No, I watched.
Really? I know the
No,
church
he
is.
wasn't.
I know the modern.
He wasn't.
Oh, okay.
He wasn't. He there's like a letter that he wrote to some pro-choice woman, and when he's like, there is no reason to kill a baby for the parent's mistake. Basically.
Wait, I thought we were talking about Anton LaVey, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't the Church of Satan like explicitly like anti-morality?
No.
No.
I mean, they didn't prescribe like.
Oh, they
No,
did.
Did they?
Anti-sanctity.
Yeah.
That's what they're in.
Yeah, there's like a moral code,
Hmm.
an explicit, like here's a list of things you should not do. They're immoral things, like in the
It's a list of the things like, destroy psychological vampires or whatever, and
No, I
Well, he
don't
doesn't
have the
even
book
say-
on hand.
He doesn't even say destroy them; just cut them out of your life.
Yeah, if
yeah,
you
well, that's what I mean.
like if you go to the Church of Satan website, they actually have the 9 satanic sins, and
Doesn't the book say
sentiments.
specifically they're not equivalent to like the Christian version of those things?
Right.
Where they're not dogmatically like that. This is a thing you have to do.
they're kind of like, if you want to be a Satanist, then you should do this, and the reason why you'd want to follow those rules is because it's going to make your life better, and you should oppose them when other people do it too. Like, never harm children, don't harm animals unless it's for food, that sort of thing.
What about for sex?
No.
No.
That'd be harming an animal.
What if it's a horse and it's fucking you?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know Anton LaVey's stance on the dog pill, because that came after he died.
Like, I'm not gonna say that what Mr. Hands did wasn't disgusting, because it clearly was disgusting. But I don't know that it was abusive to the horse. I don't
Oh.
think the horse gave a shit.
Oh.
Oh,
If anything, the horse might had a good time.
oh.
I think there's only like a couple of species of animals that actually enjoy sex. I don't think
Dolphins?
horses are one of them.
How do they
Dolphins.
determine that? Like, how do you know if an animal enjoys sex or not?
I think they could like measure.
like
like-
whether the certain parts of the brain are lighting up.
Yeah,
basically.
like dopamine responses and stuff like that. Yeah.
Huh. That's interesting.
I think the only
wonder-
one they know of is like, well, because I think the good way of telling is, can it masturbate? Because if it can masturbate, then
So monkeys
They
like
don't
sex
count.
then. 'cause
Yeah.
They fucking masturbate
well, yeah,
all
the
the
prime.
time.
I think primates,
Dogs.
dolphins. I don't think dogs are. No,
Dogs can masturbate, can't they?
I don't know. I don't think that's
I don't- This conversation is actually starting to gross me.
Yeah.
I regret bringing it up.
It's your fault.
You asked for it.
The moment I started thinking about the physics of how a dog can masturbate, I was just like, yeah.
Actually,
I know
Google
cats-
searched it, they did.
Yeah, I know cats. It's like extremely painful. They really, it's
About
100% like hormonal like responses. That's why they get like crazy when they're in heat, or like another cat is in heat. They get crazy.
Don't the males have like a barbed penis?
They do.
Yeah, it's like spiky.
In fact, I
and
got a fun
destroys their
story about
inside.
the Elder Scrolls games. There's a book in the Elder Scrolls games called The Real Baronziah about Queen Baronziah, and she at some point has sex with a Khajiit, which are like the cat people in the Elder
Oh
Scrolls.
god.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
no.
And the book actually describes like her being injured by his barbed penis. And like in later games in the series, because this was in the game Daggerfall, which is like a kind of not super well-known DOS game from back in the day, but they've kind of quietly, I mean, they left in the part where she had sex with him, but they just kind of quietly removed the part that actually described that from the later game.
Oh.
Oh.
One-handed
That's just-
opening bottle of water.
So yeah, I was just thinking, people still don't know what Satanism actually is.
No, that was driving me nuts during that stream where he kept saying,
I know, yeah.
like, Satanists believe in moral relativism, and he didn't even know what moral relativism was. He kept,
No.
yeah, he kept saying that it was like, oh, it just means anybody who thinks morals don't exist or that they're subjective. Like, that's not what moral relativism is.
I mean, they describe the whole scene in this. I'm reading the book, but the sentence that really encapsulates what they had to remove was his penis had tiny little barbs on it.
Oh, no.
Why would you fuck a Khajiit anyway? Just why?
I think in the context of this story, it was like political in nature.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was to get some shit done, the way a woman
Oh.
gets some shit done in that kind
Oh.
of society.
Oh.
Sleep with the right people until they do what you want.
Oh no.
How close to your home would you have to find a dead fetus in order to feel targeted?
If I found a
Like
dead
what?
fetus, I'd have a hard time feeling targeted because I would just be confused.
I think it would have
I'll
to
look
be
it
like, because I live in an
Like
apartment,
in
it'd have to
my
be
house,
on
yeah.
on the stairs up to my apartment, or it would have to be like in front of my door. I think like at the bottom of my stair, like, because if it was just like in front of the apartment, that'd be like, okay, it could be any one of these
For me,
apartments
for me,
in
it-
this building. But if it was like in front of the stairwell that only goes between like me and another person's apartment, that's where I'm like,
For me, it's on this. For me, it's on this specific date.
9/11.
Have you noticed that like realtors have a weird like MLM vibe to them?
Yeah. By the way, I'm glad that you pronounced their names right. I don't know why nobody can pronounce realtor correctly.
Realtor.
Say.
Huh? No, you said it right. You said
Yeah,
realtor.
but right. I don't know what do people say instead.
Realtor.
What, they add a syllable in there?
Yeah.
Oh, that's like saying nuclear.
Nuclear.
Yeah, I know.
Nuclear.
That's my point.
Nuclear. I
Real-
say
yeah.
that wrong sometimes. Sometimes I'll be like nuclear. Nuclear. I'll like correct myself.
I have many pedantic pet peeves about the English language. One for me is when people pronounce the T in often.
Often?
Because they think they're being more correct by saying the letter T, but it is actually a silent T.
Oh, often.
It's supposed to be often.
One is, I used to say acrossed because my dad says acrossed, so I picked that up. Now I don't say it, and now then I hear other people say it, I'm like, it's across. You went across the street. Where's the T in across? It's not there. It's not there.
Across.
Acrossed. You could say you crossed the street, but you didn't walk across the street. Or
Espresso.
espresso is another one.
Yeah.
What is the one that drives me crazy? Like, Juan says it all the time. Supposedly.
Oh God.
When people say supposedly.
That's like a child. You should
Yeah.
not, as an adult, say that.
Or when Americans go woman as opposed to just women.
Also, my name's not Washington Irving, and 9/11 was a national tragedy. Yeah, I was looking for my brother, and I was swimming through the
9/11.
bone and blood and downtown Manhattan looking for my brother.
Mitch, you're English, right?
He was in northern
Yes.
Canada.
No. I mean, have you spent time in the United States?
No, not yet.
Okay, then you're not going to necessarily be able to answer my question. I was trying to
No,
figure out.
go on. I'll give it a go.
So, when in America we have these things that we call biscuits, and I know you know they're not cookies because that's what we call your biscuits. But like,
Or what does it look like? Go on.
it's
Like a roll.
it's kind of like a roll, but it's flakier.
A roll.
like a
Yeah,
bread
a
roll.
I need to look this up.
Oh, like a Yorkshire pudding.
Well, it's not a literal. No. There's your pudding for your dessert, but then there's also different kinds of puddings that are
Here,
savoury.
I posted a picture in voice chat of biscuits.
Oh, you mean a scone?
Well, that's what I was going to ask is, are these like scones or are they different? Because I was told by somebody in England that scones are not the same thing.
Scones are definitely not considered
Well,
biscuits.
scones are like,
Well,
from what I understand, like,
they're not British scones.
That's
yeah,
a scone.
but-
That is a scone.
but scones are usually like sweet, like desserts here. Like if someone says like, "Do you want a scone?" I'm gonna think like, "Oh, it's gonna be like one of those biscuits you get at Popeyes, but you know, covered in like glaze and like there's fruit filling in the middle."
Well, you have to cut the scone to
In
put the
fairness,
stuff on it.
we do put like jelly and stuff on biscuits.
Yeah, but that's not what they come with out of the gate.
No, it's the same here with a scone. You have to cut it and then
Scone
spread the
itself,
jam
yeah.
or whatever you want. Yeah, that's a scone. That's not a biscuit.
All right. Well, I was trying to explain.
But no, in this country, there's a debate: is it scone or scone? I just use both. What's the point?
There's an e at the end of it that would imply scone.
But there's some people who claim it's a non.
Well, they're
It's a
wrong.
scone.
Our language sucks.
I mean, I don't know.
It's-
That's why I use both.
The only people who think that are nonce. How do you say
Nonce.
nonce?
Nonce.
They're nonces.
There are,
Does- does-
there
does
are-
hope
there are
people
a
are
lot of
nonces?
there are a lot of English phrases that I like. That I
Do you know what a nonce is?
I mean, a dumb person.
No, it's a pedo.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's why you might, if you ever see me on Twitter, I call Vosh or. Oh, speaking of nonces, like you know, do you hear about that guy, the Singaporean dude, Amos Yee?
Oh,
He's been sentenced.
Oh.
He's a nonce.
Yeah. Count Dankula did a video on him because apparently.
Yeah, I was meant to do one too. Yeah. He debated that Count Dankula twice, and I made quite a few videos on him. So I need to
Yeah.
do a video on him. Jesus, just to make it all full circle.
I'm a big fan of Count Dankula. I have. It's
I've met him.
interesting to me that like.
I've met him.
He was just some asshole who made a stupid troll
Mhm.
video to fuck with his girlfriend, and he's turned it into a legit media career.
I know, yeah. And we've actually met.
Oh, how is he?
Mhm. He's a cool dude.
He seems like a nice guy.
he
He's
seems
smaller
like
than
the guy that he seems like one of those media guys that like he actually is what he is on camera in real life.
Because he doesn't act really aggressive or anything on
Nah.
camera.
Nah.
Like he seems very chill.
He is chill. And you know what he asked me? Why did you change your channel?
I joined his Discord server, and then
Yeah, it's toxic.
after about,
Yeah.
I was gonna say I joined and left after about an hour. And Jim, just so you can understand why I left,
Yeah, the scat.
it was well not just that.
Wait, what did you leave? I'm sorry.
Count Dankula's Discord server.
Oh,
Because I attempted to have a conversation, and as far as I can tell, conversation doesn't happen in that. It's so shitposty that there isn't even actual discourse
Well,
on
there's
it.
a hierarchy. There's the whiteys that have no righties, and then you move up.
No, but the point is, I was like, this would be a fun place to talk to people who also like Count Dankula, and it wasn't that.
But he doesn't really run it. I don't think he really
In
runs
fairness,
it.
that's what you expect a Discord server to be. If someone's like, I got a YouTube channel and it has a Discord server, I expect, oh, I'm gonna have fun conversations with fellow fans of this YouTuber.
nope.
No, it's just pictures of dicks and feces and no, and I tried to engage people in conversation, like, and nobody wanted to. It was ridiculous.
Do you have any scat? No? Fuck off.
Oh no! What? No.
Like our server is shit posty, but like we will have.
No, but
Yeah.
there is actual interaction.
Yeah.
Like human beings that happens.
I think that's like the only reason why Jeremiah Harding hasn't come after our Discord servers because he's like, oh, this is just a shit post. Of course, I'm not going to take any of these posts seriously.
I mean, it is a lot of shit posting.
It's mostly
Oh,
shit
hi,
posting.
Larry.
Oh, hi. He's
Hi,
quiet.
Larry.
Oh, hi. Oh, rest in peace. Anyway, guys, so...
Larry has come on and then died.
Larry has died.
What?
Oh.
Oh, he's
So
alive.
anyway, oh hey,
I'm not quite dead.
I'm
It
not
took a
quite
while
dead.
For things to connect.
I feel happy.
I actually
I
found
think I'll
some
go
about
for a
Monty
walk.
I think I'll go for a walk.
So what did I stumble
Found some
into
vinyls.
here?
Monty Python.
Yeah, we're quoting the guy in Monty Python.
I found some vinyls, by the way, of Monty Python.
Ooh.
Nice.
Yeah, the one was about Life of Brian recorded live. It was upside down for some reason. I guess that was part of the joke.
I didn't know that they did that.
Oh yeah, they used to do records. So like, it would just be like their.
Well, no, I get
shows
that they would do live sketch comedy. I didn't know that they took the movie and actually did that live.
I'll have to reread it and get back to you because I only skimmed it.
They actually did all their movies as comedy albums.
They did.
Yeah.
So Larry, I have a question for you.
Of Life too, but I think that was a soundtrack, not the actual thing.
Yeah, they have a
What
soundtrack.
is your question, Jim?
So you eat as many sticks of butter straight up, not in bread or otherwise cooked, as you can over the next course of the month. Minimum cost per stick.
I don't know.
What do you mean? I don't understand the question.
You
This is
eat
not-
as many sticks of butter straight up,
No,
not
I
in bread or
understand-
otherwise
I
cooked.
understand the premise. I'm eating as many sticks of butter as I can over the course of a month. What is minimum cost per stick? Are you asking me how much butter costs? Like I don't get.
Yeah,
it.
how much maximum or minimum would you pay per stick?
Why would there be a minimum?
This is my response.
Why? I'm not buying this one for $1.
Hey, I want to let you know that those Mexicans of questionable nationality, they have some pretty good butter, and they're willing to sell it to you for a nickel a pound.
Okay.
And it came from an animal.
I fully understand.
I gotta be perfectly frank, as a guy who lives in Texas and who used to live in California, I'm all about buying cheap, sketchy food from Mexicans.
Yes, me too.
I
That's one of the reasons why I chose.
Trying to
San Antonio.
Yes, because but El Paso's too much. El Paso's way too much.
I mean, El Paso.
El Paso, yeah.
You know what I love about El Paso? Is you have guys named Ramon Hernandez saying, listen, man, I'm totally sick and tired of all these Mexicans coming over here and taking all our jobs.
Oh, wait. Are you saying, like, how much I would pay? Or how much I would...
You are paid by the stick. Oh, like what's the amount they would have to pay me per stick of butter for me to do this?
Well, this is my response.
okay.
Also,
The minimum.
I fully understand what you're trying to tell me. I'm telling you,
No.
no. Hell no.
This guy keeps asking very strange questions of us.
Well, but because I did keto for so long, like, the taste of butter by itself, I could like, that would not be a hard thing to do. But I'm thinking, like, the health effects and, like, my medical bills.
You're gonna get so fat so quick.
Yeah, even on keto, a stick of butter is that's a lot. That's a lot to handle.
so are you guys actually streaming, and did I just stumble into your stream like a boomer?
Yeah.
In streaming, yeah.
I'm doing a desert bus.
It does say, in fairness, it does say recording flagpole on the channel name.
I know it, and no, it did, and that's why I came in, because I wanted to see what was going on.
Oh.
And obviously, I couldn't segue in, saying, hey, what are you doing? Because you guys were talking. And then Jim asked me about butter, and I got confused.
So we have a guy in chat who's asking us questions like this. So I'm gonna say, jeez, I'm trying to think like so I could probably put down like a pound of butter in one sitting.
I understand the question now, but it's complicated.
But if I put down like a pound of butter, that's gonna really fuck me up. So I'm gonna say like, which is 4 sticks. I'm gonna say like.
I have no sense of how much just butter I can eat because I've never just done that.
Yeah. Do you know what? Now I'm thinking about it. Like if I just had a pound of butter sticking into my stomach, I'm probably gonna vomit and feel sick.
I feel like one.
No, Jim, you're thinking about the wrong things. What about that pound of butter when it's coming out of your colon? It even makes it to your colon.
Oh, Jim, I learned recently, man. That
I'm gonna say $1,000 and I'm gonna eat 1 stick.
This is probably gonna sound obvious to you, but I've learned that you can make ramen super delicious by after you boil it, fucking stir fry that shit in a pan.
Oh yeah. That's how you're supposed to make the spicy ramen.
Yeah, it's so good that
You're supposed to drain the water out. You're supposed to put like like maybe like an eighth of a cup of water still in there, and then stir fry it until it's all the water's gone and the sauce is.
Now that Danny Deschamps is in a proper time zone, we could get him on.
Right. Well, I'm not sure if he has his audio set up stuff yet because he hasn't made any videos since he's moved.
I thought he did, didn't he?
So is he in a country that exists?
Yeah, he actually lives in a real place now.
He's now right side up.
I have a theory, Mitch, because you're in England.
Yes, I am.
If you were in the woods in England,
Yeah.
are there any animals out there that could kill you?
Yeah. Boar could probably kill you.
Boar definitely could.
Some snakes.
I think there's some bears in England too.
There might be escaped ones. There used to be wild ones 1,000 years ago, but not anymore. I think there's some wild cats in the south apparently that have escaped.
My theory is that America, in terms of like dangerous animals, America is to England what Australia is to America. Like we're not as bad as Australia, but like we have a lot more that will kill you than England.
But most of your big animals are scared of you anyway. They run away most of the time.
Well, that's true of most animals.
But in Australia, they will attack you. They don't give a shit.
Or Africa.
Yes,
man.
but in some parts of
Even in Africa, they'll run away. They're scared of humans.
It depends on what animal. A hippo won't. A hippo will kill you.
Well, hippos are crazy, you know.
But in some parts of America, you know, animals can get access to cocaine.
Oh no.
That changes everything.
There are certain dangerous animals around here, but
Where are
it's
badgers
still
at?
Badgers can be aggressive. Yeah, be careful about a badger.
We don't have badgers.
Foxes usually run away, but if they were cornered, I wouldn't want to get bit by one.
Jim, I mean Texans. Obviously, the U.S. has badgers.
Oh.
Or do we have badgers?
I don't even know where they're indigenous
I
to.
think we might have some in the Panhandle.
Mushroom, badger.
We have beaver. I was thinking of beaver. We definitely have beaver.
Bookies.
Dude, I remember seeing like a meme picture of his like kids don't understand, and it was like 3 pictures of 3 badgers, a snake, and a mushroom.
Snake.
And like there were like comments underneath it like I don't get it. Yeah.
We got ourselves a badger.
Oh, we do?
American badger. Yep, there it is.
Mushroom, badger.
Well, I can't see. I'm driving a bus.
Oh yeah. It looks like a badger. Nothing about its appearance would surprise you.
I really like possums, and I wish we had them.
Oh, like the
What?
Hey, if you want some possums, come to the United States. We got tons of those things.
Oh,
We'll
yeah.
just give them to you.
Dude, they're dead on the road half the time. Like,
What, like a hedgehog?
do hedgehogs die on the road a lot?
Yeah, they get run over. They're only little things.
Yeah, that's what happens to possums. It's because we have so many, they just get killed all the time.
So I
And then
gotta.
there's armadillos, which are armored possums.
Yeah, we have armadillos too.
Aren't they bulletproof armadillos?
I really doubt it.
No.
To some extent, aren't they?
So
They can stop some rounds, right?
Hey, I mean, I'm sure. I think most animals can stop some rounds. Like,
But you don't want to shoot an armadillo because they're just filthy, disgusting meat. It smells bad.
they carry leprosy.
oh.
Oh,
Yeah, you don't fuck with an armadillo. Leave them alone.
Much like how koala bears all have gonorrhea.
they do.
I thought it was chlamydia.
Maybe
It
it's
might be chlamydia. Yeah.
Either way,
it's one of those gross diseases.
Yeah, don't handle them. Is the long
No,
and
you
short of it.
koala bears are fucking awful. They're terrible.
Also,
They're a terrible animal.
Yeah,
just awful.
they're cute, and that's about the end of their positive traits.
Kangaroos are actually alright, they're just stupid.
Yeah.
They're amazingly stupid. Like, there's barely a brain in there, basically.
All they do is just eat fucking eucalyptus leaves that get them fucking like high.
Until they die.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
Jim,
the
wouldn't you want to just get high all the time and have a sexually transmitted disease?
Who says I don't?
I think only one person's ever died from it. I think only one person's ever been killed by a kangaroo, and that's because he tried to box it.
I saw a Reddit post once where a guy was trying to argue that he thinks he could take down an ostrich in hand-to-hand combat.
No, that thing will kill you.
I'm gonna press X very hard.
I had a great time reading the comments because a couple of the top comments were actually ostrich farmers explaining in great detail exactly why he will get killed.
Because
Maybe
they
Maria,
got
you could
big
take-
ass fucking talons on them.
Yeah, and they can get, especially, and what he said was like,
The ostrich have large talons?
He said your best case
Well.
scenario would be that you attack it and it doesn't know that you're attacking it and it's just confused. But if it's a male and there are females nearby that are in heat, it will murder you.
Yeah.
He could beat up a Rhea, because Rhea's just kind of
apparently the males will just kill whatever when the females are in heat because they want to show how strong they are to, you know, that they should get the fuck up, basically.
You can't smoke weed with
What's happening
Mexicans.
right now in the Ukraine?
You can't smoke weed with Mexicans because every time you ask for papers, they all run away. Oh. That was from chat.
Oh.
I've never had an ostrich egg. I've always been tempted, but it looks like...
Yeah, there was once a butcher's near where I used to live that had an ostrich egg, and we never got it. We should have done.
Well, the thing is, like, I would need to, like, cook for a bunch of people. Like, that's a lot of egg.
Yeah.
So Mitch,
I'm down.
Until the hobo who runs your country gets thrown.
I give him until spring.
I mean,
He's finished.
I'm expecting some video of him being drunk off his ass dancing at that party.
Wait, who's
Boris Johnson?
There.
Oh, you're talking about Boris Johnson?
Yeah, he wasn't there.
I was wondering if I'd missed some news where he somehow got deposed or something.
No,
I'm gonna go get my dinner real quick.
Said, no, man, that party didn't happen. Oh, you mean the party that everybody's making jokes about and all the reporters are saying, bro, there's totally video and pictures of it?
Oh.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't there, as far as I know.
I wasn't there, and I didn't authorize it, and everybody told me they were following the rules, so I'm going to assign a flunky to investigate it.
I think Dominic Cummings had said that there was going to be some pictures leaked, and I was like, ooh.
What happened at this party, allegedly?
They broke COVID rules during
Basically, you were supposed to let your grandma die during Christmas. The queen basically sat alone while her husband
was
dying.
It's rules for thee, but not for me, basically.
Yeah. And they actually had video footage of the Prime Minister's press secretary rehearsing how to tell people about the video footage once it came out and was leaked. It was kind of having a good laugh at it.
Wait, I don't think she was rehearsing, was she?
I legitimately can't remember the last time I wore a mask.
Are you sure she was rehearsing? I thought that was something.
Yeah, she was rehearsing. It was a couple of days after the party happened. And she was just like rehearsing just to goof around, like what she would say if I got out.
So they knew that if this had gotten out, it would have caused a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
But apparently ITV, who leaked it, had that footage for a long time and chose not to reveal it until now.
The Babylon Bee has a great article. It says, "Amazing, clairvoyant man can always guess what will happen next in wife's Hallmark movie."
The best one was Trump installing an ejector seat to get rid of certain journalists.
That's kind of based.
That is very based. It should happen.
So I caught an article today at work when I was goofing off. Paul Krugman trying to explain why inflation doesn't actually hurt poor people. That's just a myth.
I love the idea that it allegedly helps rich people. It's like, it hurts, unless you're one of the people that's receiving the printed money, it hurts everyone, but it hurts poor people extra much. Like, they're the ones that suffered the most.
So if you're a homeowner, your assets go up. If you have assets, your assets go up.
Right, you can kind of ride the inflation, which is why when people are like, inflation's coming, put it all in gold, I'm like, dude, you don't get rid of your stocks when inflation's coming. Like, your stocks are gonna go up with the inflation for the most part. Because their price will also become inflated.
But the stock market's, peeing their pants, being afraid that interest is gonna go up, and then everybody's gonna bail out of the stock market.
That's fine. Let them.
I'm gonna take a food break.
Your mom take a food break.
What?
Is that your mom?
Age.
Look, I commented on your mom.
Oh.
My
mom's dead.
Oh.
No, she's not. Wait, what?
That reminds me of the classic diabetes thing.
Diabetes.
I hit my wife, and then everybody told me my wife was dead. Then who did I hit?
Jesus.
That's what I hit.
Analysis. Boris Johnson is in deep trouble. Even his own party is turning on him.
Yeah, quite a lot of people rebelled against the vaccine passport vote, even though it won. But he had to have the Labour to support him with that.
He's a Tory, right?
He's a Tory. Basically, all the commies voted against it, and a lot of the they're not libertarians, but the so-called libertarian Tories also voted against it.
Basically,
But it wasn't enough.
Labour said, "Listen, if it's something that's absolutely necessary for the country, and the Tories and the LDP are going to back out from under Boris Johnson, we'll give him an injection of support. But if it's anything else, fuck him."
They voted for it in the end, though. Labour, most of them.
Well, yeah, they did because they felt.
My MP didn't somehow, because she's one of the anti-Semite commies.
I mean, why are you repeating yourself, Mitch?
Why am I what?
Wait, so I missed part of that. What were they voting on?
Vaccine passports.
Vaccine passports, new restrictions because Omicron's going to destroy us all.
I get that.
They were claiming today that there would be over 300,000, or tomorrow there'd be like 300,000 cases. I'm like, there was literally 400 a few days ago. How are we going to get to?
And you're saying that the way the partisanship landed before the vote was that the Tories were in favor of this and the Labour was against it?
It's more complicated than that. No, basically the mainstream of both parties were for it. Okay. It was the commies in the Labour support in the Labour Party that were against it, and the so-called libertarian wing of the Tory party was against it.
Okay, that actually does track. That makes sense.
Here's the thing, though. In the Westminster system, if Boris Johnson lost this vote, he would have to call for another election, in theory.
No. It would have been a vote of no confidence.
Right. No. So if he lost this vote, then somebody would demand a vote of no confidence. Mm-hmm. He would probably lose that one, and then he'd be forced to call a new election.
Yeah.
So that's why...
It might be a leadership one. But I don't know.
I mean, I personally think he should call a party conference, and he should get himself shored up if he's going to stay in power.
You want to hear a very not shocking headline? If this is on AP News, evictions on the rise months after federal moratorium ends.
What?
Really?
You're saying that it's taken almost a year for a complex set of federal and state legal processes to resolve themselves?
Yeah.
What?
Imagine my shock.
And you know what's funny? A big thing that's happened is a lot of states said, here's your money, landlords, for not evicting people. And they said, no, we don't want to. We want to evict them instead.
Yeah, these people, they're not good at.
It's frustrating, too, because people talk about landlords because they just assume they're all massive real estate companies, and they don't realize how many properties are, like, owned by middle-class people that's their investment.
Right, but they're going to be selling it soon to massive real estate companies.
Mm-hmm.
Right, who are the ones that are going to benefit, ultimately.
Yeah.
Hey, who knew that when you get the government involved, it benefits large corporations at the expense of smaller players?
The government, large corporations?
Not an argument!
It is, though. Certainly an argument.
It's so weird how Amazon, Walmart, and DoorDash, and all these companies have done so well during the pandemic.
It's also funny to me when a company like Amazon is like, we're paying our workers $15 or whatever, and it's like, yeah, because you can afford it, and you know your competition can't.
Actually, they're paying way more than 15 in most places.
I have no idea.
I'm gonna come.
Base wage here in Florida for Amazon is 18 to 20.
I love that audio clip.
I'm gonna come.
Yeah, it's the best. I didn't know what that was from, and then someone was like, that's Trump, and I found the video. The best, because the video, it's like they cheer afterwards.
Do you want to hear my nonce drop?
Sure.
Big fucking stroking nonce!
What was the context of that quote, anyway? I want to know.
He's just some guy who was like ended up being some kind of personality. Oh, I'm
Trump.
gonna go.
Yeah, Trump.
I don't know.
Oh, I think he was talking about he was gonna go somewhere. Like there was a part of that sentence before "I'm gonna come," where it wouldn't have sounded dirty if you heard the whole thing.
Right. I want to know what.
I think it was Georgia, so it was still dirty a little bit.
I think it was what I think when I hear it. My first thought of what it might be is.
Here's I found the Know Your Meme page.
Well, what I think it is before you say it was that there was a place where they told him he shouldn't come, but he said, "I'm gonna come."
I'm gonna go.
No, it wasn't that. It says Trump began speaking to his son who is standing with Charlie Kirk. Don says he's speaking tomorrow, and Trump says, "Tomorrow I'm gonna come." it was the beginning of a sentence, and the crowd interrupts him to cheer. So he's like, "I'm gonna come."
Oh, Tally would like to come in.
I mean, that's probably one of the only times that somebody's ever said that they're going to come in relation to Charlie Kirk.
I love the way that Know Your Meme phrases this, because it's just extra funny seeing it phrased so like encyclopedically. Like Donald Trump, I'm gonna come refers to an out of context clip of Donald Trump saying, "I'm gonna come at 2019 USA Student Action Summit." Without context, it sounds like Trump is announcing that he's about to ejaculate.
Oh, hi.
Really?
Tally.
I like how you had to explain that. Like I wouldn't just know that that's the joke.
Oh, hi, Tally.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi.
Welcome to the bus.
Bear in mind that we're on a stream.
It's getting very glowy in here. Oh.
Telly knows because he was chatting in the stream. All right, we're back off and running.
So Mitch, here's my question.
Go on.
What would it take to get a cat girl to be Prime Minister of Great Britain?
A cat girl to exist?
I mean, the Finnish people were able to do it.
Was that a real picture? I thought that was
a real picture.
Oh,
She actually photoshops cat ears and cat tails under her own pictures as a hobby.
Oh god, I hate these young prime ministers like Jacinda Ardern and that Finnish girl. Oh god. And she posted it to the Finnish version of 4chan. Oh no. If it happens, I'm actually going to do a Guy Fawkes.
Oh no.
Furries shouldn't be afraid. People shouldn't be afraid of
No.
furries. Furries should be afraid of people.
10% is fine. 10% is okay. We already learned this. 10% is not furry.
It's a female!
Yeah, 10% is not furry. Also, a cat is fine too.
Oh no.
You fuckhead.
That is the stupidest thing you interpreted there.
Fuckhead. See, I just wanted the fuckhead bit.
You know what I like about our current political masturbation in the United States? Is the current fixation on Joe Manchin.
Why?
Like, Joe Manchin has told Joe Biden what his position is, what his no-go line is, and he's not deviated from that point. He's told the Senate Majority Leader what his no-go line is. He's told, the Deputy Majority Leader. They're all saying, "Well, we don't know what his deal is." Yes, it is.
I don't know this guy.
He sent you a memo. So he's a senator from West Virginia, and because it's a 50-50 Senate, they need all hands on deck to pass anything big. And he's like saying, "Listen, I don't want to pay for a $5 trillion spending bill. Look, I don't want to pay for a $3 trillion spending bill. I really don't want to pay for a $2 trillion spending bill. I do 1.5, but if we have to meet in the middle, I'll do 1.75 trillion."
Driving a hard bargain.
And that's been his consistent position for a year.
Is he blue or is he red?
He's a Democrat from West Virginia.
Is he one of them centrist conservative Democrats, right?
Not really. It's complicated. But he's saying, listen, we got a lot of inflation, and we don't need a whole lot more inflation. I'm willing to, spend a little bit more money if it's going to do something useful.
That was the one that Kyle Kalinske was telling Joe Biden to blackmail, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, man. No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
And the big thing is right now is he's wanting them to take the child care tax credit out of the bill. So that's one of the most popular parts of the bill. And he's saying, listen, take it out of the bill, we can get the bill to 1.75 or $1.5 trillion. And we can pass the bill.
Hey, can I just say something about all child-related tax credits? As someone without kids, I'm tired of paying for your fucking kids. Don't wear a fucking condom if you don't want to pay for kids.
Well, here's the thing.
Get a
If
snippy
people have
snip.
kids, they're more likely to make more money and pay more taxes to the government. So allowing people to have kids and subsidizing it means the government's going to make more money. You not having kids is actually hurting the government.
Good.
Well,
Fuck.
imagine not having children is the most libertarian thing you can do.
Get fucked, Molyneux.
fat, plumpy, delicious cock.
Ooh woo.
I mean, listen, student loan jet
Like,
balance.
become a real libertarian, become gay.
Oh.
No, it's only a real libertarian if it's trap only gay.
Yeah.
Didn't Rothbard have no kids? He didn't have
The
kids.
most
Did he?
elite form of gay.
Yeah.
Hey, did Rothbard have kids?
I don't think he did. I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he didn't.
Yeah,
It makes sense because it makes sense he didn't have kids because otherwise why would he say yeah you can sell kids in the libertarian paradise? I say that as a person who will never have kids. I would never. Obviously, I would never.
I find it funny that the paleo libertarians are often pro-life just because of Rothbard. I think Rothbard was not only pro-choice, but he was like,
yeah.
Also, you can just abandon an infant. That's cool.
And then,
Like,
then
you're
what
under no
Brock is
obligation
like,
to take care of that thing. Like that was literally his point of view.
have you guys heard of evictionism, which is Walter Block's attempt to be centrist on the whole?
He's a radical
abortion issue?
centrist.
Yeah, I'm like, stop it, mate. You're pleasing no one.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the idea that yeah, even though you made the mistake of having sex unprotected in the first place, but you know, you can evict the child. But
Look.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but you've contracted a parasite.
he didn't say it was a parasite, but he was trying to worm his way into saying he's pro-choice, basically.
Look. The mother's vagina is a body of water. Ergo, you have to go to maritime court to evict.
Oh.
And just because the flag has fringes on it doesn't mean it's a maritime court.
Didn't Rothbard say it was a parasite in the
Yeah, I was gonna say when people describe Walter Block's evictionism argument, I thought that they were talking about Rothbard because I thought that was basically what Rothbard said.
It's slightly different from what I've heard, and I was completely unconvinced. I was like, you're just saying you're pro-choice, but you don't want to say you're pro-choice.
Not gonna lie, Walter Block has actually convinced me to be more pro-life.
I know.
Like when I hear that, I'm like, God, fuck this.
I mean, if somebody had an abortion, we wouldn't have had Walter Block.
Oh.
What if one day your boss at work had ears that were twice as big as before? He or she doesn't bring it up first, neither does anyone else. Do you just ignore it?
Well, yeah.
No.
I mean, do they shrink after they get big? They sign of them injecting saline into their ears.
Are you sure about that?
I can see someone trying to like awkwardly figure it out without asking directly by being like, "Hey, something about you looks different. Did you get a haircut?" Like, you know, just trying to like see if they'll volunteer.
There is super chat. Look in the description box.
I wouldn't take money off him. You don't know where it's been.
No, I do know where it's been, and that's the problem.
Aren't you into that?
He needs to see a radiologist.
Wait. Are you talking about motel hooker trannies? No, definitely not into that at all.
So Jim and other libertarians who are in this chat right now, how do you think the U.S. Libertarian Party is going to fuck up 2024?
Pretty
they're gonna.
epically.
I'm hoping Amash ends up being the candidate.
I think David D. Friedman was right about that party. It was never going to work.
Well, I mean, Justin Amash was actually a less productive member of Congress than Ron Paul.
Wow.
Yeah, but I already know.
And there were some libertarians that like to talk down.
But you know what? Here's the thing. Like, I trust. So, like, my problem with Gary Johnson was like he wasn't libertarian, like hardly at all. And
well, I mean, he was part of the Weed Lamau faction of the party.
Yeah, he was more like he was a blue state Republican more than he was a libertarian. And sure, he was more libertarian than a lot of blue state libertarians or Republicans, but his running mate was very much not libertarian, like at all. He was basically a Democrat. And so, like, I was like, well, maybe if we get an actual libertarian who's like a very principled libertarian, that's what we need to make the candidate less shitty, right?
Here's what I can tell you as an insider.
Well, hold on. Let me finish this, and then you can comment on whether or not I'm right. Then we got someone who was a very principled libertarian. Like, she was Harry Brown's. Yes, Harry Brown's.
I don't buy it.
She was Harry Brown's running mate.
She's been like a hardcore libertarian forever.
Yeah.
Except for when she was doing the whole woke.
No. But she had the mistake of just letting the LP choose her campaign staff, who went on her Twitter account and was posting woke ass shit. And because of that, she was on one hand battling the libertarians in the party.
I've seen her openly, and this was before that incident, openly speaking out against identity politics by name. Like, she wasn't into it.
So she was on one hand trying to fight the internal libertarians while still appeasing everybody after that whole thing, and then trying to appease voters as well. And so she was in this limbo where she was just very unappealing, very uninspired, and very bland, and kind of riding the line anytime she can, and so nobody liked her. Not even Dave Rubin.
I will say my experience with people that aren't involved in the Libertarian Party is that they way overestimate how easy it is to just do things. Like, they're like, why don't they just do this and then that'll work? And number one, they're always just armchair speculating that the thing in question would actually have the effect they think it will. But also, like, running a political party is not an easy thing for a number of reasons. And it's not trivial to run one well while still ensuring that all the membership has a say in how things are run. And to be perfectly frank, you go to like a Democrat or a Republican meeting, it's also a shit show. Like, it's just politics is a shit show.
By the way, thank you, Frederick Voltaire Bastiat, for the $5 super chats. By the way, I'm going to be opening up the super chats for alcohol shots towards like the last 2 hours of this. So once it says, what is it, 6 hours, then I'll start.
Oh, can I invent shots that are disgusting and still insist that you take them if I give you money?
I don't. Oh, I'm working on a very limited budget, so I'm probably just gonna go through my art. I need to get through my art bags. They're starting to run low.
Like A1 steak sauce and vodka?
No.
I was thinking Tabasco sauce and absinthe.
No, and I'm gonna raise the price because last time I just said like $5, and then I got smashed, and I was like almost borderline talking about Jews. So I'm not gonna. So I'm gonna raise the rate to about $10.
You just turn full alt-right and start talking about the Jews again.
Well, it was the alcohol, and then broken microphone was in chat pushing me.
You know who really caused 9/11? Just say it.
Yeah, 19 Arabs.
No, my experience with the Libertarian Party, that was a little different than Huck's. In my experience, is people told the Libertarian Party leadership in Florida, hey, you should do X, and they said, well, no, we're not gonna.
Oh.
And also, that was during the time frame of 9/11, and the majority of the party
9/11
said, you know, 9/11 is bad, and we should maybe do something about it. And the people who ran the Libertarian Party of Florida said, you know, America deserved it, and I hope they get another one.
Sounds like Larry's trailing off.
Well, that's because I stood up and adjusted myself.
But is that your experience, or is that hearsay?
No, that's experience. That was when I quit the party. It was after they said, I hope more 9/11s happen.
Oh.
Not to age you too much, man. That's 20 years ago.
I mean, based on my experience from the outside looking in, the party hasn't changed any.
I've never encountered anyone in the party that would say something like that.
I've encountered multiple people in the party in Florida today who still say things like that. Admittedly, a whole bunch of them were working for Augustus Sol Invictus, so, I mean, I can't, you know, put too much credibility on what they were saying.
Yeah,
anyway,
whatever happened
the
to
point is, it's not easy to. The main issue with political parties, right, is you can't run one like a business. Meaning you can't just have somebody sensible in charge delegating to the right people everything. The fact that the entire membership has some say, either directly or indirectly, in everything makes it very like democracy is shitty, and political parties are democratic, so they're by extension shitty. Is essentially what it boils down to.
But you know, the Republican Party of Florida have sensible people delegating things from the top, and that's worked for us since the 1990s, and why we pushed the Democrats out of control of the state.
But there's also the element of they have a lot more money too.
They didn't have a lot more money when they started.
What, in 1865?
No, in the 1990s. I mean, not as little amount of money as the Libertarian Party. Let's be fair. Not as little money as the Libertarian Party. Like, I could probably have more money than the average Libertarian Party campaign in the state of Florida.
Probably.
But yeah, no, the Republican Party was way underfunded by the Republicans. They just started making the correct decisions and taking advantage of the Democrats making the incorrect decisions, like going after black people and making sure black people stayed in their place.
Oh.
So, like, for example, before Jeb took over, there was a black guy who's going to become the first black Speaker of the House for the state of Florida. And all the Democratic Party leaders sabotaged that shit. And the next election, which Jeb won, black people didn't show up in big numbers. And Jeb was saying, hey, I'm going to do something serious to improve schools in black neighborhoods, and a lot more black people voted for Jeb. And that's how Jeb became governor.
And then president.
No.
Please clap.
Jeb failed because he actually ran against 1990s Jeb.
Please clap.
I love that meme.
It's so great. It's the most
because
goodest.
Jeb believed that the United States politics were moving to the center. And he had to get to the center to win. And then an orange goblin came down an escalator and said, I'm giving Jim give an opening to drop the
Mitch,
thing.
man,
I can't, I'm driving.
Oh, god damn it, sorry. I thought Jim was gonna do it.
I'm driving a bus.
Wrong one.
I can't soundboard when I'm driving a bus.
Oh,
All right,
it's like,
I gotta go.
oh, no, it's crashing.
All right, enjoy your
This is
D&D.
outsourcing labor to foreigners.
Oh yeah, I did outsource my soundboard to the foreigners. Damn it. Oh.
And you got your soundboard from a glow.
I got a glower and a foreigner. God damn it.
So Jim, are you going to do a big stream once all the JFK documents are up and you have the time to review it?
Yeah, I probably will. And I'm pretty sure that it's going to reflect exactly what I've been saying this whole time. Oswald shot Kennedy from the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository building, and he acted alone.
I think what they're probably going to reveal is how certain people who are farm boys in Virginia may have neglected to inform the public about useful information.
I think that if there's anything, there's just going to be more evidence that the FBI had ample opportunities to arrest Oswald and didn't. We already know of some of it. Some of it was already leaked by the guy who fucked up. Like, he felt bad, and he wanted to admit it. Because
the CIA also had reason to detain Mr. Oswald.
Yeah, because the FBI he actually went inside the FBI building in Dallas. Gave a letter to one of the agents that said, I'm going to fucking murder you and your whole family, from Oswald, like a week or two before the shooting happened. If they would have just been like, hey buddy, you just made a death threat against a federal agent, they probably could have prevented the murder. But instead, the guy was like, I get fucking all these messages all the time. If I fucking arrested everybody that fucking gave me a death threat, I'd fucking lock up half of Dallas.
I mean, Jim Texas would have been better off if he did.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
What, kill the FBI agent? Yes, that too. No offense, Chloe.
Police case with the taser.
No.
So the state is arguing that
You're talking about the Kim Potter trial, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Explain to me the Kim Potter trial. Don't bury the lead, because they were on a stream. Some people don't know. Like, I kind of don't know the whole thing. I know that the only thing I know is that she's a cop, that she pulled out a gun, and she thought that was her taser. At least this according to her, and she shot him. Yeah.
Oh, that case, okay.
So what the state is arguing is because she was attempting to take her taser, she interpreted that it wasn't a valid situation to shoot somebody with, even though that's not what the law says. That's not what case law says.
This was a person that went into the wrong building or apartment or house, right?
Yep. So what the state is saying is that if she felt he really was dangerous enough to get out a taser, she should have just shot him.
I mean, it's still a wrongful death.
Yes, but the state's trying to put the cop in jail.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
So I'm always skeptical anytime I see, like, because when I was trying to look up information about this, I kept seeing news articles, and the news articles were like, this cop shot this guy, and they always show like a cop, you know, just like a really kind of weird picture of the cop, and then whoever they shot is always like, it's either their graduation photo or like them holding a baby. It's never like just a regular picture of the person.
It's never the mug shot.
No.
Or them winning the local hot dog eating contest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or that photo of them holding up like various gang signs with also very shady individuals. You never see those.
Jim, you need to participate in a local hot dog eating contest. Take that picture. Have that be your official press release picture.
Oh.
This person was an upstanding citizen with like an 8-page conviction record.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's kind of like those guys who
like Rosenbaum.
shot. How several of those guys got their charges dropped and got other charges expunged.
Yeah.
And the charges that we know about are only the ones that they were in the process of trying to get expunged.
Oh.
Like, what's his face who lost a good hunk of his arm? He apparently beat one of his women.
Yeah, I can't even say
Gage Grosskreutz.
Grosskreutz.
Yeah, he apparently got a wife beaten expunged from his record.
That's okay. He shot himself in the foot for his lawsuit against the city, but because he testified along.
By the way, I made a joke. I made a joke on Twitter that after a year after Gage Grosskreutz got shot in the arm, Gage Grosskreutz shot himself in the foot while taking the stand. The same minute, somebody else made that exact same joke on Twitter. Oh, that was, huh?
No, it wasn't me. Never mind.
No, I stole your joke. I didn't steal that guy's joke. I stole your joke.
That's okay. It was yours for the taking.
Yeah. I did kind of workshop that just a bit to make it a little bit more poetic.
Anyway, I'm going to bounce out, and I'll probably bounce in again later.
Okay. I guess Patrick's going to stop by, too. Who else?
Yeah, by the way, it was so weird when you asked me about the G question the other day on Discord.
The G question.
Yeah.
Apollo
Jim
G?
was, like, asking the G in the Masonic symbol. Like, what?
Oh.
I hear that part of the live stream. What did the dumb boy?
Oh, I forgot what he said it was. I think
I know what JPEG is.
Yeah, I don't remember what he said it was, but it wasn't God and it wasn't geometry.
Yeah.
I look like I know what a JPEG is.
So, yeah,
like no, that was on all the public Masonic forums, and I can confirm that is what is stated in the ritual.
Yeah, and he was saying that once you hit the 33-degree Mason, then they tell you what the G is.
No, they tell you what the G is in every degree when you complete an arc of degrees.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing.
It sounds like it's just kind of embedded in you from day one. It's like, hi, welcome to the Brotherhood. This is what we're about.
So tell
you ever walked out of a mall into a huge parking area and realized you've forgotten where you parked.
Oh, I didn't know Volt showed up. So, you watched the entire stream, didn't you? Or did you not? You watched the entire 14?
I was there for the whole thing.
Oh, God. Oh, boy. That was painful.
Also, when your boy Thrall shows up, he's showing up to the bus, right?
Yeah.
You tell him I apologize for making him say things that he was somewhat uncomfortable saying about dumbasses on his stream.
Well, I played the the Count Dankula trap drop, and he was like, "What? What? What are you playing, Jim?"
Yeah, Jim, I committed an entire day to just listen to that podcast. And
Probably why.
I went to listen to more of it, but it was just such incomprehensible.
I want to say that I feel smarter for listening to it, but for a lot of the stuff that I think it just canceled each other out. It's like I gained something from you and from Patrick and
lost it
and
from
all
everyone
that, but
else.
then just lost it all from just.
Tell you what, Passio's fans. I mean, I shouldn't say this, but I will say it anyway because I'm not dissing Thrall. He's trying to, be nice to him. His fans were fucking cult members.
They really come at you.
There's a
as,
cult of
like,
personality for
similar
sure.
to the similar to like the spirit. Probably
Spirit science.
His ideology is Scientology, straight up. He's basically Scientology with less grifting.
No, I took everything that spirit science talks about, or even the Zeitgeist movement. You can take all his stuff and put it alongside those two, and they sound exactly the same.
Yeah.
Dude,
The
like
only
3D
difference,
printers, man.
The only difference is just he's just more of showing you the door. He didn't go all into like oh jeez, I'm completely brain dead right now. But
Weed Lamau.
Dude, Weed Lamau.
He sounded like he went to Ether Lamau.
By the way,
yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. He does the Mark Passio looks a lot like Baron in real life. Even the necklace that he wears, the beard. Yeah. Like
I guess I could see it.
Yeah, it was kind of, but except Baron's was like the Black Sun logo, and every time he walked around with that thing, I was like, dude, we're gonna get fucking beat up. Like wearing that thing because he wasn't wearing it for the white nationalist stuff. He was wearing it because it's actually like a pagan symbol, and he's actually a neo-pagan. Yeah, like it had nothing to do with that. Which maybe changed now. I'm not sure. I haven't checked in, but yeah.
Anyway,
see, this is why you go Greco-Roman.
Talking to you later, bro.
See you later, Larry. Oh. See, that's why you go Greco-Roman, dude.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just feel better from doing so.
Oh.
See, do you guys remember that Bronze Age pervert guy?
I don't even know who that is.
He's like an author. I know that he had quite a big Twitter following as well. He had some weird takes, and he wrote a book called Bronze Age Mindset. And I know that Michael Malice knows who he is.
Oh.
Yeah, I think so. They do know each other. I never really got him. It always seemed to be it seemed to me to be like just a massive LARP. Like he was just some guy who goes to the gym and was like, "Oh, dude, this is like the Bronze Age, man." It's like, no. Oh, I don't know.
Oh.
Now somebody's read his book will be like, "He's based." I'm like, I'm sure he is. By the way, I've decided that common sense is not based.
Common sense?
Common sense, yeah, it's not based. It's just common sense.
Oh. I guess that makes sense.
Go on, Tolly.
I just finally regained my train of thought.
Yay!
But
Choo-choo.
yeah, when I was talking about when I brought up David Icke, and I was just like, yes, David, we are ruled by lizards, Icke, and then like one of Passio's fans was like, David has never said that.
Yeah, yes, he has.
Show a fucking post is like. Every interview with David Icke, he brings up lizard people, or we're ruled by hybrid aliens. Like, David Icke is a weird individual. He thinks the moon is a giant egg. He is just a plethora of things. And the only reason I know about David Icke too is because of the spirit science movement that I took. Like,
I used to be a sports
for like 3 years or something.
Did you know he used to be a sports commentator?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reason why he got famous.
A little bit about him.
Yeah, the reason why he got famous because he did an interview, and he was
Wogan,
and he made an ass of himself on national television.
They ended up making peace with each other, I think, years later.
Oh.
I might be wrong on that, but there's a video on YouTube where they apparently apologise to each other. So.
Oh.
But yeah, he made an ass out of himself. But if he hadn't done that, we wouldn't have the David Icke that we know today.
Yeah. So I got. I fully understand what you're trying to tell me, and I'm telling you, no, hell no. Fuck yourself, Tard. Tard.
God, I hate Frasier. Retard there. CIA niggers glow.
Hey, no. Do not get me Hassan from Twitch, okay? Because we are on Twitch right now. Whoa.
Sensor at the ready.
Right?
Just a beep.
Jeez.
It's okay if it's a sound effect, right?
No, it's not.
Oh, too bad. I've got quite a few with that.
Oh
word.
no. Oh no. No. Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm gonna say the gamer word. Epic gamer.
Nick.
Oh no.
What a fucking.
Ah.
Thank you, PewDiePie.
Yeah. Oh man.
I was actually trolling a boomer today.
Oh.
Yeah, he was going on about, oh, Britain's no longer Britain, blah blah blah. I'm just like,
Oh,
I'm tired
shut
of you always me bullshit. I'm just gonna troll you. So I just went, okay, boomer. and like, he's a guy who moved from Britain. Well, he claims he's a guy who moved from Britain to Australia. I'm just like, you're Australian, but he's like, I'm British, blah 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 blah. You're Australian.
By the
He
way,
didn't like that.
look what I got. I don't know if you can
Go on,
see on
what?
the stream. It's probably gonna be
Let's have a
delayed
look.
too.
Vape.
Blackjack chewing gum.
Ew.
Ew.
Is that licorice?
Yes.
Ew.
I thought your European Eurotrash people love black
I don't
licorice.
like licorice. I don't like it.
It's so
horrible.
good. It's the best.
Nasty.
European in his mouth.
Stroking on.
Oh no.
Oh.
Hi, I'm Norm MacDonald. You know, a while back I met myself underneath the Queensboro Bridge. I employed this copy of myself while the man earned his coin, gazed at the water check. Suddenly saw my whole career flip. Then, vision clear. Why, that man wasn't Norm. He didn't even look like me. You know, not a day goes by, and I don't think of that guy, and how much I hate his guts.
Thank you, Norm. Rest in peace.
Rippin' pepperoni.
Ripping duckaroonie.
So the alcohol that I'm going to be taking super chats for is going to be Ardbeg 5 and Ardbeg 10.
Oh, very nice. Good choice.
Yes. But not yet.
I haven't had Ardbeg 5. Is it stronger? Than
Way
Ardbeg
stronger.
2?
Yeah,
Way
it's
stronger?
it's way more smoky because the fentanyls haven't had 5 extra more years to mellow out.
Okay. So it's like drinking Lefroy. Just
Well, Lefroy and Ardbeg are kind of similar in terms of smokiness. They're about the same.
okay.
It's just that like Lefroy is much more like,
so
like
to speak.
Yeah, Ardbeg is much more like clean and pristine and kind of pretty, but then there's like this punch of smoke on top of it. Whereas Ardbeg's like, nah, fuck that. We taste like we just taste like a burning hospital
You meant Lefroy.
in the ocean.
Oh.
Bro, you look like my left nutsack.
I mean,
now you're spending a lot of time. Like if people are starting to look like balls to you, you might be spending too much time staring at balls.
What's the problem with that?
I mean, are they cute balls?
Ooh, ooh. So, who is your favorite cringe tuber?
Cringe tuber. What define cringe tuber?
So, like a YouTuber that you watch just to like cringe at them because they're so cringy.
I don't do that.
Really?
No.
Not even like War
Never
Corpse?
used- I did watch him a few times, I guess, but I didn't really cringe at him. I only cringed when people responded to him because it's like that's what he fed off of.
Yeah. My favorite video of his was when he made a video saying that he was a white nationalist because he's a nationalist and he's white.
Oh.
And people were making like video responses and comments like, that's not what it means to be a white nationalist. And then he took down the video and was like, oh, I never made that.
Oh.
Um,
Do you remember when he
Such an
he
idiot.
said, I'm responding to a 14-year-old girl?
Yeah.
So,
I have to say that my favorite is actually the for cringe content is actually the Spirit Science channel. I do watch
Oh.
it just to like hate myself.
to make yourself glowy, even more glowy.
Yeah, that was upon me entering the three-letter organization. That was who I was assigned to, and I'm not allowed to monitor anyone else, even though I have demanded to like be moved to like the libertarian movement. They're just like, no, you need to watch to these people, and I'm like, but I don't want to. So I went against orders and just joined a libertarian group anyways, just to be like, these guys seem cool though. I want to like talk to them, and they seem to like me.
Oh.
I'm like the spirit science people that want to like slit my throat. I need to pull up old emails, or actually, or not emails, but old messages of these people like actually threatening me. It's fun.
Do you remember? Do you remember the alt-right people?
Yeah.
You thought they were dead scientific and were far more intelligent, and they were going to beat everybody. Yeah, where are they now? Oh wait, one of them's on CNN.
Official CNN commentator Richard B. Spencer.
Richard Spencer.
God, that was so. Why did they put him on? What did they think they were going to gain out of that?
He's a glowy, right?
I don't think so.
Is he? I don't think Richard.
I do remember thinking when he
CNN
first
commentator Richard B. Spencer. I don't. Think so.
Like if he was, we probably wouldn't have gotten the Octomaroon tapes.
Yeah.
I remember though when they first came around and they were their content was blowing up. That I thought, oh, this is different from the usual racist that you respond to. They're just mouth breathers. These people actually have a lot of stuff that I need to unpack and possibly learn about. But then after a while, you realise, oh wait, they're cherry picking all the facts and twisting it. Like
I remember
was a stupid argument because in the end, it doesn't actually matter if one is dumber or smarter.
So I mean, they're. I don't think it's genetic. I think it's much more like cultural. And not only that, but like, in the areas that in the areas where like most African Americans live, like the schools are like seriously like shitty. So you have a situation where like you're being encouraged to have a poor lifestyle, encouraged by it, and it's not by like. It's not by like rap music and stuff. I'm sure that plays an influence, but it's mostly like white progressive liberals who encourage that sort of behavior. Is like that's their culture. Don't disrespect it. That's good. That's good. Yeah, it's not like if you rewind the clock back, like African Americans, like or black Americans, they could be from Haitian, who knows. They didn't really speak much different than the people around them. They really didn't. Like a lot of the African American dialect or whatever they call it now, Ebonics, I don't know. Yeah. That all came from like Scottish immigrants and Northern English immigrants. That's the way they spoke when they came here. Yeah. Hi.
I don't talk like that. I don't talk like that.
But it evolved from that kind of way of speaking. There's still some remnants of it around that kind of sound like that. But that's the way that everybody spoke. And then when things started getting, like when people started talking like how we talk today in America, black Americans did the same thing too. And then during the whole, what is that called? What was that called? The great... fucking LBJs.
Migration?
No, the LBJ.
Great Society.
The Great Society programs and stuff. They started really pushing that, like, no, that's the way they speak. That, you know, like, that's part of their culture. That's their heritage. Don't, you know, it should be encouraged, not shamed. And then that's why we have a lot of that stuff today. Like, it's
interesting.
Yeah. What's his name?
This is something new for me. So.
Yeah. I'm so blanking out on names. Two stream marathons in a row will do that to you.
You need to describe him, man.
It's one that tells you not to get dissuaded by big giant socialist titties. God damn it!
I don't remember
He just retired not that long ago.
Hang on, big.
Economist.
Don't be fooled by big old socialist titties.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Thomas Sowell.
Thomas Sowell, there we go. Thomas Sowell wrote a book called White Liberals and was it Black something?
Black Rednecks, yeah.
Yeah, Black Rednecks and White Liberals. Great book. Great book. But it talks about the history of all that stuff. Yeah.
They're meant to hypnotize and save your ass.
See, here's the thing. Like, I like Destiny as much as I don't like Destiny. Like, half of the times Destiny does debates, I usually side with them. The other half, I'm just like, what the fuck? The fuck is wrong with you? Whereas Vosh, like, it's almost 100%. I disagree with him.
I think he deserves the wood chipper. That's
Yeah.
just me.
Vosh is kind of a low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
Can you believe that Sean Head found him attractive? I can't believe it.
Yeah, because... Oh, boy.
Oh. Then again, considering that she wears wigs because she keeps pulling her hair out, that does make sense.
Compared to her ex, you're really...
Yeah, downgrade.
That is a massive downgrade.
I don't get why he's so
Armored Skeptic was a rather attractive looking man.
He was a Logic clone, but
Logic is fucking great. I like Logic.
And his wife has a nice voice.
Yeah.
We do have to point out that Logic is bad insofar as he inspired a whole generation of cartoon ANCAPs.
To the cartoon ANCAP.
Was it really him that inspired all that?
Yep, because Dapperton did it, and then Dapperton had a bunch of like clones.
Well, you know what happens when you make clones of yourself, you know?
Yeah. Well, he was a copy. You know, like, copies are already a little bit degraded, just a little bit. But when you start making copies of the copies, then it's like, oh, God.
Inbreeding.
No, did you ever see Multiplicity?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, so, like, the first clones that came from him were fine. It was the ones that, when they cloned themselves. Hi, Steve. Nice party. I like Steve. Yeah. I like pizza. I like it a lot. That's SO.
Yeah.
Take down the video. No.
See, test my peppy, Steve.
His stuff isn't even stuff that I enjoy either for cringe. It's...
One of my mates thought that his take down of Hopper was good. And I'm like, mate, you're smarter than that. How could you enjoy it? How could you enjoy that?
Wait, who?
He's one of my friends.
No, who?
Essos is takedown of Hopper. Do you remember that?
Oh no, whose friend said that?
My friend.
But it wasn't like that whole video. Like you come to the conclusion that he is both a far right Nazi who wants to like gas the Jews, and then like he's also like an ultra woke like Marxist Vosh debate bro. It's like how could it be both?
I think, well, maybe if they were talking about Rothbard, I'd be inclined to think, yeah, he was both at one point. I'm joking, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Like, I hate when people go like, oh, I only like Rothbard's old stuff. It's like, no, his old stuff is his new stuff. Like, he did have old shit that was pretty based. But there was a period where he wasn't saying that sort of thing publicly. And the reason why he wasn't saying that stuff publicly was because he was trying to look for alliances anywhere he can get them. And the first thought he thought was like, oh, hey, I'm an anarchist. Maybe we should go talk to the other people who call themselves anarchist. And so for a few years he tried, and then he realized very quickly that these people are not to be sided with in any way, shape, or form, and that they are a complete waste of time. And so he was like, screw this. Who else can we get? Oh, what about the paleo conservatives? Let's try them. And that's when he started talking. Who? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, Hopper thought that...
He usually blows smoke up his ass every chance he can get.
He also thought that working with the paleos were a bad mistake, too. He actually spoke at a conference. Hopper spoken at a conference, got in front of all of the people that were in the paleo crowd, and called them fucking National Socialists.
Yeah, I saw him quoted in.
I think Pat Buchanan was there too. Yeah.
Yeah, he said that Pat Buchanan was one. Yeah. And he's not wrong.
No, he's not wrong at all.
Oh. At first I thought, wow, he's using that word, and I thought, oh wait, he's not wrong.
No, he's completely right.
Yeah.
By the way, we still haven't gotten the blood. God damn it! I was trying to put some conscious effort in not saying blug. The bug has not hit the windshield yet.
Oh. So what happens when the bug hits the?
It just splats. It just splatters on the windshield, and it's there for the rest of the.
It's like your halfway mark.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh.
It's halfway
letting
mark.
you know that you're halfway there.
We did take a couple of breaks, mostly a meal break that took the longest. And I think I didn't start until like 4 or 5 minutes until.
This really is a great game.
There's no reason to make other games. There really isn't. This is the only game I play.
So
Wish this was on Game Pass.
Apparently the Proud Boys have formed an alliance with, you know, that black nationalist guy, Aquavial, that guy.
Oh, yeah. God, his name's at the top of my head.
Let me see if I can find it.
I know who you're talking about, though. I know who you're talking about.
Is it Gazi Koto, is it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Dang it. There was somebody that did like a really good, wasn't really so much like a tape.
Yeah, the Black Hammer, yeah. Gazi Koto.
Yeah.
He's formed an alliance with the Proud Boys, apparently.
He just.
Oh.
He knows how to pick his.
Since I don't have any of the mods in the chat, I have to like pull the bus over.
I don't understand how this has happened.
Yeah, I was gonna ask who Monolithic Ethos was.
Oh, I can't drag him in.
Oh.
I can't drag him in because he's in SNCC. I can't drag people out of SNCC because that's the sleep room. Go into another room.
Oh. Yeah.
Wrong chat. Oh my gosh.
Man with a penis.
Oh, here we go.
Also.
Yeah.
Go into like one of the flagpoles. Like, yeah. Like,
you know what we need? We need Nano Chad in here, but he's not going to make an appearance, is he?
Here he is.
Oh, where is Nano Chad?
Right here. How come I can't drag him in here? Well, that's so weird. Oh, there he goes. There he goes. I can drag them in. Okay, cool. I got it. Got it.
Oh, hi.
Oh.
Hello.
It's fake Arlo.
Have we talked before, man with a penis? I know we do on Twitter.
Yeah, you follow me and I follow you on Twitter.
Yeah, I mean in like Discord. I don't think we've ever actually.
Yeah, he's been fighting the good fight against the zoo files.
Wow. Thank you, mythical champion.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service. We need to get you a medal.
Yes.
And we also have
it's very emotionally and mentally draining.
It really is.
Wouldn't it be a whole lot easier for you if Brown Nose Pup was still alive?
Oh no! Oh no!
By the way, did you see they made a Brown Nose Pup NFT?
Like a muddy paws.
Oh shit! No.
Was it Brian Mullins? Was it Brian Mullins?
I don't know his real name. I don't know it was Brown Nose Pup was his, yeah. But he not to get too, because I tried I was reminded of this because in another server I'm in, someone was like, check out my new, it was a tweet on someone on Twitter was like, check out my new NFT. And it was like, you know, like the lion NFTs that you see, but it was in brown nose pup. And it even had the little poop icons in the background and everything. And I was like, oh my God, why did you remind me this exists? And then I was like watching the Wang episode about it. And like, I was like trying not to vomit. It was so gross. But in it, he pointed out that he had the little zoo file icon in his name on Twitter.
Oh no. Not even remotely surprised.
Just get on the train.
Get him on the privately owned boxcar. So tell me why you didn't like Metroid Dread.
Why didn't I like Metroid Dread?
Yeah.
I liked it. It just isn't as good as the other ones, in my opinion. Let me modify my settings for a second, and then I shall spin you a yarn.
Oh, the tangled web we weave. I thought Metroid Dread was a great game. But I think that was like the first time that I actually no, that was the first time I've actually completed a Metroid game. So there is that.
All right, so hopefully this button doesn't cause weird issues. Okay, this works. Okay, so I did enjoy Metroid Dread quite a bit.
Okay.
My problem is not with the game design or any of that shit. My problem really kind of just boiled down to like the atmosphere not being as good and the soundtrack being completely forgettable.
Yeah, except for like the recreations of like the older songs. I completely.
Oh, that doesn't count.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you played Metroid Prime, right?
No.
You have not.
No.
Well, then you must.
Well, I have a. By the way, I just got a GameCube controller for Christmas. An actual GameCube controller, a new one, the Smash one.
I know you got a good controller.
Yeah, well, like the Chinese knockoff one wasn't really cutting it that well. It did an okay job, but yeah.
Either that, or you should have got like a Wavebird.
Well, this is like a brand new one. It's the one they made for Smash. It's a Japanese import.
Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, it works.
I mean, I saw the teardowns of it on Spawnwave, and it was like it's the exact same thing.
Like, it pretty much is.
Yeah, I think like there was like
really can't...
the main chip on it had like a different little artwork on it, but it was still the same part number and everything. So
yeah, you really can't go wrong with a GameCube controller.
But I have it on the Wii. I have the trilogy on Wii, so I can play it with the GameCube controller, or I can play it with the Wiimote.
Is there an option to actually play with the GameCube controller on the fucking trilogy version?
I think you told me you could.
I don't think you can.
Well, if I can't, I can always just put the GameCube versions on my Wii and play it that way. So there's always that.
Well, it's gonna have to boil down to which one do you prefer. Do you prefer motion aiming, or do you want to aim with the stick?
Probably the motion aiming, because it's much more like a mouse. Yeah, it's more like a mouse.
I personally really fucking hate the motion control, so I played the first 2 games with the GameCube controller. I don't give a shit if the controls are a little weird.
GameCube controllers. I'm using a GameCube controller right now to play this. To play this right now, only because it's super small, and I can drive one-handed. Oh, by just doing well, if I have it up against my leg.
Who prides himself on his Dukes.
Yeah.
Small controller. Oh.
No, I tried doing this with a Duke. It's too big.
too much control
And
for you to handle.
Well, I have to have both hands on the controller.
I love how like the GameCube controller
That's
looks
how you
like
properly drive, Jim.
Well, it's because it's got balls.
But yeah, it's gonna have to depend on which controller you pick.
Jim, you need to get yourself like a bus steering wheel controller. For desert bus.
Right.
Yeah, so with the GameCube controller, you move and also move the camera with the left stick, so it's like playing GoldenEye.
Oh no.
Oh.
Can you not fix it?
Not that I know of. It's not as annoying as GoldenEye. When you hold down the right trigger to aim, it's not nearly as bad as like fucking GoldenEye's aiming.
Oh my god.
There's no rubber banding with the aiming, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah. Oh, I hate that. So I tried playing the 007 remake on the Xbox 360, the leaked one.
Oh yeah.
And the controls are still the same, and I'm like, why not just have dual stick? Why not modernize the controls?
I feel like that might prove a little difficult because the N64 is pretty notorious to emulate.
Well, it wasn't an emulating. It was a new build of the game. Rare was actually remaking the game for the 360. And they couldn't get the licensing from MGM, so they just canned it. And someone at Rare leaked the game.
What a champion.
Yeah. But they didn't modernize the controls, so it's still, you're still only using one stick for everything. It's like, fuck.
Yeah, there's one, you just got that one stick that you gotta work with. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh,
yeah, you need two sticks.
Yeah.
But yeah,
just like when you go skiing, you gotta handle two sticks.
Right.
Yeah, but the controls with the GameCube are similar to GoldenEye, except not as crappy. The C stick is relegated to switching between guns, which is actually more intuitive than the way that they did it in the Wii. With the Wii version, you have to hold down X, I believe, X or Y, and then you kind of have to move your arm over to one of the weapons and highlight the icon of the weapon to switch to it. So it's a little bit more clunky on the Wii.
My watch says I've been sitting too long. But only knew.
Yeah, but back to the original point. I'm telling you that you should really check out the play Metroid Prime, the trilogy. They're good. The soundtracks are really fucking good. Metroid is very, very well known for having stellar atmospheric soundtracks.
I did like the audio. Like everything
the audio
else
is nice,
in Dread. It was great.
Yeah, the audio in Dread is nice. The soundtrack is not so great. The soundtrack kind of just bleeds into the background. It should be at the forefront. It should be defining the atmosphere.
Dun 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 dun. Yeah, it should be like that, but no. We didn't get that. We got
or it could be a lot like the soundtrack to Fusion, which was insanely atmospheric. Which is another reason why I keep telling you to play Fusion.
Well, I finally beat Metroid, and I beat it on hard mode.
Yeah.
It only took me 8 hours.
4 hours.
No. I guess I don't get those cool Nintendo NFTs.
You don't get your Nintendo NFT, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Sad.
You don't get to see Samus outside of her fucking suit.
Oh, like how far outside of her suit?
She's in her Zero suit.
Oh.
It's funny because she's actually.
I wish she had Zero's suit, if you know what I mean.
She's actually become less sexualized as each game has gone on, believe it or not. Because
her armor hasn't.
In Super Metroid, when you beat the game and you get Super Master, she's in her Zero suit. Her midriff is exposed.
Well, in the original game, she was in a bikini. The first one.
Pretty much, yeah. So for like the first 3 games, she had an exposed midriff. She had something covering her boobs, covering her ass, and that's all it was. Like the Zero suit did not become a thing until Zero Mission.
Oh.
Yeah, the Game Boy Advance remake, which is also really fucking good. One thing that Dread did that was really good was they brought back this sort of non-linear approach to exploration. A lot of like Turbo fans of frickin' Super Metroid were not too pleased about this more straightforward approach of Fusion. So Dread kind of fixed that.
By the way, 1 more hour until I take fucking super chat shots. Yes. Ooh. Oh.
play the other Metroids, especially Fusion. If you want a spookier, if you want a spooky Metroid, that one's a good fucking one.
So there was on my regular the normal mode on that run through I got 100% except for one thing. There was like one, I think it was one energy thing or one rocket thing. I don't remember which one. I think it was energy. There's one thing I couldn't get where it was like you had to like use your sparkle dash or whatever the fuck it's called and then stop it, then go down and then like do it again and then stop it and then do it again. I was like, how could you do that? I could not get her to stop doing it and then continue on. It was like, I think it was running up a hill.
Oh my god. Welcome to the fucking... You think those are bad? The zero emission Shine Spark puzzles are fucking crazy.
Yeah, I got all of them though. I got every single one except for that one because it was the one that you had to like make her stop doing it and then make her start doing it again like right afterwards. I was like, how do you do that?
Yeah.
And I read the tutorials. I saw videos of people doing it. I saw people like going like, here's how you do it. I'm like, can't do it. Fuck it. I'm over it. Over it. So I got like 99% on that game. But I think my favorite thing about the whole Metroid Dread thing is that guy from God of War who was like, he's like, how am I supposed to know? Yeah. It was like, he was like, why? How am I supposed to know that? It's like there's nothing that tells me that I'm supposed to go up there. He's like I can go anywhere. He's like, it's not like it's the only place to go. I can go anywhere. I can go over here. Wait, no, I can't go over there. Okay, well I can come over here. Oh yeah. Okay, well I can definitely go over here. No, I can't go over there. Well, this door was open, and then rewind the tape back. It was closed. It's like, you idiot. That's why they put enemies up there, so you shoot at them, and then break the walls and go, oh, I'm supposed to go up there. They showed like 30 people playing it. They all started shooting the wall, and they're like, oh, okay.
That was kind of embarrassing.
Yeah. Everyone's like, you suck at video games. What is that?
No, it's my phone. Sorry.
Oh.
Just saw a nice, lovely clip of Nancy Pelosi.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
About her alleged insider trading.
Oh. That.
Yeah.
Morning. Sunday morning.
So basically, in short, a reporter said, should members of Congress and their spouses be banned from trading? And Pelosi's answer is, no, we are a free market economy.
I think insider trading should be legal. Fight me.
I mean, we do it. I mean, well, you know.
We do it?
I guess. Well, Wall Street bets and stuff.
Oh.
That, you know.
Tally's kind of roboting a bit.
Oh.
So are you ready for Odyssey 2? Are you ready for Odyssey 2? Do you think that's going to be a thing?
It might be. I don't know.
Because I know what I'm doing with... You're roboting, Tally. You're going... Yeah, Odyssey 2.
I talked about Nancy Pelosi and it got me censored.
Really makes you think. I'm surprised we haven't gotten any more weird questions from Washington. It kind of makes me sad.
I honestly just want to see Breath of the Wild 2 now.
Yeah, I want to see I'm going to get Breath of the Wild, and if Odyssey 2 is a real thing, I'm getting the shit out of that. I'm playing the fuck out of that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to both of those. If especially Breath of the Wild 2.
Yeah, Breath of the Wild. Go ahead.
I mean, currently I'm collecting reproduction cartridges of N64 games. I'm playing the N64 Zelda games. Currently currently wrapping up my playthrough of fucking Majora's Mask.
Wait a minute. You mean you're not getting the online expansion pack?
No. In fact, I was inspired to buy that because the fucking online expansion pack's fucking gay. Imagine paying $50 a year for that subpar service.
Imagine.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not buying
on
it.
Amazon right now, and for like $35 you can get a reproduction cartridge of so many different N64 games. Like I got one for Star Fox.
Nice.
I got one for the 2 Pokemon Stadium games.
I don't have it. I really need to get some Gen 5 stuff because I don't have any Gen 5 stuff.
I am trying to find a copy of Conker's Bad Fur Day, and it is proving to be very difficult.
Yes, they're really hard to come by. The best shot you have is to go into like a brick and mortar video game store, like a retro video game store.
Oh god.
And you're going to be paying a premium for that.
Yeah. I actually found one in my area. Not only that, but they're also like a retro arcade and a bar all in one. Yeah.
I mean, I do have rare replays, so maybe I don't have to fucking bother.
Honestly, the best way to play it is Xbox. If you can get yourself an OG Xbox and mod it, because you're not going to find. You're not going to. I'll sell you one.
How much?
I used to sell them for $200, and then inflation hit. Now they're $250.
Gay.
Yeah, fuck inflation. But it's got 2 terabytes of 0 games, just lots of empty folders. Definitely no games on there, and definitely no ROMs for emulators too.
Yeah,
that would be illegal. Totally.
Yeah, because that would be illegal and therefore wrong to do.
Jim, you seem to make a lot of trips to Spain.
Yes.
I need to get in touch with your travel agent.
And they're quick.
But hypothetically speaking, if there was an Xbox that had one of these things, and you were indeed did have some passing interest in buying one, would you sell me one?
Yeah, I have
Look, he
3
just
for
sells
sale
you-
right now.
He just gives you an Xbox with a bunch of blank folders in it.
These are probably going to be the last ones I'll make because, like, even broken Xboxes are starting to get expensive now.
Okay, well then in that case, I probably should buy one off you. All my
Or-
friends are like, get a Series X. I'm like, hey guys, I finally got an Xbox. And it's like, and they're like, oh, can we see it? And it's like the OG Xbox. And it's like, what the fuck is this?
You're like, it's the
Screw
Xbox
that.
One.
I got this with like a shitload of fucking games.
Guys, I got an Xbox One, and they're just like, what? And they're like, yeah, look.
It's the Xbox One, not ONE. It's not an X-Bone. It's different.
As in the good Xbox.
I think all the Xboxes were good. It's just that the Xbox One had a really bad start.
Eighth gen Xbox kind of laid an egg.
Wait, what'd you say?
Is it because of the Xbox Connect?
Well, that was a part of it. Like it was more expensive than the PlayStation because you had to have the Connect. You had to always be online at the time when you could play video game consoles offline, no big deal. It was like the first one where it was like, no, you have to go online, which now that's like standard fare, whatever. The other one was like you couldn't if I knew Man with the Penis in real life and he was like, oh dude, I'd never played like Cyberpunk, and I'm like, oh, it's not that great, and I was like, here, just borrow my copy. He would have to pay a fee if he were to try to put it in his Xbox and play.
Gay.
Yeah, and when it wasn't going to be backwards compatible with the Xbox 360, which was expected since it was a jump to 64-bit. But now they did the backwards compatibility program, and that helped out a lot. But still,
the other big issue is that the Xbox One just didn't have any good first-party software. They just everything they put out was just either mediocre or just sucked ass.
Yeah. Or except
like
Halo.
The new Halo wasn't that great. Like Halo 5 wasn't that great. Fucking
Gears.
Crackdown 3 sucked ass.
Gears of War is just
I know,
rinse and repeat.
PlayStation 2 has something similar to the Kinect, but it's with a camera.
Oh yeah, I forget what it's called.
I had one before.
Forget what that. I think it was it was the Eye or something. And then they also had the PlayStation Move. That was for the 3.
The funny thing is that with the PlayStation 4, they were gonna end up doing what the Xbox was doing with the fucking DRM shit, but then they saw the backlash and they were like, You know what? Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't like Microsoft was particularly bad themselves. It was like that was where the industry was going. And the first person that said, hey, we're going to do this, because that's where the industry is going, got the fucking heat for it. Yeah, Sony was definitely like, oh, yeah, we were totally going to let people borrow games from the very beginning. Cancel that fucking service. Yeah, we were totally going to do it. Let's quick, get the presidents in here so we can do like a little joke video for YouTube. Like, that was it.
Reason number 80 billion why digital downloading is killing everything about gaming.
I think we're also in an era of just delivering subpar games.
But there are some games that I wish that I bought digitally. One game that I bought digitally that I wish I bought. That I bought physically that I wish I bought digitally, and that was Mario Maker. Because I thought about it later. I'm like, I'm never gonna play this game when the service goes offline. I'm never gonna touch it again. There's like no reason to. It's like I'll play the 100 levels that it gave me out of the box. It's like, okay.
Always get physical in my mind. But yes, I will definitely take one of those Xboxes off of your hands.
Oh,
if
for
you
sure.
only have 3 left.
And it costs like $30 to ship, though.
Copies of games, though, nowadays.
Yeah. Oh yeah, especially
It's
older
probably
stuff.
worth it if it's gonna have a shitload of games on it.
Well, it may not have games on it because I would never do that because it's illegal and therefore wrong to do. But
totally no games on it.
But if there's, let's say you open it up and there's like, oh, there's no games on here, I better put some stuff on. You can go to archive.org, download a bunch of the games there, and just put it on through a LAN cable. Just plug it into a LAN cable, type in an FTP client, and just transfer the files over.
Virtual copies that you already own.
Legal copies that you already own, of course, or homebrews.
Yeah, we can't be promoting illegal activities in here, Jim.
Of course. Yeah, but I think the OG Xbox is the best console ever made.
No.
Oh shit! What's up,
let
Nikki?
me proceed to go blackmail some third world leader.
Yeah. But if you can, you should probably, before you buy one off me, check on OfferUp to see if there's any Xboxes that say broken disk drive doesn't open. Because if you can do that, that is a gold mine, especially if you get it cheap, because that is literally a 25-cent fix.
Is it? Oh.
Yeah, if you have a torque, what do they call them? Torque
wrench.
Yeah, torque wrench. No, not a torque wrench. A torque screwdriver. Yeah, it's if you just need a torque 20, a torque 9, and you can open that thing up and take it apart. And you can get those. And all it is, guaranteed, all it is one of those little bands or those little rubber bands. Sometimes you can just boil them in water or put them in boiling water. Don't boil it with it in there, but put it in some boiling water and it'll usually fix it. Or you can buy a brand new one for 25 cents, which is like the smart thing to do because it'll last longer. You can buy it on eBay for 25 cents shipped, and they'll mail it to you in like a letter.
That's pretty.
And so like shipping, shipping is like 32 cents. Yeah, you just replace that little rubber band, clean everything up with some isopropyl alcohol. And then if it's 1.5 or it's not, you're not going to get a 1.5. Those don't exist.
It was such a cheap fix, and that that they would want to, like, repair shops would charge you so much just to fix it.
But then it's like if you have a 1.0, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, just rip out the clock capacitor, clean it up if it leaked a little bit with some isopropyl alcohol, and it's good to go. Then modding it, you can mod it, but you're going to need a game. You have to buy an actual game, which you can buy the USB stick and an adapter for like $5. At least that's what it was when I bought it. You can buy the game for about $5, or you can buy a pack where it has everything, including the software that you need to put on there, for like $15. Just plug it in. Your system's modded. You can switch out the hard drive, all that stuff. Or you can just put one game in there at a time. Which there are some people do that just use the original stuff and they just, I want to play a new game. I'll just upload a new game to it.
Nice. It's pretty cool.
But there's tutorials on YouTube to tell you how to do it, but it's a whole process. But once you get it up and you get like a 2 terabyte hard drive in there, it's set.
You're set.
Yeah, you're set. You are set.
That's pretty awesome.
And then, of course, you want to make sure that you get one with a Duke controller, because that's clearly the better controller for the system.
That's the most rational controller to use.
Yes. It's the most rational brand of cigarette.
Perfect controller for Shrek over here.
Yeah. Like, look how big my hand is compared to a GameCube controller. Like, I'm just using this single-handedly.
I want to actually see you holding the controller for a sec.
Hold on. Oh.
Motherfucker, you can practically like eat that thing like a sandwich.
I have big hands, and you know what they say about people with big hands? They need big controllers. I'm set off for work, getting my work done, grab a sandwich, come home, and Jim's still driving. Yep.
I think you need to like order some more Duke controllers, Jim, and just turn them into a necklace.
Well, I have 3 coming, but they haven't even shipped yet. I don't know what the deal is. It's driving me crazy right now.
They're sitting in the port in California.
Yeah.
Because California doesn't want to.
A lot of people already got theirs, but I got all 3 of the new 20th anniversary editions, which one looks just like the old one, except the D-pad and the little top on the part, or the top part is green instead of black. And it has the little Xbox, or the Xbox 20-year anniversary logo thing. They all have that little thing. Well, the white one has it too. So I have a white one that's coming that kind of looks like a Stormtrooper Xbox controller, but Duke. And that's nice too. And then I got the Cortana one, which is like purple and it has Cortana on the side, and it has a different boot animation too. Meowcat is now following you. Thank you. Thanks for the sub. Oh wait, I think this was for Twitch. Yeah.
Oh, you got a Twitch follower. Oh.
Dude, Jim, when you go to, because I know you made a video on it a while ago before you deleted it on, was it why hierarchies are inedible? And that
It's back up.
It's back up?
Yeah. I put all my old videos back up, and that was the one that I was like, oh, I need to put that one up. That's not even unquestionable. Why hierarchies are inevitable, yes. And by the way, like, I had shown that around to a few people, and like a lot of communists had tried to dismiss it, like, oh, that's just one study. It's like, no. This is not a study. Even though it is in the peer-reviewed literature, it's actually part of a textbook that actually cites a bunch of studies. A bunch of studies, yeah.
A bunch of studies.
Yeah, and it also talks about the studies in it too. So it's more of like a theory now. It's as close as you can get to like an actual scientific fact. Like, this is well established, and they actually went. There's actually talks about how, like a lot of different examples of like so-called no hierarchy organizations or whatever actually having hierarchies. But my favorite one was the one that had an orchestra.
So it's a statistical analysis.
No, it's a textbook, but it's citing like all the relevant literature in it. I linked it in the thing. Maybe I don't know if the link doesn't work. Let me know. I'll find another copy of it. But so like one of the stories that I thought was like the most fascinating was there was like this symphony orchestra, and it's well known, like especially with like, you know, ideological communists and stuff, is like, oh look here, even like an orchestra, you don't even need to have a conductor. But they do have a conductor. They just take turns being the conductor. And after a while, there's a few people that they choose as like, these are the best people for the job, and they end up guiding all the stuff. Like, they're the ones that organize all the concerts. They organize what music is played, all of that stuff. And it's just like a little group of people. So basically you have like essentially a board of people who decide everything that the orchestra does, including orchestrating it. They just take turns actually doing the orchestration. So instead of having one person, you just have like 3 or 4 conducting a whole orchestra. Like, and it goes down the line. Like, all of these businesses that say like, oh, we're non-hierarchical, turns out there's like one or two people that actually make all the choices, and all the people there just vote alongside with them because they think that they make the best choices. And they looked up to them. They view them as like bosses, even though they're not technically bosses.
Yeah, I was just saying that because I'm working on a video response to Second Thought, and he cites this book by this Dutch author who's trying to make the claim that there's two forms of freedom, like the one that, which by the way, he sort of strawman Aristotle by saying, trying to make him out as if he's like pro-democratic, but he argues that real freedom, the judicial form of freedom, is basically political equality, as in like complete democracy, and then the modern interpretation of freedom, that is freedom from coercion, as in like, you know, from the government, that was an infiltration by the right-wing authoritarian thinkers in trying to prevent wealth distribution. And I'm like, so I thought about that your video on hierarchy, because even like in their argument, like hierarchy is inedible, like, which if you think about it makes sense, because like if you for instance, you go to high school, right? There's a science project, like a group science project, right?
Yeah.
There's always going to be that geeky nerd that knows what the hell he's talking about, and all the class, like all the in let's say it's a group project, right? There's always going to be that one geeky person that all the other people in the group will just copy his work from.
They should redistribute to their virginity. Exactly.
I'm off, guys. I'll see you later.
All right, have a good one, Mitch. Follow Mitch on YouTube and Odyssey. Oof. Yeah, like it's always like that. Anytime I've ever worked on any kind of group project, there's always like one or two people who decide like, all right, here's what we're gonna do. You do this, you do that, and it never comes from like, well, we should have this guy in charge, or everybody deciding it. It just kind of happens like, all right, I know what I'm doing here, guys. And everybody goes like, oh, you know what you're doing here? Great, because I don't. Help us out here. Give us guidance. That's what it usually boils down to. It's either me or somebody else does it. Either I don't know or I know everything. And, you know, it's like that for so many things, and I don't know, like even, yeah, it's so stupid. And moreover, like at my work, I don't want to have I don't want to make decisions about the company when I go to work. I just want to go there and get paid and not have to deal with any of the risks that come with that. So if my income is based on not how well the company does, and I just get paid like an hourly fee or a salary, I'm going to have, you know, I'm going to be much more inclined to want to take that job. Like, that's not the case with every person. A lot of people want that risk because there's a higher reward if they do well. And if people have that, what it takes to do that, they're going to want to do that. There's some instances where I want to take that risk, right? Like if I want to start a business, there's a risk I want to take. But if I'm just going to be like, no, I just need to work a 9-to-5, something that's stable, it makes sense for me to take a paycheck. And if the company loses money, I'm not going to get, you know, I'm not going to come into work and they're going to be like, we can't pay you. They can't do that. Because I have a contract with them that says that they're going to pay me this much an hour. If they don't pay me that much an hour, I could, you know, I could take them to court or whatever.
Yeah.
So if you're going to have me like in a company-owned business, and I have to also invest in the business too and make decisions on the account of the business, like I don't want to deal with that. I just want to come here, help some old people get through the night okay, and then fucking go home. I don't have to worry about shit. I don't have to like get text messages in the morning say like, oh, our stocks are down 10%. We're all screwed. That would also be nice if a way you could, where it'd be a little bit different, to encourage me to do a better job is to give me like stock options. So if I have a stock option, so I still get paid for my work no matter what, but I also get a stock option. And so long as the company does good, my stock options will go up. So I have a vested interest in not just coming to work and doing a decent job. I also have a incentive to help the company do a better job as well. That's a way you can do that. But the idea that I'm just going to like want to have a managerial position at every job that I take when I'm doing something like, I don't know, CNA work or manufacturing, where I'm just trying to get through my shift and go home and collect my paycheck, is not something I want to do. And then on top of that, deal with managerial stuff. It's like I want to do one or the other. Now, I worked in manufacturing for a couple months, and God, that was a nightmare. But there were people who were like, who had like managerial positions, who would, when they're not having to do any of that stuff, would come on the floor and like help out a little bit. That's different than actually like being on the floor working and then going, oh shit, what is the next product that we're going to do? Like what do we think in 5 years people are going to want to build, and what should we invest in? Like, I don't want to deal with that shit. I don't care. Just fucking do it. You figure it out. Tell me what to do and I'll do it, and I'll just collect a paycheck. And if it's more work, or if you want me to move up the ranks to do more skilled positions and stuff, then pay me more. Then shut up. Leave me alone. Like the company that I work for now, like it really does not, it would not matter to me whatsoever if the company started losing money, started hemorrhaging money, so long as they stayed in business and I keep my job. Yeah, I work in a startup and everything is everyone's business. I have to defend. I have a defined role, but if shit's going down, that's where we've all got to help. It can be frustrating when I want to just go to work and go home. Yeah. Some people don't want that. Like, so it depends on the job. Like, if I had a job tomorrow where I was working for like a company that resold video games or refurbished video games, and I was more of a managerial position, and my job wasn't actually opening up Xboxes and removing clock capacitors and cleaning them up, like, then yeah, like I want to take that because that's now my job. But if I'm going to be in the back working on Xboxes, the last thing I want to worry about is whether or not, whether or not we're going to invest in a new soldering iron. Like, that's your problem. I'm telling you I need a new soldering iron. If you're going to tell me no, I'll work with the shitty one that I got. Whatever. Welcome back. There's reasons for that. Like, there's reasons why you want to divide roles out like that. And a hierarchy is the best way of doing it. A managerial position should pay more than someone who's just, like a line cook or, a guy who's on an assembly line. Because they're the ones that are making decisions that could make or break the company. And if you're good at that, if that's what you excel at, then that's what you should do, and you should get paid more for doing that, especially since for the risk that's involved with your job. Yeah. And you should be able to. And you should be able to tell. Yeah, I was going to say, and you should be able to tell those line cooks to stop making garbage food.
Yeah.
Put your fucking hairnet on. You're getting hair in the food.
Well, and you look at least on a corporate level, you look at some of those like CEOs. They not only just serve as like the CEO of a particular company, they often serve on board of directors for other companies.
Yeah.
So it's not only like are they like sitting there making decisions to better their own company, they're also sitting there, advising other companies on like, hey, these are decisions you should probably make.
And if like tomorrow
to better preserve your company.
Yeah, and if like tomorrow, like let's say the company starts hemorrhaging money, right? Because companies, even to the best of even multi-billion-dollar conglomerates, there are months, sometimes like years, where they are not making a cent. Guess where the money comes from to pay for all those workers? It's out of their pocket, or it's out of the company's pocket. It's not like just every year companies make money every year, always. No, in fact, even new companies. Like if I were to start up a company right now, I would expect my company to hemorrhage money for the first like year or two that I start, at least. Even a successful business, a really successful business, the first bit of it, you're gonna beef it in the financial book for a while, and you're gonna be paying and taking out loans and credit cards to pay your employees. So I'm getting paid less for doing the job that I'm doing, but in return, I get stability. I know that I'm going to get my paycheck, whether or not that company makes money this month or not. I'm going to get mine.
Yeah. Well, Amazon is a fine example of that. At least like the story behind Jeff Bezos.
Yeah.
You know, him literally sleeping in his office and you know, working almost like 16, 17, or even like 20 hours a day.
And his office was
Elon
smaller.
Musk is a fine example of that too. And that guy's got freaking, I don't know how many companies.
Yeah. And his first office was like half of the size of this room. Yeah. For like most of the time that he was, you know, starting out, like from probably like a decade. It was a tiny room. I remember them doing like interviews with him in there.
Yeah. I mean, say what you will, you know, about Jeff Bezos, but you know, he did run a pretty good ship. And now he's just, you know, launching flaccid rockets into the sky.
Sometimes I envy people who can just dismiss a problem with, that's not my job. Yeah.
Yeah, I've unfortunately have worked my way up into such a position where
Elon Musk was also like
problem.
that too.
Yeah, people say that Elon Musk takes a bunch of subsidies. I don't see how he is any worse of a offender than any other company.
Yeah,
I think people overemphasize how much like he gets from government stuff.
SpaceX actually has a really good. Yeah, he does get a lot of money from the government providing a service to you know, launching space satellites for the government and all that for a fraction of what it would have cost to send one up via, you know, a NASA ran rocket.
Yeah.
The whole thing behind that.
So that sort of makes sense though, because it's just that the government just want to be all controlling of what SpaceX is doing.
They're they're really not.
But like most of the stuff with like Tesla, how he started out, that's a lot of that's really kind of. I mean, it's not to say that he doesn't, but you know, it's not nearly as bad as a lot of people make it out to be.
Yeah.
So we got about another 30 minutes before I started taking super chats for shots.
Super shots.
Super shots. That's we're not gonna call them super chats. They're super shots.
Oh boy. I would join in this, but I don't have any. I don't have any whiskey anymore.
Who was it? I heard about.
I do have red wine, but I don't think that's something that you can really just take shots of.
I got me some Captain Morgan Blue in the fridge.
Oh, dude, Captain, when I was for my year or so where I was actually an alcoholic, that was my shit. Captain and Coke. I would wake up. I had like a mini fridge in my bedroom, and I would wake up before I even left to go to the bathroom. I would pour myself a Captain and Coke.
When I went to Texas, I tried Coke and Jack.
Coke and Jack goes well together. I'm not a big fan of Jack, but for some reason those two flavors are just perfect together.
Yeah, I should try that.
Good.
But Captain and Coke, that was my jam. I like spice rum, even though spice rum is like the lowest on the totem pole for like quality rum, usually. Some of it's pretty good.
I'm having 19 Crimes.
Ooh, I haven't heard that one.
It's pretty good. I actually got turned on to it by Whiskey Tribe. They did a weird review on it, and I was just like, oh hey, I saw it in a store, and I went and bought it. It's actually not bad. It's a good red wine. This one was aged in rum barrels.
Ooh.
They have another one that's actually aged in whiskey barrels.
Try not to sneeze right now.
It's like aged 30 days in whiskey barrels, so it kind of has like that little whiskey taste to it. It's nice. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I'm all whiskey, and I barely drink. I've been drinking in terms of not even more with quantity, but it's not so much quantity as so much as like longevity. Like I was drinking about like less than half an ounce a day. Like I would have like just a little, just to taste it, Like that's how much I was drinking. And then now I do it maybe like once a week, twice a week, and it's still very small amounts. You know, it's only when I'm like hanging out with friends or something like that you know, I'll drink a little bit to start feeling something, but I really don't like the feeling of being drunk so much anymore. But I'll do some for super chats for the entertainment value, and to console my hangover in the morning, I can check my bank account.
There you go. Sometimes you can just wipe your tears with your paycheck.
Yeah, love that.
I do find that $100 bills do really well.
Yeah, yeah, they're the better ones.
Better than Andrew Jackson.
Isn't it great that we don't have plastic money?
You like in Canada?
Yo, I had a when I went to Vegas with my friends before I moved there, one of them was Canadian, and he was like, he had like a Canadian $20 bill, and I was like, oh, let me see that, because I've never seen like a plastic dollar, and he was like, okay, but he thought I was gonna steal it because he didn't know me that well, but I was like, no, I just want to feel it. I was like, that's so fucking weird.
When you really feel like you're playing with Monopoly money.
Right, it looks like Monopoly money too. Well, American money is getting there too. It's getting really close. Yeah.
On our way. Eventually, it's just gonna be the Monopoly
there's
man
some
on the $1 bill.
I mean, there's some benefits with like that, with those type of like plastic monies. It's sort of harder to rip apart.
Yeah.
And it's much harder to replicate, like with like counterfeit.
The $100 bills are really hard, especially with that stripe they got in them, and yeah, there's stuff that they don't even tell you publicly about those dollars that that you know about what they do, which North Korea knows all of them.
Yeah.
North Korea is like the biggest counterfeiter, and they're the most like their counterfeits are like almost identical.
Yeah, they call those the super bills.
Yeah.
Or the super fakes or something like that. I saw a thing about it.
Do you know what's like the difference, like how we can spot a North Korean counterfeit?
I wouldn't know.
Like, have you seen the attempted redesigns of American currency? Because I know there's like, somebody had tried to redesign it to make it look a little bit like the Canadian currency.
Nope.
Yeah, news to me.
Negative. 20 more minutes.
Moving towards the Fed coin.
When we get Fed coin, there's a good chance they're going to try to outlaw all the other coins and say that they're counterfeits.
Well,
at least they're going to try to.
They'll try.
Yeah.
Whether that'll succeed or not, I don't know.
Well, it's not. They don't have to succeed. It's like the drug war. It's like most people who don't try drugs don't try drugs because of the chilling effect. They don't want to destroy their lives. They don't want to be exempted or excluded from things like God, there's a lot of things that you can't do. Like if you have a drug conviction, I know you sometimes you won't be able to buy a firearm. You can't apply for a federal loan. Yeah.
I don't even is there like I don't know if there's passport restrictions for drug convictions. Probably not.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but there's a lot of stuff that you can't do.
I don't think it fucks with you as much as like being a sex offender does. Like, I mean, and rightfully so.
I mean, like piracy is still a thing. It's still very common, but it's not nearly as common as it was per like Napster and Kazaa. And the reason why is like the government doesn't have to like bust every single person that does it. They just have to bust one or two people really hard to make people go like, oh fuck, that could happen to me. No. Yeah, like
that one person you set an example for. What was it? I don't know if it was it Napster or it was somebody that got slapped with like it might have
I think it was
wire or something, but
yeah. But
for illegally downloading music, they got slapped to hell by some major
Record label, yeah.
Major record label, yeah. That's like
It was
something
like
with,
it was like $2 million fine.
multi-million-
She was
Yeah,
a single mom, and it was because
That's right.
her son downloaded some songs, I think Metallica songs or something from Kazaa or something. Yeah, it was ridiculous. But that was enough for most people, the vast majority of people, to go. So that's why I'm really like.
You wouldn't download a car.
Yeah, so
today.
I went back and watched that video that I made 2 years ago about agorism, and I was like, holy fuck, I've been completely vindicated, because this was before COVID that I made this video. And there was a lot of like libertarians who were like, oh no, we need to do agorism because it'll deprive the state of money. They'll run out of money, or they'll have a hard time they won't be able to print it out without doing like hyperinflation, and the government will collapse and we'll win. And I was like, look at what happened in 2007 with the recession. Like, were people in the streets demanding the end of the state? No, they were asking for more.
Yeah.
Because you had all the major news outlets coming out at the same time, going, "Oh yeah, it was greed. It was capitalism. It was it Dodd-Frank, or was it Dodd-Frank? It was Dodd-Frank. Yeah, it was this one provision in Dodd-Frank that Bill Clinton erased. It was all the Republicans' fault, even though they use a Democrat, but it was still the Republicans' fault somehow. We need. This is all deregulation's fault. This is why we need to have a government. This is why we need to have control." And everybody bought it up. Everybody took the government cheese for unemployment, and did the state collapse? No, it got more healthy. It got stronger. It got more. Yeah, strong. It got strong.
Stronger.
Yeah, and it's just like and then people were like, no, like the next one is going to be really bad. It's like, okay, so here COVID hits. Literally, every man, woman, and child who made like under a certain amount of money got government cheese. Every single person, right?
Every one of them opened up a Robinhood account.
Yeah.
It started like, oh hey, I have like $1,200. What am I gonna do with this? I'm gonna invest in the stock market.
Yeah, and the government didn't collapse.
Yeah.
In fact, we just got more government. They started shutting down small businesses. All the big corporations were loving it. So now you consolidated power even more. It just, no, stop doing this. Stop trying to push the state to make it worse. Yeah.
All these people at home have nothing better to do, and they're just like, I'm gonna order something.
Yeah. So I was like watching that again, and I was like, man, I remember when the recession of 2007 was the worst. The worst thing that happened.
Netflix fucking skyrocketed too.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm at home, I'm gonna like watch Netflix now. And
yeah. So I'm really down on any kind of collapsitarian ideology, and agorism is definitely one of those. And by the way, did we get any agorist that invented a 3D printer that could print a new computer, or did we get an agorist company that started refining oil into usable gasoline?
No.
Nope. Not even one. I don't even think we had one that drilled for oil.
Somebody getting paid $20 an hour in sunflower seeds.
Yeah, that's about all we got.
For temporary,
and then got fired for being retarded.
They got fired. Couldn't master that arc weld.
Nope. All right.
Or just kept showing up high to work.
Oh my god! Imagine. I think my favorite thing was when he was like, Jeremiah was going after him hard in the paint on Twitter, and he was like, he had to like come out of his fucking like high den to make an announcement on his Discord server. He was like, he's like, you guys are ruining my high right now.
It was Infergent. He went off on Infergent for it.
Well, no. But yeah, no. Our boy Zach actually came out and was like, no. Like he was like, he's like, you guys are ruining my high right now. I was high right now, and you're ruining it.
I was having my visions of the perfect agorist state. Or agorist society.
My closed eye visuals of an agorist state.
My third eye visual.
Oof. Still best Lulz cow fight me.
I still, I don't know if I hold him as high as Jordan Spirit Science, but you know.
Mr. Tally has started playing Soundpad. Ooh.
Oh, I figured I would. Oh my God. I would have some drops on the ready for you, Jim.
Nice.
In case. Yeah.
And that's the thing is they say you haven't read enough Hoppa to understand, and I mean, yeah, that's true.
I still need to like organize up the sound pad.
Yeah. By the way, if for some reason you accidentally click one of the bars that sorts it by like name or time, you can always immediately hit Control Z, undo, and it'll put it back in the right order.
Oh, that's good.
I wish I would have known that the first time I fucked up my soundboard.
Yeah.
It still haven't completely recovered. But I just made sure that all the ones with the R word are at the top, and that works.
Gotta have those at the ready.
Oh yeah. That's you gotta have
the
those.
norm drops. Gotta have those.
What are you, retarded? So I know you're not retarded, but what are you, Down syndrome? Though my favorite one is the one that I've been using lately is the David Lynch one. You fuckhead. Yeah. That's the stupidest thing you interpreted there.
Wait, are you fetal alcohol syndrome?
What are you, retarded? So I know you're not retarded, but what are you, fetal alcohol? Blue Steel is the same as this last one.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Stop gaslighting me. Oh. So I got about another like 2 hours and 30 minutes ish.
Is Patrick gonna pop in?
Just poured myself a glass of Captain Morgan, so.
It's just a glass, just an entire. Oh, there's the bug.
Entire glass.
There's the bug.
Half a glass.
Did you see the bug? Look at the bug. Look at the bug. Quick. Nice.
Oh, there we go.
Which means I'm gonna take a quick pee break, and then I'm gonna open up the super chats.
We're halfway there.
Open up the super chats for don't donate any super chats thinking I'm gonna drink just yet. I have rules. I have rules.
Yeah.
I have rules.
Drink and drive, Jim.
Watch me.
Oh.
Because I'm gonna go pour myself an entire pint glass full of Captain Morgan. I'm just kidding. Hold on. Oh, let's not put it around the controller.
Take a shot, not a whole load. Ooh woo.
There's my operator certificate.
Oh. "9/11 is the best." Peppy! Where's Peppy? Oh.
I got plenty of liquids now.
Oh.
All right. Look at all of my liquids.
Call 911.
All right. All of my liquids. All right. Well, that's not even all of them. I still have one more. So, those are for me to drink on my own accord, which is just water and sparkling water. So I have the Ardbeg 5. I have the Ardbeg 10. Which come in about the same price point, which is weird. But okay.
That is weird.
And then I have absinthe. So we got to think about prices for this. Because if I'm going to take a shot of absinthe, that's gonna be a lot.
That's gonna be awful.
Oh, it's amazing. If you like black licorice as much as I do, it's great. So I'll let oh, hold on while we're waiting.
Oh, that's Patrick.
There's Patrick. Let me grab him real quick.
Suck him up. Bring him in. There we go.
So I'll let chat decide prices for shots, but they have to be like reasonable. And remember that absinthe is what, 60% alcohol by volume.
Ooh, 60 horsepower. 65.
Yeah. That's 120 proof.
Yeah, that's.
Yikes.
Didn't Jack Daniels release a whiskey recently that's like ridiculously high ABV?
I don't know.
I thought I saw something about that.
Is wait, hold on. Is not Governor? Is he muted? I don't think he is. No, he's not muted.
No, he's not muted.
You know, I never understood these desert bus streams you used to do until I spent 14 hours watching utter fucking nonsense. And now it all makes sense.
Yeah, well, this is far more engaging, not gonna lie.
I listened to all 14 hours of it, sir.
This is
the entire day well spent.
There's a lot more content on stream right now.
For sure.
I mean, look, there's numbers and dials and readouts. Like,
yeah. By the way, there actually is.
It's like an attempt at measuring something.
Yeah, and it doesn't make assertions either. What's going on, man? See, there actually is a radio.
Brass instrument. I have to vibrate my lips to get a certain pitch. However,
Even though it's intentionally boring. Which, by the way, there actually is. It's like a radio. It's like a little radio show that they did for 8 hours, and there's like different segments. One of the segments is reading the entire what is it? EULA. End user license agreement for Desert Bus. There's one that's like a guy who's just reading off the numbers of pi. Yeah, it's beautiful.
So you have what, two and a half hours to go?
So I took. So this just tells how long you've been doing it. It doesn't account for stops, which unfortunately. So I did take like a 10, not even 10-minute stop for lunch, and I started like 5 minutes after. So we're probably like anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes behind, probably even less.
You think with all these ones that you've done, you would have memorized it by now?
With the stops?
I don't know, like how much time it takes.
Oh, I mean, it takes 8 hours. It's an 8-hour trip if you're holding down the button and staying on course the whole time. But if I take a pee break, or if I get lunch, or I start 5 minutes late, that all adds up. But it's probably not even gonna be like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, somewhere in there, if that.
Beautiful smash bug you have there.
Yep, we just got it.
Does it hit in the same spot every time? Or
every time.
Random?
Every time, yeah. Just like the Sega CD version. At some particular point, I'm going to end up doing a Desert Bus stream where I'm playing the Sega CD version of it. The original Sega CD version. There is an Intellivision version. There is a Doom version called...
There's a Mario 64 version?
Yeah, there's all kinds of versions. And I have an Intellivision, so I could do it. I could play the Intellivision version, but I'd have to hold that crappy controller for forever, holding that side button. Oh, that'd be a pain in the ass. But I could do it.
Has Penn ever played this on a stream somewhere?
I don't know if he's played this on a stream, but I do know that every time they do a Desert Bus for Hope, he shows up and calls them and like wishes them goodwill and tells a story about how it came to be and all that stuff. So yep. So I'll put it in chat, or I'll put it up for voice chat to survive. So I have Ardbeg 5, Ardbeg 10, and both of these, let's see, Ardbeg 10 is, you have to tell me what the on-call by volume is. Somewhere. Oh, 46% alcohol by volume. Ardbeg 5 is 47.4, which is, that's a weird number. And then the absinthe is 60.
Oh.
So I'm thinking the cheap one should be 10. The more expensive one should be 5, and the really expensive one should be, because this is absinthe. This is already an expensive bottle. It's like, it was $60 before inflation. I've had it for a while. So what should it be? Putting it up to you guys.
I want to say the 5.
Which one's the hardest?
Well, the absinthe.
The absinthe.
Yeah, we're doing it by ABV. So like the 10 one.
By ABV.
Yeah, so 10 has less ABV than the 5, and then absinthe is like blows the rest of them out of the water. Like the difference between the 10 and the 5 is 1.7 or 1.4% or something.
And I would honestly feel like that'd be like a sad waste of good whiskey. So
What,
I'm
drinking it?
Go with no, taking shots of it. You know, like sipping and enjoying it. You're just taking shots.
True. They actually are kind of running low though. So I need this one. Well, not this one. This one I do need to get rid of because I've had it for like 6 months and it's been kind of low the whole time. So.
Let's say just ruin your liver. Just combine all 3.
Oh, it would just taste like absinthe, like smoky absinthe.
Yeah,
that's all it would taste like.
Yeah,
it's the only thing I would,
right.
because the licorice would just overpower everything. So I say, let's do 10 for 10, 12 for 5, and I want to need at least 20 for absinthe. And I got my whiskey, or my bourbon trail glass, my brand new bourbon trail glass. Ooh. It even says bourbon trail on the bottom. I don't know if it can see it. I don't know if it'll pick it up, but it says bourbon trail.
Yeah.
It's mirrored on the bottom.
I can kind of see it.
Yeah. So there it is. Offers on the table. I know there's
the Discord server's Nickelodeon theme now.
Yeah, we change the theme. We change the theme every year, and so we all vote on it. It's the only time where democracy works.
Yeah, well, mind you, Jim, that the Nickelodeon won, like, because everybody placed it as like the second.
Yes.
So democracy kind of failed.
Or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Multiple rounds. And the reason, like people either really wanted the Four Doors More Horse theme, which would have been funny, but then it would have been like, what do I name everything? Like, where do I go with that? There's nothing really there.
I didn't vote for that one.
I was the same. Yeah.
Then there was like Windows XP, which a lot of people really wanted or really hated, because the thing we just had was Vaporwave. And so it was kind of like, yeah, it seems like we're doing the same thing again. Let's do something a little bit different. Let's go to another decade and go to the 90s. Yeah, but most people was like this was their second choice, but because nobody said that this is definitely not something we should do, is why it won. And it ended up it actually was a tie, and then I had to throw it to the moderators, and they were all like, yeah. Another Windows XP, another like throwback computer age theme is just the same thing again. So no, we're gonna hard pass on that one.
Nice. You know, like can we talk a minute about like the aftermath of our stream?
Yes. Oh my gosh, I've been following it a little bit, as best I could at work.
I have not received one single cogent counter-argument. Not
Yeah.
a single one from anywhere. Like, all I've received, honestly, is like, oh my god, there was a guy in a beaver costume. It was fucking worthless and I didn't watch it.
You ate a burrito. How dare you, sir?
Yeah. Oh my god. How disrespectful. He rolled his eyes and ate a burrito while watching like God King cult leader fucking like we weren't fucking monks sitting there with like blank poker faces on for 14 hours. So they I got them all up in their feels, man.
Yep.
Just terrible.
And it's funny because the whole beginning of the lecture was talking about how logical fallacies and emotional feelings should not sway your opinions on these things. You should look at the facts and the arguments presented and come to them rationally. And then meanwhile, we look in the chat while this thing is happening, and people are like, look at these idiots in the beaver costume. He's so stupid, and he must be wrong.
Don't realize that that's just how you work, Jim.
Perfect litmus test right there.
Wait, you don't agree with his objective morality? What are you guys like moral relativists? Like, how many times do we need to say no? And the best part was the guy that was there the entire time for the whole 14 hours, who kept asking like, "What are you guys moral relativists?" And we kept telling him no all night. He left a comment the next day when he reposted them. So you guys believe in moral relativism. It's like
yeah, obsessed, man. Like this black and white thinking.
Yeah.
We either follow Passio like him, or we're solipsistic moral relativist, Satan worshipping fucking freedom.
they really came at you guys like zealots.
He's like, well, can I get some evidence on where he's getting these 4 pillars of Satanism from? I can't find anything on the internet. The only thing that I'm finding on the internet are like memes that Mark has made himself, or people like saying like Mark Passio says the 4 tenets of Satanism. It's like, is there anywhere with any Satanist organization that says this? I could not find anything. It was always just his stuff or people referencing his stuff explicitly. Him
asking for evidence is Satan worshipping.
Well, then hail Satan.
Jim seems to also have like a pocket full of like all sorts of different people. So it's just like someone starts talking about Masons. Oh, he has a pocket Mason, just like
yeah, I do have a pocket Mason.
Here's a pocket Mason. Yeah. Is this true what he's saying about this person or about this particular thing? No. Okay.
Yeah, he's like, no. In fact, if you go to the Freemasons website, they tell you what the G means on the website.
Someone mentioned something about Guantanamo Bay. He's got a pocket Gitmo guy. Like, oh, hey, hi. What's that? No, that's not true.
Oh, there we go.
Remember on stream when we were talking about the G in the Masonic?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you said it meant God or something, and I
geometry.
remember saying this on stream. I said, yeah, but what they're gonna say is that they tell the initiates that it stands for geometry.
Yeah.
That it's like once you're higher echelon, then you learn the truth. No shit. No. Somebody on my Discord server said that.
That's not at all how that works.
Yeah, the Freemason stuff, like, they have, like, secret rituals and stuff, but, I mean, at the end of the day, it's no different than, like, going to a country club with a bunch of rich people and they just talk about, like, their stock portfolio. It's the most boring thing in the universe. And they do some, like, charity work and stuff like that, and sure, they have some weird rituals that they do, but it's more like a fraternity, like, brotherly, manly bonding thing that they do, where they sit in a casket.
It's like going to church with a college twist.
Yeah.
The Freemasons is just like the Freemasons is a secret society, and we look at the history of in the 19th and 20th century. It was just every rich person was part of some goofy secret society, and there were many goofy secret societies like the Golden Knights, the Knights of the Golden Circle, the Knights Templar secret society. There were a bunch of all these secret societies, and they were just rich men clubs.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the primary criticism, which isn't a criticism, was the decorum, and it's like the easy lazy man's way of disregarding critiques that they don't like, of course. But then I think back, like, okay, so, like, if we're like a collegiate, you know, ivory tower philosopher type that, you know, got his doctorate in philosophy or whatever, and then they encountered our stream, they would have probably disregarded it too, because, you know, they want to see long written treatises,
Yeah.
you know, discourses on philosophy, and they would have just like disregarded it too. But then I think about Passio's audience. Passio's just a dude with a satanic necklace and a T-shirt on, like just rambling about whatever shit he,
talking at a Holiday Inn conference room.
Yeah. It's like, well, hold on now. Let's hold our demands of decorum equal, please.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's so weird, yeah. I saw a lot of that. I saw, like, earlier, was it AMP? I keep seeing AMP in your server, and you usually always post like Mark Passio stuff. To the point where I thought he actually was Mark Passio for a while. And then you were like, no, that's just some guy that just posted stuff, and I was like, oh, okay.
But wasn't Santon LaVey like a scam artist? Some guy made a video about.
Well, yes and no. Like he was in the same way that I was when I still do when I sell those wristbands that, you know, that magically like prevent the state from ever like being able to contact you or harm you. Because he's up front, like, and it tells you, like, actually it doesn't work. It's just a fucking gag. Most of it's kind of a joke. Whereas he tells you up front, like, yeah, like the Church of Satan is a business, and we make money, and that's why we never registered as a religious organization. We pay the taxes that we're supposed to pay because we're a business, and that's what we do. We're making business, and our business is we sell books and memberships to a club that you can join, and all the stuff that's in the thing with all the rituals and all that stuff, it's all psychodrama. It's all just there for show, stuff that he either made up or took from other things and applied meanings to it. But the benefit is, like, there's actually benefits to Satanism. You get like a moral compass. You get little tips and tricks on how to deal with things like, you know, like psychic vampires and stuff. Which, by the way, I brought up psychic vampires during the stream, I think, and someone was like, "Wait, you believe in like vampires that are psychic?" I'm like, no, that wasn't the stream. That was on Twitter, and someone actually thought that I meant like literal vampires who were also psychic. I'm like, no, that's not what that means. They're people who are vampires on your psyche. That's what it means. It's a very different concept. Yeah. Yeah, so in that sense, like, he was like, there was some, it was more like a Barnum and Bailey scam more than it was like, I don't know, Kevin Trudeau scam. You're just there for the show.
I mean, in my closing statement, I told you guys this on our private group chat, but I was initially, like, I was worried after the fact, like, man, maybe I overstated the case and went too hard on him, you know, basically calling it a big nothing. And then I went back and watched it again, and I was like, nope. I do not retract. I retract nothing.
Yep.
Yeah, no, those fans really came foaming at the mouth.
Yeah. There was like, I think there was like one or two that was actually pretty, like the one that followed me on Twitter that, yeah, he seemed like he was, I'm not going to say he's on the level. I'm going to say that he was definitely not a jerk and a dick about it. He was like, oh no, he was trying to give reasoning for it, but he wasn't being a jerk about it. He wasn't complaining about the beaver suit or anything. So, to be fair, there was a couple, but for the vast majority of them were very much like, look at these idiots, they're stupid, they're fools. And it's like, all right, so let's say that you believe what he said, where he talks about the power of attraction and all that stuff, and that like attracts like and all that other stuff. Okay, let's say that. Do you think that it's a good idea to sit in a chat room for 2 hours and just call people names and insult them and try to paint them out as, I think he was even saying that we were like pedophiles or something. I'm like, if you really believe that's the case, which I'm starting to think you don't, otherwise you wouldn't be acting like this. Otherwise you would be inviting the same sort of behavior on yourself, which I don't think you want.
So I mean, I've been called an enemy of freedom so many times in the past 2 days. Like, this is cult shit. Like, if you're not a member of the cult, then you're some subversive, completely unable to be trusted entity that is a quasi-enemy, you know?
It's a pretty mean thing to say about a man who goes out and cooks filet mignons for the homeless.
I mean, yeah, I guess I'm ultra subversive, man. Like, top tier subversion. I enslaved so many people by helping them.
Just like the government. Here, take this subsidy. You're in my clutches now.
The guy that I think you're talking about that's good, not one of the bad
The
ones.
barber guy?
He's like outlaw barber.
Yeah.
He's a good guy.
But yeah, like, I don't know. It was just so, it was kind of bizarre. I wouldn't say that he's a cult, but there definitely is a cult of personality there. And I was talking to, I'm not going to say who, but who's looks like I'm going to be recording another Lulberts tomorrow with a new co-host, and this new co-host, which I will not mention the name of yet until we're doing it, told me that they thought that it was very reminiscent of a cult. And I think I might have just actually kind of spilled the beans a little bit to Patrick, who might know. But if you do know, don't say. But and I had to explain, like, yeah, like a lot of like cult leaders don't really go out to set out to like start a cult and do this stuff. What they do is they usually were in a cult, in another cult. They learned things from the cult leader, either like, oh, I like the way he's speaking, or I like the way he, you know, reasons this out. I think this is like a rational way of thinking, and comes, you know, and coming to conclusions. And I like the way he presents himself. That's a good way of doing public speaking, not realizing that these are actually like manipulative things to do to other people, and then they pass that along. That's why
they learn how to gain social clout, and how to speak confidently about things that is not that's nonsense. Whatever. Even if they don't know it's nonsense. You know,
yeah.
Like, it doesn't have to come from a place of like purposeful manipulation either.
Yeah.
It can just be ignorance. And I think I know exactly who your new co-host is. And I'm kind of excited. That's good.
Nice. Yeah. Don't spill the beans yet. But anyways,
I almost said the gender, but I won't.
No. Anyways, I'm moving along as quickly as possible to not point out that. Anyways,
did I just fuck it up with that comment?
No, yeah. Anyways, so moving along. EST, you know, are you familiar with EST? Which I think, what are they called now? Landmark Education, Landmark Forum. John Denver was like a big advocate of it, like back in the day. They came out of Scientology. Landmark Education is what gave us Stefan Molyneux. So it's like it's a train, you know, and Hubbard came from like, you know, the Aleister Crowley kind of like Jack Parsons. So like it's always like a train of like one person influences another to start a cult, and on and on and on.
Wait, L. Ron Hubbard was a follower of what?
Aleister Crowley and Jack Parsons. He was a good friend of Jack Parsons, and they used to do like Luciferian, I guess it's the right word of saying it, Luciferian like cult rituals, occult rituals.
What about Jim Jones? Like, I think he was a Pentecostal.
It's entirely possible. There's lots of evidence to say that like a lot of cult members were cult leaders were former cult members, but I don't think every single one of them has been I don't know if he was. It's entirely possible he was, or if he was just like a true megalomaniac. Like, I don't think Kokesh got it from any particular person except for maybe his dad. So it all depends. Is he in jail?
Is he in jail? I didn't know that.
Would you like me to regale you?
Wait, what? What happened? Oh yeah.
Okay, I have to. I'm laughing. Okay, so he got busted with mushrooms.
Jeez.
I just got an email. Hold on, let me find.
I thought he didn't do mushrooms.
I just got an email. Hold on, from his marketing team. Let me find it.
Oh.
I remember when he got caught with mushrooms after the whole loading the shotgun in the park thing. He was like, I don't do mushrooms. What are you talking about? And everyone's like, well, you do DMT, and here's you saying that you bought drugs on the dark web, and he was like, and then he deleted all those videos, and it was like, what are you talking about? I never did that.
He's refusing to be let out of jail until they apologize. That's part of the summary. I'm trying to find it. Hold on.
Hold on, you do that. I need to go get some new batteries. Hold on.
Yeah.
ZenCash is oh man.
By the way, alcohol super chats are in effect.
Ah, yes. I guess I can do a donation. Check my wallet.
All right, here's the Marcus Pullis press secretary for immediate release. Combat veteran injured and denied care by Colorado police.
Oh my god.
Kokesh, libertarian activist and combat veteran, arrested in Sanguache County, Colorado.
Oh.
The peace activist's arm was injured during the arrest by Center Police Department. For over 24 hours, Kokesh sat in the county jail without any medical attention.
Really
After calls flooded into the jail demanding he be treated for his injuries, the sheriff finally had him examined by a nurse. No x-rays were taken, even though reports said that his arm may have been broken. Along with Kokesh, his 2 dogs were also taken into custody and forced to stay outside in the cold Colorado winter weather.
Oh no.
At this point, the police report is still unavailable. Kokesh was to appear before the court Monday, December 13th, on charges related to psilocybin
What, you mean they didn't shoot his dog?
Which the veteran
Which
the veteran uses to treat his PTSD. Refusing to bond out of jail until he receives his possessions and an apology from the police for his treatment, he remains in confinement. He wants them to give him his mushrooms back and apologize. Supporters were allowed to call into the proceedings, and the judge was surprised that so many called in to listen. He's slated to come before the judge again today. It's wrong to take a veteran's medicine from them. Arresting someone who has harmed no one is equally as wrong. But to withhold medical care from anyone who's been arrested is beyond human decency. And then they want everybody to call in.
You can really tell it's being spun by his marketing team.
Yeah, I don't know if you ever remember Amanda Billy Rock. Were you around for that?
No.
She was like a kind of like a cute girl. She used to do like debates, like back when they had like a lot of those online debate stuff before Debate Bros. And I remember she debated Jacqueline Glenn at one point. She was getting kind of popular in libertarian circles, and now she does like a Bitcoin show or a cryptocurrency show. Anyways, she was kind of doing like the libertarian New Free State Project like stuff for a while, and she ended up getting arrested. And I think she had I think she was arrested on some sort of drug charges. I don't remember what it was. And she was like, I want everybody to like whose name starts with A to call in on this day, and then everyone who starts with the letter B to call in this day, or last name, whatever, and it went on and on. And by like 2 weeks in, like one of the guys I follow on YouTube called the city police department and said like, hey, did you guys get a bunch of calls about this person? And they're like, honestly, like you're like maybe the 5th person that's called. And then afterwards she kind of like dropped out of the whole thing and kind of, had her humble pie, which I mean, she was at that time getting pretty close to Kokesh. So and I don't think Kokesh is nearly as big as he was back then either, because back then he had a show on RT. Like he was fairly popular, getting fairly popular. I can't imagine they're getting that many calls. But I think he's probably a little bit better at mobilizing, so I'm pretty sure he's gotten exponentially more calls. So who knows? Oh no.
What was the person's name you were talking about? The chick?
Amanda Billy Rock. I think she goes by another name now, but that was her name back then.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Billy Rock is one word. And I met up with Pete Iyer. Are you familiar with Pete Iyer?
No.
I think he was one of the guys that started Comp Block.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
Bald guy, big beard.
Yeah.
Yeah. He used to live in Vegas for a while, and we did like one of the Liberty on the Rocks out there. I think he was at the last one that we did, and I guess him and her were like dating, and they were both living out there. Then they moved. So I don't know. They decided they didn't like Vegas. Oof. Yeah, but now I'm all Texas gang. Drinking HEB water, drinking HEB sparkling water.
Making trips to Buc-ee's.
Making trips to Buc-ee's, getting that ghost pepper jerky. Which, by the way, did you hear what happened to Huck with the that ghost pepper jerky?
What happened?
So we went to Wurstfest, like the little German sausage and beer festival. It's almost like a Oktoberfest that they had out in New Braunfels. Sorry, don't want to offend the other Texan in the chat. Which is kind of like a little German town. And on the way, and there they have a Buc-ee's in that town, and we went there, and I was like, I'm not gonna get beef jerky after all. I think I'm just gonna get the onesie. So I bought the onesie, and he got a whole bag of ghost pepper jerky, and he said he ate half the bag, and it fucked him up. Yeah, he had to take the day off from work. He had to call in sick because he was shitting fire.
You can actually damage yourself with that.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I've done worse.
I don't know how many calories that is too, because like jerky kind of sneaks up on you.
Yeah, because it's got sugar in it.
Yeah.
They sneak in extra calories in that stuff.
Yeah.
But I devoured a whole bag. I went up to Kyle to hang out with the girl, and I was just like eating them. I was just eating the bag. Just she was like, "What the fuck is wrong with you? How could you eat that?"
I've heard of people getting like intestinal ulcers. They're not called that though, but you gotta be careful with that shit.
Well, live fast, die young.
Like intestinal ulcer sounds like something you get like on the Oregon Trail or something. I don't want to die from that.
I've also heard.
I want to die from something exotic like the Omicron variant or something.
Omicron Persei 8.
Yeah.
God.
But then again, I've also heard.
You said. Oh, sorry. Continue.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, like, I heard that. You said that Whataburger is better than In-N-Out, but I keep hearing that. Although, like, it's just that In-N-Out burgers are better than Whataburger, but.
Okay, I like the burgers at In-N-Out better, but on the margins. The fries are good, which In-N-Out's fries suck. So, I mean, just that on that alone is worth going like, well, like one of your products is garbage, like absolute garbage. And the only way to make it good is if you do like a secret menu item. Like, can you make them well done and then put a bunch of cheese and Thousand Island and grilled onions on them so they're edible?
Gotta have
Thank you.
animal style.
Yeah, you have to have it animal style. Animal style, well done. It's the only way they're remotely edible. But like Whataburger, they're fine. I think my biggest problem with them is that their default sauce is just mustard. No ketchup, no mayonnaise, just mustard. I don't understand it.
But their spicy ketchup is just.
Oh, their spicy ketchup is bomb. That's I go to the store and buy like bottles of it.
You just go and buy the bottle.
Yeah. Their fries are pretty good. But I think out of all the Texas places that I've tried so far, like that are chains, it's P. Terry's. P. Terry's is where it's at, which I hear they're not in Dallas, unfortunately. Sorry.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that.
And all their buildings are kind of like 60s Frank Lloyd Wright's kind of shape, you know, with the giant like they're almost like In-N-Out, but they're like it's like In-N-Out accented, or like
So they're like Steak and Shake.
No, they're more like In-N-Out because they only have a few things on the menu. Like they have a hamburger, double hamburger, but they also have a chicken burger. That's actually a chicken burger. They have one that's fried and one's grilled. They have a veggie burger. Then they have like they also make their own cookies and banana bread and fries, and the fries are really good. And that's pretty much it. Shakes, drinks, that's it. Which I don't like banana bread, so whatever. Oh.
Have you tried Cooper's?
Cooper's?
It's a barbecue chain restaurant. There's like one in Dallas I've been to, and then there's I know
there's a really good
Apparently
restaurant.
the South just has like boss fucking restaurants to eat from.
Wait, where?
There's a really good restaurant in Austin called Hoover's. It's really good. Highly
Hoover down.
Yeah.
Amazing food in Texas.
Yeah, there's amazing food.
Yes.
Except Bill Miller's. Bill Miller's.
One thing I miss about living in Texas for like 2.5 years was just the amazing food. I was in Lockhart for a good while.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Bill Miller's was the only
all the
place.
barbecue pits. Oh.
Was the only Texas place that I went to that was like, this sucks. Bill Miller's barbecue. That was awful. It's like a chain barbecue place, and it's more like fast food than it is like an actual barbecue pit. But it tries to make it look like it is. The barbecue sauce just tastes like tomato sauce with hickory smoke flavoring, and that's it. It was bad. And Huck was like telling me like, oh, you got to go, like, you like McRibs. I don't understand why you like McRibs, Jim. I really don't understand it. You should just go to like Bill Miller's because they have it year round and they're actually good. It's not just crappy fast food. And I went there and I was like, holy fuck, they did it. They made something worse than the McRib.
But didn't you like have like a whole boycott with McDonald's over the whole McRib thing?
Yeah, but they brought it back. They brought it back.
Yeah.
Because they didn't bring it back to Nevada one year, and I was like, I'm not gonna ever eat there until they bring it back, and they brought it back, so I started eating there again. Yeah.
I remember that announcement. That was great.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I still like the McRib. I know it's trashy. I know it's like fast food garbage, but I still love it.
Man, the barbecue sauce in the McRib, it will stay on your hands. And, like the smell of it for like days.
Yeah, and it's mostly like corn syrup, so it's like sticky as fuck. By the way, super chats are still open if you want me to drink. It hasn't happened yet, and I will pour very healthy pours. But no one's done it. And I have absinthe too. Didn't I shoot? I think last time I did this, I actually took shots of absinthe, and that was rough.
Is it better to go through Twitch or is it better to go through? I guess.
Can you donate to
probably
Twitch?
take less. I think you could donate like bits or something like
I don't even know how that works.
that.
I have no idea how that works.
Should I just send you another donation via crypto? Just. For
Oh jeez, I'll take crypto, but you have to tell me that it's on there, and I have to verify whether or not. And I don't have the app or anything. I just have to go to the website.
It's kind of a pain in the ass.
By the way, when the dip happened, I bought cryptocurrency, and I went on Twitter and was like, "Now I have a financial interest against the thing I'm about to say right now. Bitcoin is a bubble."
Plus that $2 donation I gave you, which quickly turned into like $15.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, that $2 donation is now worth $15. By the way, I can't stand looking at my thing because I've had over 3 Bitcoin now.
I've done the same.
And I did not get what it's worth right now at all. Not even close. No. Not even close.
I got sucked into the Dogecoin.
Oh, I made a killing on fucking Dogecoin. Because I bought in as soon as I heard it was a meme, and I bought it for like pennies.
Bought into it, yeah.
Yeah, and then when it turned into like, you know, $5 or $6 or something, I can't remember what it was. I fucking traded them all in and made a killing.
I did it with Sheeb, and I know they're still riding on the meme, so maybe something will happen of it. I'm not a huge crypto thumper myself. I just, you know, I ride the wave and you know, get what I can out of it.
But if you donate through Streamlabs, they don't get a penny of it. It just goes straight to my PayPal.
Yeah. I did stake into Ethereum 2.0, so I mean, I guess I could say that that's my prime investment. It's like,
yeah,
$1,000.
Even when I was really big on crypto, I thought Ethereum was a bad. I think smart contracts is probably not a brilliant idea. And NFTs are just kind of proving me right.
I find it better than Bitcoin itself, but that's my personal opinion. But
I think a lot of currencies are better than Bitcoin. I just think Bitcoin was the first.
Yeah.
Like Monero's way better. Any crypto note. Was it crypto note? Yeah, crypto note is better. So Monero, Dash.
Well, Monero is good for the privacy side of it. And they do rather well at, you know, having a nice little website that you could go to show that they don't track your shit.
Yeah. You have their block explorer.
Oh, yeah, the ledger. The ledger's private.
Yeah, like when you try to put someone's ledger in there, and it's like, hey, what are you doing?
That's great.
Bruh, that's not how it works.
It's a good marketing thing.
Yeah.
True genius right there. I give them credit.
Which I remember I had like a little bit of Monero. I still have my wallets and everything. I need to go and check to see how much is in there and if it's worth anything. all the cryptocurrency links that I have on my thing, they all work. I just don't check them.
Suddenly Jim's gonna like look in there and be like, oh, I'm a millionaire now.
I should peek in there, right? Should peek in there sometimes.
As you go to, as you say, like,
I peek in there every so often, but it's really rare.
Crypto is still a bubble.
Crypto is a bubble, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if someone was like, "Oh, I like this guy's content. Oh, he takes Litecoin. I'm gonna give him some Litecoin." I'm just like, "Oh, what was my Litecoin address again? Oh yeah, there it is."
You've got mail.
You've got mail. Disenthrall donated $5. Matrix. The Matrix movies are objectively fantastic, only eclipsed by the possibility of by the animated series. No.
Are you trying to get Jim into a rant?
I think here's the better one. 5, 10, 15 for the Absinthe by the years. So we're going with the 5. I think here's the better one. Why do I hear myself?
Oh, sorry. I
Learn to headphones.
I put the sensitivity up to max, man, and it's just like it wants to pick up everything now.
All right, is that a healthy pour? These are big glasses. Remember, my hands are big. This is a fucking healthy ass pour.
You got to do the toast.
Oh,
the Matrix thing.
The Matrix.
I paid for this. You got to say what I said.
What is? Oh, the Matrix movies are objectively fantastic, only eclipsed by the possibility by the animated series.
Yes, good little whore. Yes, well done.
Real talk? No. All of my note.
That was worth it.
So my ex, like I still talk to my ex. I was talking to my ex and I was like, I'm gonna get drunk tonight, and she was like, uh-oh. Tell me about the Matrix, because it was like a thing. Like I got drunk one night and I just went on like this terror against like why I hated the Matrix and why I thought it was a terrible movie. She was like, "What the fuck?" I think it's just she wanted to watch the Matrix or something, and I was like, "No, fuck that movie."
Okay, what's bad about it?
Well, first of all,
let me rephrase. I didn't mean to trigger an entire like sermon. What's your?
I'm not that drunk. I just only had one shot.
Number one. What's your number one problem?
My number one problem is that the Matrix itself doesn't make any fucking sense. Okay, so let's just give it as a given that humans can generate enough electricity from being batteries to not just operate the Matrix itself, but to operate all of the machines that the machines need to use you for. Headphones, tally.
Oh, sorry.
Headphones.
Sorry.
I'm getting speech jammed. So the 1, 2, yeah, that's a problem. But that's not even. Let's just make that as a given. So why do you have them in a matrix at all when you can just let them live comatose in their own dreamland instead of having a simulation of a world that could potentially kill your batteries off because people are killing each other in there?
They said that in the beginning.
No, they didn't.
Explained that in like the movie 1. They said because they kept losing entire crops because the comas weren't enough, so they developed a rudimentary matrix where they just made everybody happy. It was like a perfect world.
When did they say this?
Started rejecting that. This is part of the movie. Go watch the movie. Are you criticizing a series you haven't watched? No, I'm just kidding.
No, I saw it in theaters when it came out.
No, they said they lost entire crops because like the first they tried it without the matrix, then they tried it with like a rudimentary matrix that was basically a panacea. Like it was a perfect world where everybody got everything they wanted. And
yeah, I remember that. That's what Agent Smith said later. But I don't. From what I understood, that didn't come in until the second movie. The whole part about the coma thing.
I know. Okay. I heard that the book of the Matrix is entirely different.
I haven't read the book, so yeah. I don't know.
Well, I think.
I know the book. It's like the characters are like different. They go in different bodies because they reincarnate.
No, I think the books came out after the movies. Like
I don't think there's a biological basis for it, of course. Like
no.
But they at least they at least explained that in the lore, is all I was saying.
Yeah,
no,
but
I heard no. The book came before the movie because it was people like to before the movie was made, people were like complaining, oh, this type of book cannot be made into a movie. It's so complicated. It would be impossible to make it into a full-fledged movie.
Was it really a book?
Yeah. But the book is entirely different. Because the characters go to different characters, but they're reincarnated.
Okay. I'm just talking about the first movie. We can get into the reason why the second and third movies just shouldn't have been made. Full stop. They were just bad.
Now we're getting a fourth one.
And now we're getting a fourth. Oh, God damn it. Which, by the way, I will say that the Matrix. Have you seen the Unreal Matrix thing? The demo.
If I have, I cannot remember for the life of me.
No, it just came out. Like it was just announced during the Game Awards.
No, I have not.
It's.
I don't watch the Game Awards.
Well, no. It was announced during the Game Awards that you can download it. I think you can download it to the PC, but I know it's also for PlayStation 5 and Series X and Series S. But it's like a showcase of what Unreal 5 can do, and it's like there was like points where I was like, "Oh fuck, this isn't a video. This is actually being rendered."
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. You have to check it out. It's actually pretty nuts, and you get to walk around and drive around.
Did you see Keanu reacting to the NFT sale?
No.
Did you hear about the NFT sale for Matrix?
No.
They apparently raised millions of dollars or sold millions of dollars of Matrix NFTs. Basically, like, you buy these NFTs which represent people in the Matrix, and come a certain day, probably when the movie releases, all the NFTs will unlock, and some of them will become, like, the chosen ones, or whatever. And so, like, $50 per NFT, there were 300,000 people trying to get in line to buy, like, I think they capped it at 100,000 NFTs. I forgot what the actual numbers were, but it was, like, wildly successful. And Keanu was in an interview. If I send you the YouTube, can you put it on your stream?
Not right. Not with like. Yeah, I'd have to completely redo everything because I have the desert bus. Yeah.
The interview person was like, "Hey, I mean, did you hear about this NFT thing that like went off the charts?" parts, like it was super successful, and Keanu was like, no, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, these NFTs are sold for the Matrix, and what do you think? And they asked Keanu, what do you think about like this digital scarcity technologies that are coming out, where you can buy these NFTs or whatever? And he's like, he said something along the lines of, you mean things that can just be copied? It was gold.
Right click, save.
So the right click and save option is going to be removed from all Microsoft.
Oh no.
Where on your Discord should I put this? I don't know where this shit belongs.
Just put it. I guess Nickelodeon or voice chat or yeah. Okay, so the other big problem that I have with it is, one, all the pseudo-philosophical nonsense that makes it so profound. Like, oh man, we're like, could you imagine like if like everything was like not real, dude? Like it's just not like it's just like a computer, bro. It's like not even real, bro. And what if like you could like realize it's not real and like fly around, dude? Like what? It's pretty much.
I love it when Jim does it, bro.
I wish I had my soundboard hooked up. You would have just gotten not an argument.
Like, well, we're talking about entertainment. Why I don't like something.
I know.
Okay. That's pretty much it. Not only that, but it's a complete copy. Like the whole movie is just a giant copy with a little retheming of Dark City. Like Dark City was a great movie. We didn't need another one.
Jim, did you get my my $25 donation?
We what dollar donation?
25, 225.
Wait, where?
I sent it via PayPal.
What's this?
Yeah. Okay. The Matrix book was made before the movie, but it was not called The Matrix. The title of the book was Neuromancer.
Oh boy. So wait, hold on. Cheers, Jim. Tally 25. Oh, jeez. Okay. So what? How are you gonna mix this up?
Well, is it what? It's
5, 10, and 15 for the absinthe.
So 15 for the absence. I guess. And then the wine's kicking in too.
You can have.
I can basic math.
You can have 5 shots of 5, which I don't have. I don't have 5 shots of 5.
No. Go for the 15. Go for the 15 for the absence.
Okay, I'm gonna do that last because that's gonna blow my palate out.
Yeah. And then 2 for
2 5s.
Yeah, 2. Yes, 2 5s.
All right, that'll wipe out my 5s, I think.
Okay.
Oh.
Feel like I'm like having to make change here.
Marathon on stream, Jim.
Oh God, get copyright striked. Oh shit, I'm already swerving. Here's to you, here's to me, friends forever we shall be. But if we ever cease to be, then fuck you and here's to me.
There you go. Cheers, sir.
I'm gonna take a shot of 10 just to preserve, as a freebie. Just to preserve some of my 5, just in case someone wants to throw me a 5er.
Yeah. And Jim, I know you said you're not much of a wine person, but I highly recommend the 19 Crimes.
Oh no, I've had 19 Crimes.
Oh,
I don't remember which one I had. There's a couple of them.
Yeah.
Whatever one it wasn't the Merlot, because I'm not drinking any fucking Merlot.
No.
Which, by the way, that's my favorite wine movie ever.
The whiskey barrel one that they have is really good. I highly recommend it.
All right. Geez, I forgot the Whiskey Tribe one. What was it? Oh, if you fight me, you fight for a friend. Here's to fighting, stealing, and drinking. If you fight me, you fight for a friend. If you steal me, you steal lover's heart. And if you drink me, you drink with us.
Yeah.
God damn. That's the most delicious shot ever. Ah. Well, no. I did take a shot of Lagavulin. To be fair.
Cheater.
Not like today. I'm talking about, remember the last time we did a stream?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Dapperton bought me a shot of Lagavulin. This one I fear. This one I genuinely fear.
Yeah, that stuff's
It's concentrated black licorice.
Yeah, I remember it
at
was,
60
it was
percent
you
alcohol
that
by
told me that I
volume.
was like drinking it wrong when I had like a really like extravagant mini bar going, and I had what was it, green fairy or no, blue fairy, and I was just like drinking it straight, and you're like, no, you need to like pour it over like sugar, and I'm like, what?
Oh no, not sugar water. So look, just like whiskey, absinthe, the best way to drink absinthe is the way you like to drink it.
Yeah.
The best whiskey and the best absinthe is the absinthe you like to drink. And the best way to drink it is drinking it the way you like to drink it. However, the way you're supposed to make it, the way it was designed to be made, is to like dilute it in water. And when you dilute it, so this is the shot. I'm probably gonna, I should put some. I'm gonna put some 1817 in there slowly, because it helps the flavor out. Should I mix? It's up to you. Should I add water?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
It actually brings out more flavors, and you're actually separating it from the essential oils. So you saw how clear it was, but now that I've added water, it's like cloudy. Yeah.
But yeah, it was.
Fuck, that was so concentrated as fuck.
Yeah, you're supposed to like, you're supposed to like do like
Ugh.
things with it. I was like, oh, I've been doing it wrong the entire time. I was just like drinking it straight.
Yeah, I bet it's great straight. Well, I know it is great straight. I've had it straight. Someone bought a shot of it from me one time. All right, we're going. Now it's getting hard to drive with one hand. So when is the big opening of the Xbox and trying the Xbox day, Patrick?
Real close. My screen in my living room is almost done. I just had the entire wall resurfaced. The projector set up now. It's a 4K HDR ultra short throw projector.
Cool.
So I've got it throwing like a 140-inch screen on the wall, and the wall's been resurfaced to have like a projection optimized paint on it, so it reflects really well.
Oh, nice. Sexy.
Getting close, man. Getting close.
Getting close. Are you? Did you get the HDMI adapter for it?
No, I keep forgetting about that.
Okay.
I need that.
Yeah. So there you have two options. If it's going to take a while, you should try to see how long it's going to take to get you a Chimeric one, which is $50. It's going to give you the best quality. If you got like a 4K projector that's going to be doing that, probably might be the best option, but you might be on a waiting list. And I don't know, because the guy hand makes them for everybody who orders them. And at the last I checked, there was a waiting list. But Prax just ordered one, I want to say like 3 months ago, and he got it just recently. So it's been they've been moving. They're $50. If you just go to like Chimeric HDMI Xbox, you'll find it, and it looks like a little thing with a little braided cable. Or if you want one that's good enough, and I use it on my 4K TV, and it's fine. There is some like light artifacting, but it works. $30 on Amazon. It's called the Pound Cable. The original first batch that came out were not that great. There was a lot more artifacting, and there was some issues with it, but they came out with a new version, and it's actually okay. It's not the best, but it does the job that I needed to do. But if you're dealing,
when it's time, I will definitely hit you up and find out.
Okay. But if you're gonna get the Chimeric one, you need to put your order in now. By the time that it gets there, it'll.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, the OG Xbox is the best.
It's taken me so long to get this wall and the projector set up that I haven't even thought about what I'm going to plug into it.
I'm so worried about the thing that I'm going to get. I'm not going to worry about the things that I'm going to do with it.
It's this fucking wall. It's not trivial at all to
Yeah.
projection wall. It just looks so much better than a screen that I wanted to go that route.
Yeah, and if you do it right, then it just kind of looks like, oh, is this just the wall? It's
Yeah,
not...
the rest of the time, it's a wall with, you know, there's like an odd molding around it, so it kind of looks like a picture frame on the wall, sort of, but a really massive picture frame.
But you could probably just throw up a little slideshow and just have it on the whole time, and just anybody that comes up, well, you'll probably burn your projector bulb out, which I don't know. What are project? Oh, it's laser. Okay, so do they burn out at all?
They degrade over a long period of time.
Okay. Would you say that by the time, if you had it on all the time, just like showing pictures of like the family or friends or hot girls or whatever you're gonna put on it, like if you had it on all the time, would it degrade by the time, before the time that you decided, hey, I need to upgrade to the 8K? In what,
yeah,
5 years?
Yeah,
okay.
I want to have this like 6-10 years. I don't want to do this shit again.
Yeah.
I hate spending money on TVs.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I just paid, I paid like almost $900 for a 55-inch 4K 120 hertz, genuine 120 hertz with a 2.1 HDMI compatible TV. It was kind of rough. It wasn't even OLED. It was a nanocell, which nanocells are pretty good. Like they're like right on the border of being just as good as OLEDs. But in dark light or in a darker room, they don't do as well, which is fine because I just turn the lights on and they're fine. Yeah. Merry Christmas, Fat Boy. Thank you, Bob. I miss Bob. I wish Bob was around more, and I wish he would talk to me on platforms other than Steam, because I can't stand Steam chat. Bob is a great guy. Bob is a great guy.
People still use that?
People
Steam? Like Steam it?
No. Steam. The SteamPowered.com. Steam.
Oh, like the video game Steam.
Yeah. So Bob, I should tell the story about Bob, because Bob is great, and I wish you should follow his YouTube channel. He just commented. He makes awesome barbecue. So I met Bob, and he was my favorite troll. He was a total shit lib, left cuck all the way. He used to make fun of me for liking David Friedman and Milton Friedman and Rothbard and Hoppe and all the libertarians. He used to make fun of me. I do not do the Discord, bro. It is AIDS, but you will forever be my true bro. Aw. Ooh woo. And he used to make fun of me all the time. In fact, this is the guy, as far as I know, I have not seen, and I've done multiple historical searches on the internet for this term. As far as I know, he is the first person to have said this word. He is the person who invented the word lolbert. And he is the person that I stole that word from and made a podcast. And everybody was like, what the fuck is a lolbert? Jim, when I started my podcast, everybody was like, what's a lolbert? I had to make a separate page on my website just to explain what lolbert was, just for people to understand. He did. He invented the word lolbert. This is his. I popularized it. And then you had people like Christopher Chase Rachels. Is that right? Is that his name?
Boy.
Yeah. He was the one that started like calling other people lolberts because of my podcast. He thought that I was stupid. Which how'd that work out, bro? He thought that I was stupid for disagreeing with him on Hoppe, which I thought was his idea. I didn't know that Hoppe had thought of it first. And then I made my podcast the title. He used it to insult other libertarians, and now everybody calls it. So you can thank me to an extent, but for the most part, you have to thank Bob Dobbs here.
Wow, what an important piece of history we have
Yeah.
just discovered.
Yep. So when people ask what a lulbert is, there's only two people that you can possibly ask what the definition is for the etymology. Not for the current use, but for the etymology, and that's us. Yeah, so Hoppa, like, I have like a mixed love-hate relationship with Hoppa. I think he's good on a lot of things, and I think he's bad on a lot of things. And I think what people most like about him are misconceptions about things that he's said, and the bad things that he's said. I'm not a big fan of his like hardcore like social conservatism. Even though he's an atheist, he still is kind of that kind of Christian conservative kind of view, which whatever.
Is it not also the monarchy takes that people seem to associate with him, which is like no, it's just within only the confines of his book.
So
or like a hypothetical situation.
It's this covenant community thing that people really liked.
Yeah.
All right, so there's a lot to unpack here, and you just made me take a shot of absinthe, and that's not helping.
I'm sorry.
The other major thing was his argumentation ethics.
Yeah, the argumentation ethics.
Not a fan.
Not a fan. Not a fan.
This is just my ploy to get Jim to sound like he has no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah, as far as I know, Hoppa does not have kids. I may be wrong. Rothbard didn't have kids either, as far as I know. Could be wrong. If someone wants to correct me, they can. So Hoppa has been right on a lot of good things. Like, just like, if you ever read his Theory of Socialism and Capitalism, it's really good. The problem that I have is argumentation ethics, and if someone tells me what argumentation ethics is right now, because absinthe, I could probably explain why. I'll probably remember why. But Hoppa's covenant community things seems like a really good idea, but people look at what he has said about like in Democracy, the God That Failed, and go like, well, he wants to. He says that covenant communities would exclude gay people and what else? Communism. No, what he's saying is the ones that he wants to live in would exclude gays and would exclude communists for these reasons. He's saying that there would be covenant communities that would allow for that sort of thing, and he would be fine for them existing. That's fine. Like, they want to be soy boys, that's fine. They could do that, but not in the covenant communities that he want to live in. And the reason why he was saying that he would want to live in the communities that would exclude those people, I probably have some issues with the gay stuff, but the communist thing, I'm pretty much on board with. If you're going to come into someone's house and say like, hey, we're going to have a system of government and we're going to impose that on you, and we're going to take everything that you own and give it to the collective, in terms of private property, not personal property, then I would be like, yeah, I'm going to physically take you off of my property and remove you if you don't leave. That's perfectly fine. People then take that stuff and go like, oh, he's talking about helicopters and Pinochet. It's not what he's saying. Go back and read what he actually said, and you can find out what he's actually meaning. It's pretty simple.
I mean, Jim.
I have no idea how that meme even got started.
I mean, Jim,
it's
isn't
funny.
the helicopter the best way to remove communists, though?
No,
actually,
I'm on Twitch, so no comment.
Well, actually, Pinochet, the notion that Pinochet gave communist free helicopter rides never actually happened. That rumor actually came from the dictator of, it's a confusion with the dictator of Argentina, where he actually threw like political distance off airplanes in the.
Oh wait! So that never happened?
No.
Yeah, that's coming propaganda.
And it's also.
Wait!
You didn't know that was coming propaganda?
That's lame.
That's well, fuck, dude. I love what the fuck? I love Pinochet.
Hold on. There's another thing that sort of alludes to that, and that is also around the same time, like Pinochet had like firing squads in helicopters like shooting at communists. So they got those two separate events sort of
Okay.
So the proper way to say it is let's send up a firing squad via helicopters to take out commies. Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, I am now closing the alcohol donations super chats. Sorry. I'm starting to feel it really hard now.
Yeah, we don't want you getting your stomach pumped, Jim.
No alcohol poisoning for you.
Yeah, I'm good. That absinthe really just tipped me over.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nick Fuentes, the virgin talking about women.
Nick Fuentes is gay.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes is. He is.
Unironically, he is a flaming homo. I
Yeah,
guarantee you.
that's fine.
I actually met John Doyle.
I just wish he was honest about it.
I know, right? He's kind of cute looking.
Ooh, woo.
Oh my.
Yeah, he does come off like a bottom, doesn't he? Am I wrong here?
All right. It's like, shut up and take your dick, Nick.
I mean, look, a lot of the grifters come off as power bottoms.
Oh.
Oh.
My.
Power bottom. Hold on. What's a power bottom?
Oh.
Oh, let me tell you.
Yeah,
As opposed to a normal bottom? Like, what are you talking about here?
All right, so I will explain the basics. So a top in a gay relationship is someone who is penetrating. The bottom is someone who gets penetrated. There also is a class of people called versatile or switch, which do both. So the bottoms tend to be more effeminate, and the tops tend to be more masculine. So Nick Fuentes comes off as a bottom, so they say, in their words, not mine. Don't sue me, Nick. I'm sure you won't sue me. Allegedly. But then again, he was hanging out with a cat boy who seemed kind of very power bottom, so who knows?
You explain what a power bottom is for the normies.
Yeah, so a power bottom is like a step further. It's like, so you have like a scale, right? So can you imagine like a scale? So you have, socialist or communist on one side and, hardcore anarcho-capitalists on the right, or Nazi on the left, however you want to view this dichotomy. So you have, bottoms and tops, but then you have like an extra layer on top of that, right? So you have power tops who are like wanting to dominate every guy that they see and just top them and screw them always and never get bottomed ever. And even the thought of being bottomed is terrible and awful. And then you have power bottoms who are like, they want to be bottomed and they want to be dominated at all times, and they always want a top to be topping them at all times. I'm trying to keep this as Twitch friendly as possible and YouTube as friendly as possible.
They're the ones calling the shots.
Yeah.
Basically, bottoms are people who like taking it but are really dominating about it.
Yeah. Screw me now.
Isn't Twitch super gay? That's why I was told Twitch was super gay.
Yep.
So shouldn't they be okay with you talking about power bottoms? So long as you're not, very scatological about it?
So long as I'm not calling the people who are getting topped or bottom crackers, I think I'm fine.
Okay. But what if they're into food fetish and they use crackers?
Wait, what?
Eating at Cracker Barrel.
What if during the food fetish they use crackers?
Oh, it's a different topic.
Larry,
It's all about context. So I'm not saying that white people are crackers, because I think that's an awful racial slur.
Hold on, Jim.
Rachel slur is a good friend of mine.
No, Larry. Jim. Larry and I are like from Florida, and it's okay to call each other crackers because that means that you're a Florida native. You know of Florida.
My condolences.
Well, I'm a California native, but I don't like to admit that publicly.
Yeah, we don't talk about that, Jim.
I mean, Jim, how do I get to El Centro?
Oh man, it's real simple, man. You just take the 91 down to the 15, and you take the 15 up north to San Bernardino, and it drops you right off at the Carousel Mall. You're right there, bro.
Don't
get on the 405, you're gonna get stuck in traffic, especially
Yeah.
after 5 o'clock. You're not.
You could be
getting anywhere.
fucked. And the 101, just avoid at all costs. How did you know to get to the Marina del Rey? I have a Christmas tree. Hold on. Let me see if I can zoom over.
I still
Christmas
remember
tree right there.
It's getting on the 14.
Oh, shit.
Getting onto the 5.
Oh my god. I do not. Once you. Okay, here's the thing. So I lived in California for most of my life. My first experience living outside of California was Kansas, which is night and day difference. It is night and day, and it is a culture shock, and not in a good way. And by the time that I actually went to Kansas, I was already libertarian, but I was my sensibilities were very far left, right? Well, not very far, but far left. I wasn't I was never a communist. In fact, the farthest left that I ever was like I was a member of the Green Party, but I had already went to the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. Then I found Penn and Teller, and then that got me interested in libertarianism. And by the time I got to there, had already read things like Man, Economy, and State. I had already read a lot of libertarian stuff, Human Action. So when I was there, I was like, I got to get the fuck out of here because this place is terrible, because I really did not like the conservative aspects of it. And on top of that, they weren't much better in Kansas in terms of the things that you would want Republicans to be better on in terms of taxes and stuff like that. They weren't much better. There was a state income tax. There was also crazy blue laws too that I was not a big fan of. So I was like, I got to get back to California, even though California sucks. It's the kind of sucks that I'm better with. So I moved to the worst part of California, or the second worst, unless you count the Bay Area and San Francisco, which was LA. And not only that, but Hollywood Hills. And so the place that I moved to, Hollywood Hills, was off Mulholland, and I can actually say it was Mulholland Drive. The place I lived at was Woodrow Wilson. I actually tell the address because the guy who owned the house has since moved to Utah, so I'm fine with people going there and harassing whoever lives there now, because fuck Californians. Which was 7444 Woodrow Wilson Drive, Los Angeles, California. Go there and harass whoever lives there, because California sucks. And anybody who still is there deserves what they get. But anyways, so I lived, it was across the street and 2 doors down from Quentin Tarantino. The guy that lived across from me was one of the writers of True Blood, and Kathy Griffin lived down the road just a little bit, and I almost ran her over once.
Wow.
I could have prevented the whole Trump head thing. You can blame me for that. Yeah, I used to drive fast as fuck on those rides.
Pass with Mike Pence. God damn it! Come on.
I was almost there. And we also grew medical marijuana. We had cards and we were all legal and everything, but still, got my hand position all wrong. Where was I going with that story? Yeah. California sucks. So I moved back there, and that's when I completely realized that no, California and blue states are just awful. And I started going into elevators, and any place that I go to, there was some sort of sign or some sort of thing letting me know that the state of California was okay with this thing existing. And I was just like, I can't stand this. I gotta find some other place, and so I ended up finding Vegas, and that's where I ended up moving. And the reason why I moved was because a couple of friends of mine were like, "Hey, let's go out to Vegas. I got you covered. Don't worry. You can sleep in the hotel rooms that we're sleeping in. We're just gonna go to Vegas, and I know that you're gonna have fun. Let's go." And so I went, and I was like, and I looked out the window, and it was at what was currently the Las Vegas Hilton. The Las Vegas Hilton had a window that was facing east, which I ended up moving west, in the west side of town, but whatever. But I looked at the east side of town, and I was like, there's a whole city out here. There's like grocery stores and like towns and like businesses, and not just like, oh, we're just catering to the to the people that live here who work in the strip. Like, no, there was actually like hospitals and like all sorts of stuff. And I was like, there's an actual town out here. How much does it cost to get an apartment? $400? Shut up and take my money. So
you're paying $400 for an apartment in Vegas now.
Oh no, $400 for an apartment in Vegas was a bad choice. Let me just say that off the bat. I thought that I was going to move to a great area, and then once I actually, because I had to go back to Kansas for a little bit, because I was like, so I stayed at my parents' place for I think like a week or two, while I was getting all the paperwork and everything done to move out there, and I was like, so this is fine. And I looked at the map of all the crime that was happening in Vegas, and I was like, yeah. And there was an area that looked like it was doing well. It just was an anomaly, I guess. But I was like, okay, this is a good area. What's a good area in this place? Apartments, $450 a month for one bedroom, a proper, not even a studio. Great, let's go. And I went there, and it was and when I finally arrived there, after we already had signed all the stuff via fax machine, we showed up there, and I was like, what did I get myself into? Whatever. As soon as my lease is up, I'm out of here, and I did. But I got out there, and I was like, even still for a ghetto, it really wasn't that bad. Even though later, by the way, if you actually want to see the apartment that I lived in, or the apartment complex that I lived in, look up I'll Get You Bitch on YouTube. I'll Get You Bitch. Go. I'll Get You Bitch on YouTube. Yeah, I'll Get You Bitch on YouTube, and you will actually see the apartment complex that I lived at, because it's an episode of Cops where a guy shows up and a guy is high on something.
Holy shit! You lived near there?
No, on that corner, my apartment was like I could actually look out my little awning and see that happening if I was there that night. I don't know what night that happened. I may have been actually in my apartment that night. I don't know. But I was actually on that corner. It was actually really rough. But I'll Get You Bitch.
Oh my god, that video. Oh my.
Yes. And I'll actually tell you. So on the corner.
Oh my god.
So if you look at the corner, like across the street from the church that they was being arrested on, right? A building that's on that corner, on the other side, like facing the other next apartment building is facing. So I'm not facing the church. I'm facing the other side of the church. Upstairs, that was my apartment.
Oh my god. I'm looking at it right now. Oh, that's great.
So
Jim, were you living there when that happened?
Yes. I can confirm that I was actually living there at the time that happened.
Damn. If only you had your video recording equipment out.
If I even knew that happened, right?
Oh my god, legendary.
The cops with a thing of popcorn chicken said, listen, I just want to let you know, and those cameras to let all of America know I didn't see a goddamn thing.
So,
and
all
I
right.
refuse to consent to release my image.
Anyways.
Okay, so Bob's, I don't know if you noticed this, but I did tell you, you've probably been hitting the ganj a little bit, who knows? But I do not live in Vegas, so if Ethan Ralph shows up in Vegas, I can't press him on anything. Ethan Ralph does follow me on Twitter, and I follow him. Power button. Just walk up and make fun of his tits. But make fun of my tits, too. Just do this for America, Spudhouse Fair. Why do you have no chest hair? That's kind of weird. I do have chest hair, but I am a ginger, so my chest hair does not show up very well on camera.
I mean, the city of Tampa could have pressed
And it's not
charges
thick
against
anyway.
Ethan Ralph, but they chose not to.
What was that, Patrick?
I said likely story.
Yeah.
I mean, the city of Tampa could have prosecuted Ethan Ralph, but they chose not to.
Yeah, I wish I could press Ethan.
Like that.
And I also would like to know what you want me to press him about. So,
I mean, obviously,
so,
Christian stuff.
Oh. God, you really want me to get banned from every platform talking about what Chris Chan did to his goddamn mom.
I didn't say that.
Can we not, please?
I was talking about Ethan.
Hey, if you thought that was bad, we were just earlier talking about Brown Nose Pup.
Oh, my, yeah, I was there. Can we not talk about that as well? Man. Banned. You're illegal.
Good times.
Vape Nation, y'all. Sorry, I had to.
Really hitting them clouds.
Oh, so for some reason, Spud wants to know if you're a bottom or a top.
What?
Spud. Bob Dobbs wants to know if Spud is a power or a bottom or a top. Jim played on my Minecraft server with Chris Chan art. Is it true?
Wait, what?
I played on Bob Dobbs' server, and in Bob Dobbs' server, there was Chris Chan art.
Oh.
He also put a giant Rothbard. I think it was Rothbard? Or was it David D. Friedman? I don't remember. It was either one of those two. Above my castle.
I mean, be on brand for Jim, it would be David Friedman.
It would be on brand.
Back Minecraft in the server.
So I guess Bud does not want to answer your question if he wants to be if he's a top or a bottom. It was Rothbard.
I'm in Google Image right now, looking at your old house in Los Angeles. Looks nice. Well, unless I'm looking at the right one.
That was Casa de Colibre, which was what it was known at the time.
Is it a White House with a,
Yep.
like a red orange roof?
Yep. 7444 Woodrow Wilson Drive.
Well, looking here, it's 744444. So we're like,
Was there 4 4s? I could be wrong. I did take a shot of absinthe.
There were 5 4s.
Thanks, Tally. Huh?
You're welcome.
It was 4 4s? Okay.
No, it says 744444. So it's like.
Okay. Maybe that's right. I haven't used that address in like 10 years, so give me a break.
I don't miss California at
You said
all.
you
Don't miss it.
Next to the guy who wrote for.
Across the street, I was told, I don't know if that's true, was across the street was a guy who was a writer for True Blood. 2 doors down was Quentin Tarantino. So across the street, 2 doors down, Quentin Tarantino. Down the hill quite a bit was Kathy Griffin. I can actually, if I search around on Google Maps, I can actually show you Kathy Griffin's house. And she jogs every morning.
So you haven't confronted Quentin Tarantino.
Take her out.
I'm sorry, what?
So you haven't confronted. You haven't you didn't see Quentin Tarantino.
No, I remember we had a big brownout, which is when this
brownouts.
Yeah. So we called the cops when the Browns were out. No, a brownout is. Sorry, that was an Emo Phillips joke. I have to give credit where credit's due. It's a derivation. So, Emo Phillips once said, I lived in downtown Downers Grove, and one time we had a blackout, and the cops arrested him. No, but brownout is when they shut down the grid to save energy so that more people can have energy. Yeah. It's an intentional blackout. So we had a brownout in our area, and so we were just like, well, since we can't do anything, let's just take a walk. So we ended up taking a walk. We walked down the street, and when we were walking, we saw someone stuck inside of Quentin Tarantino's house because the electric gate wouldn't open. And so we were like talking to his assistant. That's the extent. I remember we also took a walk one time, and we saw the girl with black hair who was in Sex and the City. I can't remember her name. I don't remember. I didn't even know her name at the time because I don't watch that shit show. I don't have a vagina.
I mean, you would have watched it if it was Red Shoe Diaries, though.
I don't even know what that is.
What do you mean you don't know what that is?
Red Shoe Diaries? No, I don't know what that is.
It was an anthology series on Showtime, starring David Duchovny.
Nope.
About frustrated people sexually in the city, usually ladies, writing letters to David Duchovny about they're getting railroaded, so to speak.
Oh. So to speak.
And David
Is
Duchovny
Kathy
didn't
Griffin
like reading those
a
letters.
top or a bottom? Well, she did date Steve Wozniak, so possibly top. But, you know.
Are you assuming the gender of Kathy Griffin? Whatever it is?
Yeah, well, it's definitely a pegging situation with Woz, for sure. Which I think she only slept with Woz to get back at her ex. I think that's what the thing is. Because she dated a guy who was really like a big Apple fanboy, and then when they broke up, she dated Steve Wozniak as a revenge. So.
Damn.
On that note,
What a bitch.
So you guys say
Really?
I'll see you later.
That's what killed it? Was pegging?
No, I have a meeting.
All right, have a good one, man.
Take it easy, guys. It was fun.
Of all the things we talked about shit-eating furries. But this is what he did for you. All right, have a good one.
I still don't fully understand what a power bottom is, but maybe we can pick that up later. Talk to you later.
Ask someone else. Of all the streamers regarding the dissonant right, this one deserves the most attention. Who?
I mean, Jim, you didn't mention
Me?
Minecraft, so the NSA is already listening.
Oh yeah, Minecraft.
I'm already here, Kara. So hi.
Oh.
Remember, I'm assigned to you guys unofficially.
Okay, Glowy.
Now, you see, that would be a great anime series. Like a harem anime, but instead of like a harem anime protagonist, it's the NSA officer who has to listen to various
gets to sit in a libertarian group and just bullshit with them. That sounds like a great series. I would watch that.
Oh wow. So yeah, like.
Sorry, Johnson, you got another case in your file. What's wrong with this one? I mean, it's a schizophrenic with a plate in its head, and it thinks that it solved the problem of value. How? I mean, this person hasn't taken any
Shit.
classes and didn't even pass a GED.
My card.
I can only just imagine myself giving a briefing about, oh hey, there's this individual called Esoteric Entity. Yeah. That's it. Oh, he's a threat? No. Should we label him a threat? No, you really shouldn't.
But he isn't paying his taxes, and he's getting paid in some because he's
about 3D printed bump stocks. Yeah, it's probably bullshit, sir.
Yeah. But he is avoiding taxes by getting paid in sunflower seeds. Oh, what a retard! Let him eat shit and die. He's gonna pay for that in his own accord. So.
we figure he's a perfect disinformation candidate.
Yeah, you guys keep talking about controlled opposition. Here it is, right here. It's like, but we don't have to like exactly. You don't have to do much. Just let it go.
Yeah.
Let it do its thing.
Of all the streamers, I think what he's trying to say is that I'm the one who talks about dissonant right voices and like has a good opinion about them because I've seen all of these people before. Like, I remember seeing a lot of these alt-right people before they were famous, before like the alt-right was in the common vernacular. Yeah, because I was a subscriber of the alternative hypothesis before he was the alternative hypothesis, when he was just fringe elements with moderately more subscribers than Molyneux, and Molyneux was nobody at the time, and I was also subscribed to Molyneux. So I had seen all this stuff coming like a mile away. And then when Hillary Clinton talked about it, I was like, yeah. She's right, but that's a very stupid political thing to say when you're running for president when no one knows who these people are.
Speaking about Hillary Clinton, did you listen to her acceptance speech or her
No.
What?
Yeah, her
she'd like hear her acceptance speech if she had actually won.
Yeah, she didn't write a concession speech because she thought she had it in the bag.
Oh. So she wrote an acceptance speech and she actually read it and she started crying.
Good.
No, okay, yeah, I remember that. Never mind. Yeah, I thought you were talking about something recent. I was like, what? She's gonna run again?
I mean, if Joe Biden keeps being the way he's being, probably.
I have a question, Jim. Is this? I'm looking at the neighborhood. Is it the same neighborhood where Sharon Tate was murdered, or is that the entirely?
No, as far as I know, no. Well, I mean, most of those areas up in the hills kind of look the same because, yeah.
They kind of do.
Yeah.
So Jim, have you ever been to where they tore down Paradise and put up a parking lot?
He's will be right back. Yeah, he just took off. Good times.
How you were able to afford to live in the Hollywood Hills?
I don't even know how the hell I afforded to live in Gardena when I was in California. Jesus Christ.
Especially when you live near across the street from Hollywood executives and
well, I mean,
doors down to
the thing to that you learn quick about California, especially California cities, is there's lots of pockets. There's you could be in what would be considered a good neighborhood, but then maybe a few blocks down is a rough neighborhood.
What's going on? What did I miss?
The thing about California is that you just live in pockets basically. What they would call a good neighborhood is maybe a block or two.
Yeah.
And then everywhere around you is just absolute shit.
Also, let's say you're a Hollywood executive and you got a pool house, right? It's 400 square feet. You charge somebody $800.
Yeah.
And if they know how to fix the pool, you charge them $700, provided they do your pool up for you.
Yeah. I don't even know how the hell I survived in California, living in Gardena for a short while.
So I subscribed to Molyneux. The reason why I subscribed to Molyneux because I was still in Second Life, which is not helping my case. And there was a guy there who was like, "Oh, you got to check out this guy, Stefan Molyneux. He makes videos in his car where he talks about philosophy. It's kind of interesting." And I was like, okay. And I was like, well, how come all of these videos are 80 minutes long of just a guy talking in his car?
You got into him when he was in his car. I got into him as he zooms in and out of his fucking screen on a white background.
The red wall? Were you red wall era?
Yes, yeah.
Oh wow.
Jim. I just came up with a brilliant idea for a podcast. And not an argument. Is this an argument podcast? A in-depth exploration of the Stefan Molyneux video.
I'll get banned for mentioning
Molyneux. I was discussing, was it an argument?
I stumbled across Stefan Molyneux by complete mistake. I fell asleep watching, I think it was probably Armored Skeptic videos or something. And I just woke up and I see this man just panning in and out of his screen all the time, and I'm like, who the fuck is this guy?
Oh.
Yeah.
Jim, your friends these days are very unemployed and gay. I will confirm that every single person in here, except for maybe, I don't know about Monolith, maybe he is. Are you unemployed?
Yes, I am very much employed.
No, Monolith. You're not Monolith.
Oh, okay.
We know you're employed by the government.
Yes. So I'm contracted by the government, sir. There's a difference.
I'm in an internship right now.
Okay.
That technically counts.
Yeah, everybody else here is very well employed.
And I've not had sex with anybody with the same genitals as me.
Oh. How unfortunate.
I fall into that camp as well. I have not slept with a man.
Me, on the other hand,
Ooh.
I'm pretty convinced that most of the partners I've had are women. I have not been greeted with a surprise penis, as far as I'm aware.
as far as you're aware.
What about a surprise, not a real vagina TM? Real vagina TM, rather.
Look, I'm just looking for the kind of girl like they had on that TV show Ugly Americans, where I can get access to the third hole.
Oh, that wasn't a woman.
Someone holding up a picture of a Stolfo. This is the woman I need.
Oh.
Did you ever watch Ugly Americans, Jim?
No. I don't know what this is.
It was a fun animated series on Cartoon Network that unfortunately they kind of screwed up in the second season. It's about a really diverse city, but not like racially or ethnically or religiously diverse, but also diverse in species and dimensional planes of existence, and fantasy and science fiction. It's like all of that together, and it was just like a normal dude who's like the social worker who was trying to help all these people, and his girlfriend was a hot succubus. And once she learned to feel comfortable and trust him, she gave him access to the third hole.
What channel was this on?
Oh.
Comedy Central.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Cartoon Network for a second there. I was like, what?
What?
Did this happen?
I didn't see this on Toonami.
Must have been right after fucking DBZ.
This is ultra Adult Swim. Extra Adult Swim with 3 X's.
Oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Adult XXX Swim.
When they're really saying all kids out of the pool.
Time to go to the kids' table.
Yeah, that was different than the motto that Epstein wanted to have. He was producer. He wanted to say all kids.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, that didn't age well.
Oh no. I really don't know where this conversation is going.
I don't know either.
But I'd just like to point out that it was the chat who decided it was a good idea to buy me alcohol shots.
You're welcome.
You thank you.
I'm glad I
did.
can contribute. I'm glad I did the one that just did you in.
Yeah.
So, Jim, did you talk about how the goblins in Harry Potter were responsible?
I still have not read those books, and I still have not watched those movies, and I'm so not interested in ever doing so.
Jim, I was trying to make a reference to how the Jews in Harry Potter were bankers and how they had 2 wizard wars that were Wizard World Wars.
Okay, that's all.
Oh, wow. And banned.
The goblins sent those wars.
I think the term you were looking for was elf.
Yeah. No. These were expressly goblins.
It's okay.
You mean grabblers?
Oh.
They were 100% grabblers, and the way J.K. Rowling decided her grabblers would look is they had long hooked noses, they'd have sloped foreheads, and they would have no hair on the top of the heads.
Well, see, we don't have to acknowledge her anymore because she has already been canceled for being against the transes. So.
Yeah. But I need to finish the story. The graboids in her books would rub their hands together whenever you put gold coins in front of them. And they controlled all the banks where the wizards had their money.
Oh.
Oh.
But she's not anti-Semitic, you guys. Honest.
Oh. Somehow I don't believe you. To quote the great philosopher Cool Keith, I don't believe you.
What's more interesting is, previous to this point, either dwarves or gnomes were used as stand-ins for banking and Jews and gold in fantasy. She was the first person to make goblins bankers.
I doubt.
Interestingly enough, however, when people started to invent anti-Semitic tropes, they actually took inspiration from the legend of goblins.
And I know one I know there's a moment in the movie Harry Potter that you could actually see a Star and David in the floor, like in the ground, like textiles, you know.
Yeah, but that's a common.
That's Hollywood.
And some of those things.
It's also the Hollywood version, which I don't know if she had any kind of influence over the adaptations.
Oh, she had 100% influence over the adaptations.
Oh, she did?
She had veto power over a certain percentage of the things that were in her movies. Now she's at the point where she's gotten to make 3 of these movies and nobody could tell her no.
Yeah, she's writing screenplays for movies that have no book adaptation. Like, isn't Fantastic Beasts based on a book or not?
Yes, it is. They have, yeah, they have a book for Fantastic Beasts.
Which I still have not read any of the books or watched any of the movies. Much to the dismay of Rum Raven. Sorry, I'm just not interested. Harry Potter does not seem interesting to me at all. And it's weird because I will see people on Tinder who tell me what their tribe is or whatever team it is.
Their house.
Their house? Yeah, there we go.
House.
And I'm
They'll
like,
say, oh, I'm Slytherin. Oh, I'm Hufflepuff.
Like, shut the fuck up, Zoomer.
So, I mean, what, you're saying you don't like the story about what if Jesus was a poor orphan kid who was raised by horrible fat relatives?
I'm so over the whole Jesus narratives, which is one of the reasons why I'm not a fan of the Matrix.
Well, hold up. He was raised by fat relatives and then gets to go to wizard school and become a wizard and be good at everything for no reason, and also be rich and popular for no reason, and get to break all the rules in school and be rewarded for it for no reason. And then he defeats Wizard Hitler immediately at like the age of 10.
Co-host, you suck at your job and no one likes you. 4 people watching get a day job. I think they all have day jobs, but
I do. I go into work at 8 in the morning.
I have a night job. Harry Potter houses are astrology for autistic college girls.
Well,
autistic college guys are Myers-Briggs.
Yeah, I actually don't have to go into work until 1 p.m. So I got it good today.
Oh.
Tomorrow. I have a job. You don't know me.
You don't know me.
So I gotta go in the morning and call restaurants and say, hey, you owe me money. And most of the time, they don't answer their phone. So I send them an email and a letter saying, hey, you owe me money. I have to do that.
Rubbing?
If I have to do that process, if I have to do that process 4 to 5 times, I send them a letter saying, listen, if you don't give me money, I'm turning off your dishwasher.
That's pretty, yeah. Oh.
And then if they don't give me money, we turn off their dishwasher. And then if at that point they don't pay me, we take the dishwasher out of their restaurant, and then I bill them for the full value of their contract.
Oh.
I mean, it's not hard to turn off a dishwasher. You just show them pictures of tweets by Brown Nose Pup. That's a huge turn off.
Hey, you know, there's some chicks who are into that.
Chicks aren't dishwashers, they're servers.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you could take that stuff from Brown Nose Pup, put it into foil, and then bake it, and they'll be like...
No. I'm going to start puking. I've already had drinks that would help me vomit. So let's not talk about Brown Nose Pup more.
I get paid to be a voice of doom. That's about it.
Doom was a great game.
Doom was a great game.
Now, if you hear something about Voice of Doom, I was reading somewhere somebody saying that they're hearing rumors from Capitol Hill that by this time next year we'll be at 23% or 33%.
No, I'm not that Voice of Doom. I'm more of like, oh hey, it's been a while since we've like updated our post orders, or oh, it's been a while since we've updated our fire safety plan. Would be ashamed if if a fire happened. And they're just like, yeah, we'll see if we have the budget for it. And I'm like, okay.
So we're about 10 minutes out from the official time that I will be crossing the line into Las Vegas, Nevada from Tucson, Arizona in my desert bus, which means I don't know how many points I've gotten, but I know my max score, and my max score is 2 points, which
the real question. Oh, go ahead.
2 points is one trip, 1 8-hour trip. So I've made 2 consecutive trips in a row. That's my max, and I'm not gonna ever try to top any of that. Don't even ask me. I am not gonna try to make a 24-hour run. Not doing it. Never gonna happen.
Jim.
The big question here is, Jim, is how do you convert this to travel between Texas cities? So what would this be the equivalent of, like Houston to?
I don't think there is an equivalent.
Texas is fucking big.
Texas is big, but I don't think there's 2 points that are 8 hours. Maybe El Paso to Houston.
I mean, Jim, that looks a lot like you're driving West Texas right now.
A little bit. Southwest Texas.
Is San Antonio
traveling
like? Is San Antonio sort of what, like desertly, like somewhat, or is it more like the rest of Texas?
When you start getting to like West Texas, like Southwest Texas, that's when you start getting into like New Mexico territory, which basically like you can't tell the difference between New Mexico and Texas. And New Mexico is.
So would you say that this would be like Tucson, Arizona to maybe Austin?
El Paso.
El Paso? Oh, okay.
Yeah. El Paso is very much a desert.
Yeah, that's true.
For thumbtacks. If I tack you up some unframed art, maybe you would get some decent goes.
Traveling the panhandle of Florida to my current location is just fucking weird.
Look, there is nothing ooh-woo about Muddy Paws. Nothing.
So how long did it take you to get from the panhandle of Florida to where you are right now?
Well, I hauled ass, a lot of back roads, and I only stopped at Buc-ee's.
God, Buc-ee's is so great.
I'm just amazed that there's a fucking Buc-ee. There's 2 in Florida, actually, but
Yeah, St. Augustine and Daytona. I've been the one in Daytona.
Yes, it's the same. It might have been St. Augustine. I held my piss for a long while, though.
So how long did it
St.
take you?
Augustine's a lot of
about probably about 7 hours.
So I had a friend who made it from Pensacola all the way to Brandon, Florida, from Brandon, Florida, rather, to Pensacola in 6.5 hours.
It might have been, yeah, it might have been close.
Right,
to
no,
6.
you're not supposed to be able to make it 6. It's like an 8 to 9 hour trip.
Oh, then he really. Well, I made it in about 7.5 hours from Sandestin to Melbourne, Florida.
Yeah, but Sandestin is not all the way out to like where Pensacola is.
That is true. There is.
Oh.
I think it's like what, I think I'm maybe like it's like an hour drive more to Pensacola from.
So my buddy was on his way to help his parents because there was a hurricane.
Yeah.
And he heard over the CB an announcement. The Florida Highway Patrol is not writing any tickets to further relief operations. Put the hammer down. So when you get out from the trucker, he was driving at like 90 miles an hour, and the semi-truck passed him like he was going in reverse.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
You give truckers the opportunity to speed on I-10, they're gonna do that.
Yeah, I went down toward Tampa, and then I made like a quick change, and I did what I could to avoid the toll roads because Florida is just full of toll roads.
You'd actually be surprised. It's only the big cities that are full
It
of
really
toll
is.
roads.
Yeah, yeah, it's true. Yeah.
But we need to figure out some time to meet up in Tampa.
Yeah, I've got a thing going with Southcom, so I probably will have to make a trip down to Tampa eventually.
I thought Southcom was Miami.
No, they're in Tampa.
They're both in MacDill?
Both Central Command and Southcom are in Tampa at
wow.
I know. It's fucking weird.
Man, I need to go, like, because I've been to Clearwater multiple times. I need to stop by the the Scientology center for the
which
organization.
center? Which center? They own like a giant fucking several city blocks.
I thought it just that the Sea Org center, like.
Well, I mean, there's the Sea Org building, there's the headquarters building, there's also the Superpower Center.
Wait, headquarters building? I thought the headquarters building was in Los Angeles.
No. Los Angeles is the Celebrity Center.
Yeah.
That's so they can be closer to their money.
Yeah.
I thought the one in Los Angeles.
Tom Cruise.
I thought the Los Angeles Center was where the president of Scientology lives.
No.
David Miscavige is in Clearwater half the time.
Yeah.
I heard Tom Cruise is moving into Clearwater.
A lot of people are moving to Florida in general.
And
cheap.
And Travolta's got a place out in Central Florida.
Yeah.
And you can just do like a 30-minute flight into St. Pete, Clearwater.
He lives near Orlando.
Did I mess up my mic?
I should stop
I was
by.
actually offered
I thought he lives near Miami because he's close friends with Pitbull.
No. He's got a place out there so he can have his like DC whatever plane for his own personal private plane.
Yeah. I was actually offered a security job by the Church of Scientology.
What kind of security job?
I have absolutely no idea because I never followed up on it because I was like, this is fucking weird. Because I was at a very weird phase of my life where I was like, I was a very militant atheist, and to receive a job offer from the Church of Scientology was fucking weird.
So Jim, did they do outside security contractors for squirrel hunting?
I bet. I know they also. I mean, they outsource all their PIs. They outsource all of their PIs.
So do you understand what squirrel hunting is, Mr. Talley?
To find out to like look for people that they don't like and watch them.
Sort of.
Oh, no.
Harass them. Or...
No. Well, it's that last part, the harass them part.
Yeah. So squirrels are people in Scientology who take the tech. Oh, is that the? That can't be that. I was gonna say that can't be the bus stop right there. Squirrels are people who take the technology of L. Ron Hubbard and distort it to their own whims. And they're one of the highest orders of criminals in Scientology are squirrels.
Known as suppressive persons.
No. They can be suppressive persons, but they're not necessarily a suppressive person. They could be just accidental. You have to be declared a suppressive person to be a suppressive person. I wouldn't be surprised if I have a SP declaration. I'm pretty sure I do. I mean, they went through the process of doxing me. I'm pretty sure they did.
Wouldn't that be an idea for a movie that can't be made because of the Church of Scientology existing? A thing about a bunch of people breaking into a cult that totally isn't Scientology, you guys. That has a giant enemy list, that has armies of private detectives going after people to get the master database of who they're harassing.
What, we're going and working for the NSA? What? No.
I mean, Scientology went after the IRS.
Well, I mean, Yeah, I need to see if I still have that that email. But I did receive a job offer for a security position with the Church of Scientology, and it was fucking weird. Wasn't a bad pay though. They were for the time they were like offering $25 an hour, which at that time was like really amazing for to just like work it. It was in their Hollywood area. It was just pretty much just like to push people away that were like trying to make like Scientology or anti-Scientology documentaries on their like owned areas. Yeah.
So you would have been fucking with Mark Bunker. So that's what you would have been doing.
Pretty much, yeah. And it was just offered to me at a very weird time because I was like a very militant atheist of like, you know, like, oh fuck these Christians, blah blah blah, kind of. So yeah, it was just interesting to receive that job offer.
So wait, is Man with a Penis back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. They're usually eating.
I'm eating a cookie, sorry.
Oh. Cookie. You are gay.
Shut up.
Hey, I was between cocks at the time, okay? I'll have you know.
Okay.
He went from eating one mushroom-shaped object to another.
Oh.
So
Oh.
that's why Jim likes.
We are now at 8 hours. So the bus stop should be showing up soon. It's only everyone turns gay. They put it in the water. They put the gay chemicals in the water.
They're making the frogs gay.
Man, I wish I had my fucking soundboard. I have some great Alex Jones drops.
I only got the one of him screaming. And no one wants to hear that.
No, we all do.
The better question is which time he was screaming.
Your soundboard is always quiet.
Is it?
Yeah.
You know, one of my favorite things I ever found from Alex Jones was something that Jim and I used for an opening for recording in progress one time. Was Alex Jones yelling at a piece of poop on the ground outside?
When he was screaming at the poop, he's like, "Tell Rude you voted for Hillary Clinton." My favorite was when he was chasing that guy down the street for calling him. I'll come back, you coward!
Yeah. Or how about the time he dressed up like Death to talk about the chemicals making the frogs gay?
No, you dressed up like a frog.
I love Geronimo Frost, thank you, where he dressed as a frog.
I think the best moment was when he crashed the Young Turks.
Oh, yeah. Lifting off Jake Uger. A good old chunk yogurt.
He's like, I got you a shirt, and it has a picture of Bill Clinton with the word rape under it.
Yo, Larry, I'm going to CPAC. Are you planning to go?
Why would you go to CPAC?
He wants to see some packing.
What are you, retarded? So I know you're not retarded. But what are you, Down syndrome?
Well, he does have college discount. I only pay $50.
So where is CPAC at?
Orlando.
A UCF?
Wait, are you only going because... Wait, is Sean going?
It's also Nuance Bros going, and then...
So, Actual Justice Warrior is showing? Okay.
When is it?
It's February 17th.
Maybe I'll make a trip down there, or up there.
Let me look at my calendar.
For watching, start streaming...
Like a 3-day
No. Hold on. It is multiple day. Hold on. Let me find the date. I keep forgetting.
What is it, CPAC? What are you, gay?
What are you, gay? So he.
CPAC is because I want to confront the manager. Like, who's the guy who runs CPAC? Because he made an entire video spreading misinformation about Julius.
Yeah, about Julius Jones. Julius Jones, for those of you who don't know, Julius Jones was a guy who fucking murdered a guy in front of his kids and his sister for a $5,000 SUV, and is now trying to claim that he is innocent, and he's been wrongly charged, and it was all just racism by the act of the prosecutor, and the real perpetrator.
Even though the cops have him on body camera.
No, this is a different guy. This is before body cams. This is in the 90s.
Oh God.
Julius.
2022.
Yeah, Julius Jones walked up to him while he was sitting in his car after he bought his kids school supplies and ice cream. Shot him point blank in the head, didn't say a word, shot him, and now there's been a documentary that's been playing on ABC for the last I don't know, couple months. They've been playing it over and over again. Where that tries to show that, oh no, he's completely innocent, and if we just get a DNA evidence on the supposed bandana that that he was wearing and that had the gun in it, it would completely vindicate him. By the way, they did a DNA test and it showed that the odds of him not being the not being the DNA on the bandana was more than the population of all of the African Americans in the United States times 2. It's ridiculous. Oh, wow. It was definitely him.
How about the fact that during the trial he didn't want to have his defense attorneys bring up possible other people who did it? He said, "No, my family's just making shit up when they say it."
No, yeah. So his alibi was that he was at home having a birthday party, eating a big cookie, and everybody was stealing the pieces of big cookie, and he was getting mad about the cookie. Meanwhile, this guy was getting murdered somewhere completely on the other side of town. Totally wasn't him. Turns out that event took place the day before, and they know that it was the day before because one of the attendees of that party had a receipt because she went to Kinko's that day. Which, hey guys, remember Kinko's? Remember that was a thing? I'm glad that's gone. Yeah. That took place the day before, where she was getting something done at Kinko's right before she attended the party.
Where are homeless people gonna print their resumes?
Resumes? Don't you mean manifestos?
Yes.
Oh. Yeah.
I was like, dude, I'm gonna wear a T-shirt that says Julius Jones 100% guilty and just.
But yeah, CPAC 2022 is February 24th through the 27th. So yeah, it's for.
Yeah, fuck CPAC. Then go die in a fire. And Julius Jones is 100% guilty. I am completely 100% against the death penalty. I think the death penalty is awful. However, if Julius Jones fries, that's the least of my concern. The least of my concern.
General admission to CPAC is $295.
I paid for the student ticket.
Student ticket is $50, but I guess I could just bullshit and say oh yeah, I'm a student.
You can bullshit. The only thing is you have to be under 24.
Well, Bob Dobbs said that before I actually heard what I said.
I have access to some pretty convincing badging hardware. So I can make a student ID.
I can always see if the Republican Party of Florida has any comp tickets.
If I had my druthers, Julius Jones would spend the rest of his natural life in jail and not be executed. I don't think. I think
silver ticket.
It is revenge killing. You are absolutely right, for sure. But if he does get killed by the state, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. That guy is a fucking monster.
Spend $300 to see a bunch of grifters.
You could spend $3,000 to meet some really big grifters.
Yeah.
I don't know how big that is, but apparently it goes all the way up to the. Oh my God, what? Okay,
so from what I understand, Julius Jones was offered clemency. I don't know what that exactly entails. I do know the governor is looking at the case. I do hope that he decides not to. The state. the state executing people, even in the cases of like people who are 100% confirmed killers, no doubt about it, beyond a shred of reasonable doubt, like not even reasonable doubt, even unreasonable doubt, beyond a shadow of a doubt. I think at the end of the day, the state killing people for even the most heinous of crimes is at the end of the day is revenge killing. People should pay their time. And I think if my choice was spending the life in jail or execution, I'd rather be executed. I think it's an easy way out.
Here's the thing, Jim. What if there's another possibility? What if it's not revenge killing?
What do you mean?
What if it is about taking the person from the venue on Earth where you can't deliver proper punishment
No.
to another venue where you can?
Because wait, what does Oklahoma do in terms of how do they execute people?
I think they got lethal injection.
Yeah.
I don't think they've been screwed over yet by the chemical companies.
So lethal injection is completely inhumane. Like even for like someone like Julius Jones, I don't think lethal injection is a good way. Like that's straight up like torture for hours.
Well, that's why they give you a sedative.
No, the sedatives don't actually prevent you from feeling pain or discomfort. They just make it. Lethal injection is supposed to be more comfortable for not the person getting lethal injection. It's supposed to be more comfortable for the people watching. Like lethal injection is the worst way to go in terms of execution methods. The best is probably like electric chair or firing squad.
Gas chamber.
And the fact that lethal injection is not conducted by a medical expert at all. It's all.
Well, you know why it's not conducted by a medical expert?
Yeah, because of an oath that they take. It's considered.
No. It's because all the left-wing pressure groups prevented doctors and medical examiners from participating.
How does you feel pain during like the lethal injection, right? Is it just like?
So organs stop working, and that hurts because they're supposed to work.
So Bob,
they
Bob,
first put you to sleep.
Hold on, Bob. What exactly do you want me to say? Like, what is your position that you want me to hold as well? Because my position is pretty clear. Like, Julius Jones is a fucking monster. He fucking murdered a guy in front of his own kids and tried to kill the fucking kids too. I don't think lethal injection or any form of death penalty is the right way to go. I think he should spend the rest of his natural life in jail. There's no doubt he's 100% guilty. Without a reasonable doubt, he's guilty. I think he should spend the rest of his life in jail. In any sane, just court, that should be the case. I don't agree with the death penalty, but of all the people that I'm going to like have a hard time sleeping at night when it comes to someone getting the death penalty, he is the bottom of my list. What should be the penalty?
What if we replace the jury system with Bitcoin? And like the voting on how to decide criminal penalties.
I just found out cockfighting is done with roosters. 6 months of training out the door. Thanks, Dapperton.
Well, you know, there was actually a joke in the movie Cry Macho.
Oh.
So his rooster was named Macho, and he said, "Listen, if a little boy wants to call his cock Macho, that's fine."
And not only that, but I think at the end of the day, I think they said that like any form of execution is actually more costly to the state than just jailing them for the rest of their lives. I'm not even you know what? I'm not even. Of course, you're not interested in. So I think my position is pretty clear. I'm 100% opposed to death penalty. If I'm going to lose sleep over any person currently on death row for being executed by the state, which I mean I have lost sleep over that shit. Julius Jones would be on the very bottom of that list of people that I would lose sleep over.
That, though?
Because there are people who are possibly innocent.
Yeah, but why would you lose sleep over that?
Maybe not lose sleep. Probably not the right word.
But aren't you in anesthesia?
Upset with.
But aren't you in anesthesia when you're getting lethally injected? Like,
yeah, but
anesthesia doesn't actually stop you from
feeling pain, it stops your brain from saying, I'm in pain.
Privately operated execution services, yeah.
I mean, look, we're trying to get that flagpole arbitration business set up.
Yeah, Julius Jones was
Jack Kevorkian wasn't wrong.
was a carjacker. He was jacking people for cars. He was before he had any criminal charges in terms of carjacking, which he ended up getting charges later on after his murder charge for carjacking. He stole a car from a guy, and before he saw the car that he was looking for, the car that the chop shops wanted. He saw that car. He saw some guy pulling up into his driveway, pulled out, walked up to the car, shot the guy point blank in the face in front of his two daughters who were like in single digit ages, shot him, and while his sister and the kids were running towards the house after the shot, he took another shot at those people while they were trying to flee the scene of the crime, and he took the car and left. He was caught red-handed. They found him with a murder weapon, with the bandana that he was wearing in the description of the crime. He matched the description of the person who shot him perfectly. And now there's been like documentaries and stuff, like the Innocent Project has been trying to push that this bullshit narrative that he is completely innocent, and that it was the guy he was with who was the guy who pulled the trigger, and he was the bad influence on him, because Julius Jones was just a football player. He was going to college. He was a good boy, and he just had a bad influence. He wasn't the one who did that, but he was.
Didn't do nothing.
Yeah, he completely was.
You know the sick part about it? They actually went and filmed, because apparently they still live in the same house where it happened.
Yeah.
They reenacted the scene in the house where the murder happened, when they were still in the house, and did it without their permission.
Jesus
so they
Christ.
reenact the murder of their father in the house without their permission.
Yeah.
I mean, that's rude.
Yeah, Julius Jones should spend the rest of his life in jail.
All this because of Kim
Bob's,
Kardashian.
you can't possibly tell me that Julius Jones was innocent. You can't possibly tell me that. DNA evidence. None of the alibis match. He wasn't even allowed to present his alibi because he told his lawyer that it was bullshit. And his lawyer was like, I can't present that. I'll lose my license because you just now told me that
Also,
your family
other
was
alibis
mistaken.
His family told his lawyer. He said, yeah, no, that's not true either.
Yeah. Like, it's 100%. Like, Julius Jones is 100% guilty.
Just because Kim Kardashian had sex with a rapper and made a sex tape doesn't mean that she wasn't about crime.
All this because of some dumb Armenian slut is freaking like defending this fucking killer.
Yeah.
Because he didn't do nothing. America would be a better place if we deport the Kardashians to Turkey.
I think my favorite part of that whole story was that during this clemency hearing, the guy was like, hey, so you claimed that you weren't allowed to testify on your behalf. Is that correct? And he was like, yeah, I wasn't allowed because, like, my lawyer at the time told me that, that I shouldn't make any kind of emotional like looks at the jury. So I told them no, I didn't want to testify, and that's the reason why I told them. And he's like, but the jury wasn't in the room. Oh, no, they were. He's like, no, they weren't in the room. We have the transcript where they said they escorted the jury out of the room. Then you were asked whether or not you wanted to testify. You said no, and then the jury came back, and he was like, oh, I'm at the judge. I didn't want to make an emotional appeal about the judge. He's like, well, the judge doesn't decide your case. Oh. Like, he keeps getting caught red-handed lying about shit over and over again. Julius Jones is a piece of shit. And I know Bob Dobbs is an Oklahoma resident. He probably is a little bit more invested in this case, maybe. I don't know. But Julius Jones is in the back of the bus crying right now. Yeah, Julius Jones is a piece of shit.
Maybe Oklahoma does the firing squad. Let me Google that.
if you were to tell me that they don't do lethal injection, I would not be surprised. What surprised me was that they did do lethal injection. By the way, we're almost at the end of our stream.
Actually,
By the way,
there's two lethal injection methods. It's either nitrogen hypoxia, electrocution, or firing squad. So it's three.
Oh,
the option for the firing squad, which is the least costly and most humane method.
No,
This hostility
death
won't
penalty.
stand, man.
Death penalty should be abolished 100%. 100%.
What was that?
I heard that what's a guy named Fabian Liberty says that that firing squad is actually pretty bad still, because what happened usually in firing squad is just that one person's so nervous that he purposely misses, like either misses or he shoots the guy in an area that is not fatal but causes a large amount of pain, and they have to shoot him again.
That's normally the guy who has the blank, and you take 2 shots. I'm not saying they know who they're slipping the good bullets to, but they slip the good bullets to the guy who will take the shot.
They know, like, oh,
Dobbs, I really don't know what you want me to say. Like, you want me to be anti-death penalty, and I am 100%, 100%. But if you were to ask me, like, if there was a list of people that you would not lose sleep over getting the death penalty, what would it be? On the top of my list would be Julius Jones. I'm sorry, it would be. It's the ones as far as I know.
Like, keep in mind, I'm also against the death penalty, but the only case I think it's sort of necessary, only in cases it's necessary, if the person has so much power and influence that it'd be impossible to confine them, or if by confining them you're going to lead to chaos. Like, for example,
Ted Bundy or something?
Not just Ted Bundy, I'm talking like let's say Pablo Escobar or El Chapo, who so many connections with gangs.
Almost sounds like French Revolution.
No, I think if you do something that warrants a judge or a jury to warrant the death penalty, I think the more appropriate and more brutal crime is just locking them up in jail. Because honestly, death penalty is an easy way out. It really is the easy way out. Like, if I was on trial and my choices were like, do you want death penalty or life? I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, I totally killed like 300 people more. You just didn't realize this yet. I'm gonna do whatever I can to try to push for the death penalty, because I do not want to spend the rest of my life in jail. I'd rather just die. It's the fucking easy way out. And not only that, but like, how many times has like we've seen people who were in life or on death row who have turned out to be completely innocent? How many people do we know that are on death row right now are completely innocent? We just haven't gotten around to doing the DNA or the legwork to find out whether or not they're innocent.
Well, you don't actually need to do DNA work for some of them. Like, there was one in Texas where a guy allegedly burnt his family alive, and the fire examiner said there was no way this possibly could have been caused by arson, and the prosecutor said, we're going to prosecute him for arson and arson-related homicide and get him the death penalty.
Bob, I've done 3-hour-long streams all by myself. I can do it. I can't do it with 8-hour streams. I do not have 8 hours of content in me at any particular point in time, no matter how much I save up stuff. That's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous standard.
Oh.
God damn it, I keep hitting the C stick.
Jim, what do you think about this movie idea? Breaking into the Church of Scientology headquarters. Obviously, for this to be a movie idea, we're changing the name of the church and the headquarters. This church that just happens to have large blackmail information on its many enemies around the world. And we send like an Ocean's 11 heist to break in there and steal the information and release it to the public.
According, because knowing made a video on Scientology, is it true that they actually started a coup in Morocco?
I don't know about that. I do know about Operation Paperclip. They actually infiltrated the FBI and the IRS and raided their.
They did
broke into their buildings.
To start a coup in Morocco because L. Ron Hubbard.
There's actually 4 people watching. Sorry, Bob. Go ahead.
Because L. Ron Hubbard had a vision about there being treasure in Morocco, but the government wouldn't let him get to it.
Oh.
So the obvious solution.
I heard they also wanted to actually like invade Clearwater, Florida, like actually like send troops and just like raid the St.
About ready
Petersburg,
to.
Clearwater, and just made his own country.
I mean, that sounds like something he would say when he was hopped up on the drugs.
Oh.
Uno momento.
And how come we haven't done anything about those concentration camps that Scientology are putting all their like?
Well, they're not concentration camps because those people all signed paperwork saying that they went there voluntarily for religious training.
Oh.
What happened to the president's wife? Who's the current president of Scientology, who somehow disappeared?
David Miscavige? McCavage? I don't even know how to say his last name.
She went to the farm upstate. That's what happened.
All right. Coming up on
Completely
this.
willingly went to live in the commune.
Oh. Oh.
But here's the thing. Like, I was looking at Scientology. Isn't it like a atheistic religion? Because
No.
they do.
No,
they got a god.
No, okay.
Hubbard's God.
So they have this thing called, like, I can't remember what they're called by now. It's been so long, but they have like these they're dynamics. There we go.
Operational Satan level?
No, they have dynamics. There's like different dynamics of like the benefits of life. Or I can't remember exactly. It's been a while. And they have, I can't remember what all the dynamics are, like communication, family, or whatever. But the eighth dynamic is like the infinity, and they're like ultra vague about what the eighth dynamic is unless you really start getting like deep into it. Okay, I think here's the bus stop coming up right here. Yeah, here's the bus stop.
Once you get to OT 8 and to 10,
Yeah.
at this point in time, you get the information.
So here's the bus stop. We're making it, guys. Here we are. Woo! 8 hours, 25 minutes.
Once you get to the top level of Scientology, you find out that L. Ron Hubbard is the gateway to the infinite because he's God and he created everything. And that he descended into a form into the finite world to learn and be a part of us.
At that level, you just realize
My high score is 2. 5 trips. I made 5 trips so far.
So deep in that you just can't quit.
So Jim, what would it take for you to put in the work to get a 5?
The what?
A 5. A whole work week of Desert Bus.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
God. That would be awful. That's
like how much money would you have to get to be able to do that?
It would take a lot of money. It would take a lot of money for me to do that.
I would say it'd have to be at least triple your it'd be triple what you would make in that work week, because you'd be pretty much having to spend that whole week. Plus, you'd probably lose your job.
Look, I want to play the most boring, awful video game for a week. What?
Well, that's clearly not Desert Bus.
But like, because the reason I assume like Scientology was an atheistic religion was because they simply believe that they came from aliens.
Movie made in Hollywood.
I mean, who do you think made the aliens?
Someone's daughter, like a lamb to the slaughter. Honestly, I'd still hit if I could.
Because they believe was like prehistoric human, and then that's it.
Evolution is how the Thetans confuse you about the nature of reality. Evolution is part of the illusions that they put into your mind with those movie theaters and stuff. I mean, if evolution was real, how could Tom Cruise create like a half dozen universes and populate them with people? Right, Jim?
Something like that.
I mean, are we talking like Top Gun Tom Cruise, or are we talking like
No, current Tom Cruise.
I want Top Gun Tom Cruise. Like, I want like aviators and like awesomeness.
Oh, thank you, Bob. By the way, I'm gonna take one more shot because
Thank you all for joining the program. I'm here with author and magician.
Spending I don't know how many hours with all of us. Yeah.
What am I gonna take? Let me take a shot of Ardbeg 10.
Oh.
Even though there's still absinthe in my glass.
Because nothing says going to bed like drinking nice salty scotch.
Salty, smoky scotch.
That's good. That's a good way to go to bed, actually.
This glass is nice. This is my new glass. Oh, spilling it. Well, now I smell like
take
whiskey
like
too.
a shot of scotch before an interview. Helps calm me down. So.
Hold on. Let me see if I can't. This webcam. There we go. So there we go. Cheers.
Slancha.
Slanja.
So, be taking off. So, talk to you later.
All right, have a good one.
Oh.
So, Man with a Penis, what game are you looking forward to the most that's coming out on the Switch or Xbox or PlayStation? Is he still alive?
I haven't heard from him in a while. He might have passed
Probably
out.
fell asleep.
Oh.
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 Oh, whoa.
Oh. God damn, that shot's delicious, but.
Doom was a good game.
All right, so I guess subscribe to my other channel, Not Jim Jesus, which is not linked, at Jim Jesus on Odyssey, at Jim Jesus on Twitter, Twitch. I forget, what am I even? Am I Rev Jim Jesus or just Jim Jesus?
Jim Jesus.
It's Jim Jesus? Okay.
I mean, it pops up whenever I put Jim Jesus.
Yeah, I still don't know how bits work or donations work on that thing. So.
Oh, the Jim Jesus is what you pop up as, yeah.
On Twitch?
Oh, you're just Jim Jesus on Twitch.
Jim Jesus on Twitch, at Jim Jesus on Odyssey, the Jim Jesus on YouTube. Also, not the Jim Jesus on YouTube, which is where I'm going to be kind of slowly migrating all my content over to. Anything else? Oh, yes, his Discord is lagging. Discord is awesome. Discord is awesome, and we have porn on there. Great. So, yeah, worms, hail Satan, all that jazz.